In the rocket lane there. He's got that new canopy style design of the Junior Dragster chassis, A class, of course.
Zane's car is virtually brand new. It's probably only 6 to 9 months old.
Yep.
Ordered it brand new from half scale in the US. Has put his own little touches on it once it's got here, but the car has rewarded him with a number of good showings, and also the Eastern Conference Championship as well. So certainly, you know, putting a string of good events together to rack up enough points to win that championship. And of course, we'll be heading down to the Bend a little bit later this year. It's
definitely a committed program for sure.
100% it's a committed program for he and his sister. They've done a lot of travelling this year. Taking on Daniela Axiak in the aeroflow lane. Ooh. 009 on the tree for Condello. 032 on the tree for Axiak. Looks like Axiak with the performance will take the win. 809 with a 181.3 mile an hour through the finish line. 844 with a 176 mile an hour for Condello in the rocket lane there.
That reaction time is pretty well where Zane needs to be. But
yes.
Impressive performance from Axiak's dragster there. So very, very nice.
Certainly a good way to start the racing with an 8.0 something.
Certainly.
In qualifying.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. Haven't done it so far in my whole life.
But you're giving it a crack. You're giving it a crack.
I'm giving it a crack, yeah, that's right. Daniel Carabola in the aeroflow lane here. Lightstream Electrical on board with the B Junior Dragster. It's also sponsored by Australian Motoring Group, Reconditioning Services, VK Tools, and Dr. Meth Race Fuels. And then we've got Chloe Ryko in the rocket lane. We've got Mum and Dad, the #1 sponsors there for the Ryko program. Good to see them back out here again, as they always are. Should be a great future in drag racing from that family, as many others. See Chloe just rocking the dragster to get it into full stage there.
Yeah, they usually try and hold the juniors back a couple of categories because the fresh track prep creates a little bit too much traction for the juniors to roll through, only because they're quite difficult to drive slow. 809 with a 679 mile an hour there for Reiko in the rocket lane, and Carable up there. I missed the time, unfortunately. Next up, George Takalis in the aeroflow lane, running for Hume Performance, Mixed Motorsports, Plasma Man, Pro Signs, and Danny's Polishing. Good range of sponsors. I could have used your last one a couple of weeks ago, mate. I've been polishing a manifold for my Cortina. I'll show you the results on my phone.
Please do.
It's probably not as good as what I would have got out of Danny's Polishing, but nevertheless, I did it at home by myself.
But you got to get in there and have a crack, Bushy.
I did.
That's the way to do it.
I don't mind polishing stuff until I start it and then realise what am I doing.
It's not the tidiest or cleanest process to go through. The result's worth it. But
I was a few shades darker when I finished.
Yeah. Your potential for getting cancelled there, mate. All right, Alex Rottenbury in the rocket lane. Hunter Race Engines on board. MLJ Constructions and Scruffy supporting their program. Let's see. Decent reaction time from both races there. Yeah, Rottenbury 039, Takalis 047. Something not quite right with the launch on Takalis's.
Well, here's the C Junior, so he's looking for somewhere around the 12.2, so maybe a little bit quicker for him would be where he'd want to be. Yeah. But 8.06 for Rottenbury, he is doing really well. He went, I think, 3 or 4 rounds of the winners in Junior Dragster, and of course, for them, their racing started on Friday up there. Next up, we have Alex Rafalo in the aeroflow lane, taking on Savannah Condello. Rafalo running for Sydney Water Scrapes, and Savannah running for Fine Line Motorsports and 2528 Automotive and Accessories. 089 to an 066. I think we're going to be in for some tough racing this afternoon, Pat. 822 with an 878 mile an hour for Rafalo across the finish line. Condello 818 with a 282 mile an hour there.
82 mile per hour.
Yeah,
that, getting up there, isn't it?
That car is getting known for big top end speeds.
Yeah,
which you and I both know is a good indicator of horsepower.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it sounds like one of our cars has gone quiet down there on the start line, and that would be Cody Sedmak, I think, was in the aeroflow lane. A little bit of attention around the back of the car. Not quite sure what's gone on there, but Tegan Smith in the Lucas Oil APM Automotive Junior Dragster, also running for stop, slow traffic control and liquid control.
It's always really important to give a shout out to the sponsors on these junior dragster programs, because it's it's really crucial that these young kids get the support to get ahead and make their way through drag racing, because it's not the cheapest exercise. Junior dragsters certainly aren't the cheapest thing in the world anymore to be at the pointy end of the field, like most parts of motorsport. So anyone that is willing to put their money where their mouth is and put some cash on the line for these guys should be acknowledged. I think that's really important.
I couldn't agree more, Pat. And of course, there's I saw, talking to sponsors, I saw a post from Sydney Dragway. We've welcomed Platinum Powder Coating,
yes,
to a partnership with Sydney Dragway. So fantastic to have those guys on board freshly. And of course, we'll try and give a bit of a shout out to a number of our other track sponsors around the place throughout the day. And
absolutely,
also got some ads for the live stream and the big screen that we put up. So as you say, it's all about getting the mention out there and spreading the word. Of course, if you are out and about and looking to buy something or needing a powder coating done, for example, go out and see Platinum Powder Coating. Get them to be the first option that you ring to say, hey, I saw your signage at the drag strip, and who knows, they might be able to do something special for you.
That's exactly right. Well, you at least know that they're going to give you a good job.
Yes.
I mean, not to say that they wouldn't give you a good job, but if you're supporting them, they're supporting us. It basically just works in a big circle, and that's what the drag racing community should really be about. We're all a fan of tight racing and competition, and
yes,
having a bit of a challenge here and there. But anyone that's willing to go out there and actually put money down to
yes,
support this, this sport that we love, you should really be supporting them too, because that's going to help us all in the long run.
Brianna Boscovich there in the previous pass, 8:03. So there's already 4 or 5 cars in the 8.0s in qualifying Q1 for today. Of course, the A Junior is looking for an 8.0, B I think an 8.60, yep, and the C Junior is looking for a 12 flat in qualifying.
Yep.
And of course, when we get to racing a little bit later on, we'll be moving into dial your own, we'll mix all the categories together depending on their qualifying position.
Certainly. Georgia Lifting out here in the aeroflow lane. Speedflow products on board, of course. Then we've got Benjamin Adard in the Rocket Lane B Junior Dragster, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing. Low Fabrications on board there as well. 025 reaction for Georgia Lifting in the aeroflow lane. Goes through for 90.71 and an 8.87 for Benjamin Adard in the Rocket Lane at 71 mile per hour. Couple of nice passes for B Junior Dragsters there. Jacob Longo coming up in the aeroflow lane, RMJ Mechanical Repairs, A Junior Dragster, and another one fighting for the lead here. Piper Bennett, she's always at the pointy end of the field. A Junior Dragster, Tequila Sunrise, Stratus 4 Junior Dragster, also sponsored by Smith's Concepts and Cool Culture. Great paint job on that car, Misbehavin', as it's known.
It looks absolutely fantastic, Pat. I had the opportunity to, because we don't always get the chance to see the cars up close from up here. It was actually at the Hot Rod Show at Rose Hill a couple of weeks ago, and it was there with a friend who took the opportunity to have a bit of a sticky peek all over it. All the ghosts graphics in the background of the paint just look really, really sharp under lights. And Pippa getting quicker and quicker in this car all the time. So, yeah, 8:09 with a 3. There's another one to an 8:20.
Even with maybe not quite on the pointy end of the reaction or 60-foot time, yeah, Piper's still gone through for an 8:0, which is gives you an indication of the performance that's in that package.
Next up, we have a Bailey Tandek for A Civil and Owls Race Glides. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Liam O'Neill for Princey Motorsports Race Wide Open podcast, which is a Rusty Media Solutions.
Yep.
It's great to have Rusty on board there.
The little bandit. I wonder. I think I saw that. Josh and Kelsey Lay were on the way up today. Gascal and Josh Lay, of course, newly crowned Nitro Funny Car pilot. So good to see them. Obviously, Josh is well known for racing the Bandit in the Outlaw Funny Car, and we've got Liam here as the Little Bandit in Junior Dragster. So there's a bit of a mentorship program happening there, I think, which is good to see.
072 on the tree for Tandak, runs on through for a 797, 82.5 mile an hour there, so he'll want to slow that down a little bit. Liam O'Neill, 12.28 with a 5.1 at 52 miles an hour.
Right, Savannah Lucci in the Aeroflow lane, Lucci Civil, also sponsored by the Naughty Boys and VP Race Fuel. I think we'll probably see Dom, her father, racing later today, hopefully.
It's that dark red.
Yeah,
VK,
that cherry red VK. Yeah, yep,
yes.
It's a former
Nice
Motorex showstopper, and now full-time drag racer. And we've got Jake McNamara in the Rocket Lane. Nan and Pop, obviously the big sponsors there. Arnox Enterprises, also sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports, the Bank of Mum, and Princey Motorsports. To give you a bit of an indication on where these junior dragster races come from, being C junior dragster in the Aeroflow lane with Savannah Lucci and Jake McNamara in the A junior dragster in the Rocket lane. It gives you a bit of an indication. You can physically see the size of the two juniors, the difference there, but this will be a great representation in difference in speed. So obviously where you start and then where you get to in the category.
We've got Jake on the start line. He's third generation racer.
Yep.
And a 797 with a 680 mile an hour for him. That's a absolutely cracker of a pass. 1227 with a 751 mile an hour for Lucci in the Aeroflow lane. I think McNamara will have to slow that down just a fraction. Put the big motor back in it after doing some damage to it here at the Nitros. Yep. But he was hoping for good things, and was pretty pumped to see what it was going to run.
Absolutely. I think, as you said, he'll just have to just button off the throttle just before the 8th mile mark there, and
either that, or I think a lot of the cars use weight to actually slow them down rather than the throttle.
Yep.
So they might just put a little bit of extra weight in there, or Jake can go and have a hamburger or 3 if that's what he chooses for breakfast.
Where there's a will, there's a way. We can figure it out.
There's more than one way to achieve the same goal. Just saying. All right. So Cade Fowler, I think, will be our last car in Junior Dragster for Q1 here this morning, running for Fowler
Transport. We've got one more there. We've got
beg your pardon.
Lifting.
Beg your pardon.
A couple of solo passes. So Cade off a 1.52 reaction time, 1.759 in the 60, and 8.29 with a 7 at 78 mile per hour. That's not bad mile per hour for a B junior dragster, to be honest.
Yeah, wow.
And a time, actually, 8.29.
Yeah.
All right, Emma Lifting here.
Emma Lifting is a new competitor. I don't think I've called that name before. So I'm wondering if we're now going to see 6 speed flow cars, because there was 5.
Just taking over. Again, a great Australian company up on the Central Coast.
they do a really good product, and it goes all around the world, which is fantastic for
Australian manufacturing, right?
Australian-made product, not just Australian designed. It's actually manufactured here as well. It's not made overseas and then drop shipped elsewhere. It's made here and then distributed.
We should say we really appreciate, obviously, the Speedflow family as a wider community, because they're obviously involved heavily in circuit racing and other things like that, and rally and whatnot. But you know, they seem to choose drag racing to come back to all the time. So great to see. Emma lifting in the Aeroflow lane. It's got a 0.258 reaction time, 2.683 60 foot, but it looks like the fire might have.
Not 100% sure, because I think with the licensing they need to do a 60-foot run, but of course we'll just wait patiently. She's gone through, done that. Nice, not a bad reaction time for what I think potentially could be the first time out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we've certainly had some other regular competitors not quite cut a light, but again, you know, licensing passes and qualifying passes not the end of the world when it comes to those, but you certainly want to get on top of it sooner rather than later, because this is stiff competition here.
Yes. And of course there is another car sitting down there. I don't think I've seen this one either.
Yeah, I think maybe another licensing pass.
Does not the paintwork doesn't seem familiar, so maybe it's the driver that's been lucky enough to get a new ride, perhaps.
Yeah, yeah. Could be you know, another competitor that's just gotten into the right age. Got it all together. Here we go. Riley Ito.
No, definitely not heard that name before, but fantastic for Riley to be awaiting the fire up in his junior dragster, of course, in the Aeroflow lane. Pretty sharp looking car, just quietly as well. The crew man just putting the starter motor into the end of the crankshaft there, because gone are the days of the old pull start. I think my father and I were probably one of the last to use the pull start.
The pull start one, yeah.
Yeah, and that was back when we were running a 209cc power plant, and because the engine we used actually used a steel
case.
The starter was all steel.
Oh, yep.
So you could actually have a car with a lot of compression, because let's face it, that's how these things go,
that's
right?
Right.
Where in the time, the standard bricks ones, as soon as you put a bit of comp in them, because they're all plastic, you just pull it, just compress the whole starter motor inside the case, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, we're certainly a long way removed from the original Briggs and Stratton setup.
Oh, 100%, Pat. And then we didn't even bother attempting it with the big engine we built, because that used to turn a Camry high torque motor, starter motor backwards if it didn't fire it in time. Compression points were up a few on that one.
Certainly. I can see a wild spud down there near the start line, just inspecting the track. Good to see Brendan Costello out here, part of the Aeroflow Funny Car crew. All right, Riley Ito is a new competitor. 0.15 reaction time. He's right on the light, straight out of the gate.
He's been on the practice tree, I reckon.
Certainly.
Not a bad pass for him. 9:30 with a 4. And 74 mile an hour. The car seemed to stumble a little bit off the hit of the throttle, but came clean after probably 60 feet.
Yep.
And marched on from there. So good speed too, 74 mile an hour.
Some good potential there for a future racer.
Definitely. And looking at our schedule, our next category. Of course, the pages are stuck together. Yes, looks like modified bike will be our next category out. while we pack up the finish line apparatus, we might just throw quickly to some ads from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Good reaction time there from Michael Borg in the bikereview.com.au modified bike category out there. 970 with a 139 mile per hour. Next up, we've got Michael Riches, AMS water meters on the GSXR 750, sponsored by Riches Racing. And then Christopher Costello, the extra flooring Harley V-Rod with Canberra Car Care on board. You probably can't hear us because he's standing behind a V-Rod drag bike, but you can see Brendan Costello down there. Spud, as we know him. Hello, mate. Good to see him out there from the Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car crew. He's got the family out here racing, Costello family racing.
So pretty much, I think the whole family races, Pat, for the Costellos. Michael Riches there, yep. 10.08 with an 8.135 mile an hour through the finish line. And Christopher Costello there, an 11.13 with a 3.
Moving on, Sean Ricketts, Heavy Duty Magazine on board the Kawasaki down there. And Bobby Joe Simmons, Reed Carpentry Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane.
Ricketts a very good racer in the Aeroflow lane, as is Bobby Joe. Both taken home their fair share of silverware from Sydney Dragway and other racetracks all around the country.
Certainly.
Not quite sure what the hold-up is. There's a little bit of conversation from our starter as they look down the...
Yeah, I think there's something at the very end of the track up near the sand trap, at the end of the braking. I can see the quad coming out.
Unless they've had a report of something on the racetrack or something sometimes out of the bike when it pulls up, or machine when it pulls up at the other end of the racetrack.
Yeah, looks like something might have been dropped out there. I can see a track crew down there just inspecting something in the Aeroflow lane braking area.
Because it's always not good when you get to the bottom end and you realise something's not, and you're getting off your bike or out of your car and you realise something's not there that should be.
Certainly, there's a few drag races over the years that have gotten around the bend down there and not had a door to open. That's always pretty interesting.
That's happened. I was doing the death scroll last night and saw a bit of footage of an in-car of a circuit car rolling through the sequential box, absolutely flying, and he's grabbed a gear and then obviously just moving his hand on the wheel. It's pulled the whole wheel off. And he's like,
okay.
Jams it back because I had a quick release hub on it, right?
Goodness.
Jams it back on and just kept going. It's just like, I would just die.
Mate, if you've got a quick release hub on a steering wheel, the first thing you do when you get into that car is just hang off it like a crazy gorilla to make sure that thing's locked in, because, oh my God, that's a nightmare.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like Ricketts left the start line with an 0.29, and then everything went quiet, but he's got the bike running again.
It turned the tyre, I think, on the hit.
It did, but the bike went all but silent. So that's certainly an unrepresentative run for him. But Bobby Joe in the Rocket Lane, 9.49 with a 7, 1.53. Not a bad way to open her account for the day. Next up, we'll have Gareth Wilcox on the Kawasaki Ninja.
Known as the Spook. I'd be spooked with, as I mentioned last time we were here, I think, with that little nitrous bottle hanging off the side of my ZX14. So Gareth is not afraid of it. Albie Davidson, as always, on the Digger TL 1000S in the Rocket Lane.
315 on the tree for Wilcox in the Aeroflow lane. And looks like some trouble there for Davidson in the Rocket lane. Just rolling on down. Wilcox runs through for an 11.01 with a 132 mile an hour.
Still no nitrous assistance, I think, with Gareth there. So
no. Well, he's only class as an A, so it's telling us that he's only running on aspiration only.
Yep. Still looks cool.
Yeah, definitely.
You need the bragging rights, like, oh, it's there.
They won't know that it's not actually going to do anything just now.
That's exactly right. So it looks like we're into Super Sedan. We have Aaron Cochrane in the Aeroflow lane. A wild-looking purple VS Commodore Ute. It's got 383 cubic inches of, from what looks like, Warspeed LS power with a little blue bottle in the tray. So pretty stout combination, I would say. And then Alpha Axiac, LCR Shopfitters RX2 with a 13B on board. Great to see a bit of variation out here at Track Champs.
You couldn't get two different approaches. You've got a high revving rotary manual in the Rocket lane.
Wild launch from both cars there, actually. Alf raising the wheels and Aaron just doing a good steer job, black tracking through the 60-foot.
9.35 with an 138 miles an hour for Axiac in the RX2. It almost hopped all four wheels off the ground for Alf there.
Right.
And looks like Cochrane, he's got to around about 100 feet out and thought, you know what, I'm just going to roll on through.
Yep. Certainly the best option when it comes to qualifying. If the car's not doing what it should be normally, just back it off, bring it back safe, straight, and line up for the next one. All right, Lou Palumbo here in the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical Holden HX Tonner with a 400 Chev on board. Joe Zammit in the well-known Zammit Borg Racing VL Commodore. If I don't see this blue VL at Sydney Dragway on the Track Championships, I think something's wrong.
It's one of those regulars that when he's not here, it's like, where is he?
Yeah, what's happening? What's going on? Is he all right?
Actually, that nearly goes for the whole family.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, 0.33 reaction time for Joe Zammit. 0.71 for Lou Palumbo, but certainly chatted the tyres off the line. We can see the hot marks on the track. 10.07 with an 8 at 131 for Joe, and a 9.93 with an 8 at 144 for Lou in the Aeroflow lane.
Next up we have Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore for Grant's Performance, Angels Roofing, a Budget Tyre Shed, and Burston Auto Parts. taking on Andrew Little in the Bushrat Racing Chevy Camaro, all the way from Forbes.
Good to see the Bushrat back again. Andrew's always a fierce competitor.
Does very well for only a little 350 small block.
Yep. Yeah, it's easy to forget that they did come with just normal small block 350s.
Yeah. Not a
496 or 5. There's mountain of engine.
Wheels up for both cars. 063 to an 068. Watt with a slightly better reaction time. I think the performance advantage, and we'll run through for a 926 at 145 through the finish line to a 970 at 137 for Little in the Camaro.
Just as we were speaking about mountains of engines.
Yes.
We've got Rex Webster here in the A40 Ute, 540 cubic inches shoehorned into that little Austin. And then Joe Cabora, of course, in the XY Ute with that 424 cubic inch Ford motor on board.
Yeah, we're just shy of 1,000 cubes sitting on the start line between these two. Big wheels up launch for Cabora in the Falcon. Out in front at the moment, Webster trying to stick with him, but I think the Falcon will get there. 902 with a 5, 147 mile an hour through the finish line to a 954 with a 3 at 141 for Webster.
Webster definitely chasing the reaction there, a minus 003. Very nice. It's an interesting car here. Sean Sorbello's VRVS Commodore down here with the Turbo LS on board. I think it was a Turbo V6, wasn't it, at some point? This car?
You might be correct. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
there has been one at the Wednesday night Aeroflow Wednesday nights where they have there's a Turbo V6 thing and it runs really quick, but it's so unassuming.
Yeah. I think I've seen it. It's a dark blue colour.
Yes.
From memory, that one. Yeah. But I can't remember. I mean, our paperwork up here, or our data up here, says it's an LS2 6-litre for Sean.
Well, it is double S, double A, so it's got some sort of supercharging, whether it be mechanical, nitrous, or turbo, etc. 10.07 with a 9, 134 mile an hour for Sorbello. Edsel in the other lane, a 10.36 with a 3, 131 miles an hour. In the Mopar-powered Nissan.
Right, Michael Little from Forbes in the M&T Little Plumbing LJ Tirana, 434 cubic inch Chev power on board. Also got some sponsorship from Roylance's Forbes. And then Nathan Cowie, everyone's favourite mighty boy, with the 400 cube small block Chev on board. It's always an entertaining vehicle to watch. Both of them are entertaining vehicles to watch, actually.
Definitely. It's good to see Michael Little here back at Sydney Dragway. It has been a little while since we've seen the yellow Tirana. And Nathan Cowie, another one of our competitors from New South Wales, did really well at the Winter Nationals, going a number of rounds. And just leaving a little bit too early there. Will still get a time. And runs on through for a 9.56, 144. And Michael Little a 9.29 with a 4 at 142.
Doesn't show that he's been away for a while,
No.
Michael Little.
No,
043 on the...
It'll be nearly muscle memory for him, I reckon.
Absolutely. Cameron Peace with this mighty Toyota Corolla, the 1J turbo combination in here. This thing is a rocket ship. So good to see him back out again. And then Chris Creech, Perfection Racing in the Commodore Ute, the God of Thunder. He's a regular competitor up here at the Track Championships.
Lots of RPM in the burnout for Creech in the utility. he's just rolling out of the water and then just going back.
Yeah, may not have been all the way in low gear, possibly. It just didn't want to turn the tyres. Certainly not shy of horsepower in the 1J combo there, so quickly rectified, and we'll get Cameron up to the line.
Again, two very different ways to go racing.
Yeah.
They're both forced induction. I think Greach with the nitrous on board. I think.
Not sure. Bit of a wiggle off the line for Cameron Peace there, but still goes through a 125, 60 foot, that little Corolla.
Draws up the side. The Commodore Ute gets there by 600s. 868 with a 0 bat, 152 mile an hour to a 997 at 141 mile an hour for Greach in the utility.
Yeah, I did mention that there's no shortage of horsepower in that
You
Corolla,
did.
right?
You did. It's probably not the most aero of cars either, but did a really good job.
No, but, you know, it's like blunt force trauma, mate. You can just force it on down there. You got, if you got enough horsepower, anything's fast. All right, so Adam Hunter in the Falcon down here with 51 Windsor on board, Hunter Race Engines. We've got Daniel Malaquin, Perfection Automotive. It's come up from ACT again. 400 cube Holden, 400 cuber.
That's what it says.
That'd be very interesting. I'd like to get some confirmation on
I
that.
love the stance of this car, Pat. Looks really good with it.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough
wing
car.
Wing on the back.
Little drag wing, yep.
Parachute and the mirrors. And
certainly means business. It's got the gold welds on it as well.
yeah, it does too. Big set of tyres under the back.
Yep. Hit a wheel spin, so certainly some tuning to be had there, but it's it seems like it's making the horsepower.
And the Falcon for Hunter runs through first, 986 with a 4, 137 miles an hour to an 1121 at 139 for Malaquin. Next up we have Dave Gruber in the LIT Consulting LJ Tirana, running for Queanbeyan Towing as well. Now Dave was running through the gates when I got here this morning, so I think he was running a little bit late too. But
there's a couple that were cutting it fine this morning, and all from the ACT. What's happening there?
Well, it's not around the corner, given. It's not that far away, but it's not around the corner, that's for sure.
Feels like it's just down the road, really, but yeah, it's not always the case. Robert Velastro in the Rocket Lane there brings performance on board, 11.30 with a 7.94 mile per hour, so a big lift, obviously, in the big end for the VL Commodore there. Gruber got out a little bit soon on the tree, but went through for a 9.33 with a 3 at 143 mile per hour. And Nigel Hartis here in Hartis Racing VL Calais. It's a the different VL power plant here. We've got the RB30 on board. I can see a nitrous sticker on the rear window as well. Track crew just double checking everything's okay in the front of that car. It looks like the vehicle down there from Nigel Hartis might have just had a little bit of moisture or something on the front of the car. The crew's just quickly cleaned that up for him and made sure there's nothing too dangerous happening at the front end. Just going to bring it into stage, get that up on the two-step, that RB30. Nice and responsive. From a bit of nitrous assistance, lifts the wheels and has a bit of a hop on his way down, a 1,360 foot with I think all four wheels off the ground at one point there. He's going to cross through for an 872 with a 5 at 154.94 mile per hour. So
yeah, the front end seemed to come down very quickly too, which is good because no wheelie bars on that car. It's very easy to just carry the momentum.
That's right.
And reach for the sky.
Especially with turbo power plants, as they're just making more power as they go down the track. It's sometimes tricky to keep the front end down if it's not balanced well. But yeah, certainly a little bit of tuning to be done there. Maybe some shock tuning, forelings, things like that. But good to see another option out here. Right. Going to jump across to a couple of V-rods down here. Got Joe Curry in the Aeroflow lane on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer, and Sherry Beddoes also on the Destroyer. This is from these Destroyers were from the factory one-make class. Harley-Davidson basically supplied back in the day. So it was effectively a drag bike in a box. You could just go in and say, I'll take one of those, please, and it was ready to rock and roll.
Tick, tick, tick sign, thank you.
Yep. It's a nice deal.
Because we are moving into performance bike, I think, Pat, if we're...
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out which... had a bit of a shuffle on the schedule by the looks of things.
Not the first time. It won't be the last. No. I think the V-Comp bike is performance motorcycle. Curry running for a twin tune performance center, VP Race Fuels, and Joe Curry motorcycle transport. 006 on the tree for Beddoes. Will Curry chase it down? Not in front of the 1,000. Not in front of the finish line. 889 with a 146 mile an hour for Joe in the Aeroflow lane to a 908 with a 2 there for Cheryl in the Rocket lane. Joe was coming, but
certainly was. That 006 reaction time. I mean, not to take anything away from the bikes, but they're just not. It's not common to see that sort of reaction time from the two-wheel competitors. So if Cheryl can keep that up today, she's going to be very hard to beat.
Next up, we have Chris Hocking in C altered bike. This one running for smart-looking tiny houses. It was smart-looking sheds, I think. Branched out to the
a bit of diversification there. Getting on top of the tiny house craze. But, I wonder, is that maybe a licensing pass possibly?
I'm not sure, mate. 080 on the tree.
Might have just had a little hiccup there out around the 330 mark, but gets on cleanly through. No harm, no foul for Chris Hocking there.
That will be Nick. We're moving into super gas now, Pat.
Yep.
Of course, this category a little bit different to what we've been seeing. All of 3 lights on each side of the Christmas tree will all flash at once. These races are running to a fixed index of 990, and they're looking for to run as close to as that time as possible on the positive side of it. So 990.01 is what they're wanting.
That would be ideal, yeah.
With a good reaction time. Of course, as I hinted at before, we're going to run a couple of races within this qualifying session for Supergas. Will actually be the semi-final for Supergas from the NDRC round, the Nitro Champs NDRC round that got shuffled around due to weather. This is Nicholas Polito and Anthony Panetta on the start line. This should just be qualifying according to my sheet. So these races are looking for qualifying times, and Polito will take the win with a 994 with a 2. Panetta just going a little bit too quick there, 988 with a 9 by
it's easy to think it caught me out the first time I was exposed to Supergas as well.
Yes.
because they are running to that index, you'll find that these cars sound like all hell's going to break loose on the line. They let go of the button, and all of a sudden they just die.
It moves and then just,
and then
comes
they
alive
pick back
again.
up again. You go, ooh, there's a bit of a fault there. No, that's actually just it's sort of a planned early run shut-off, I guess you would say, with these cars, so that they can calculate how much they need to take out of it, how much power they need to take out for how long, to then effectively run flat out for the rest of the quarter mile to get that 990.
Roy Romeo in the Ford Roadster. There's the throttle stop Pat was just talking about. 027 on the tree for Roy. This is not his first rodeo in this car. And 985 with a 7, 157 miles an hour through the finish line.
Geez, Roy's combination is making some power this time as well. We consider how much of a delay he had in that one. It seemed a little longer than normal, and it's still gone through and broke out at 157 miles per hour. Well done.
And it's a trusty little small block according to the information that we have.
Yep.
Mind you, it could have it's a small block, but that doesn't mean it's more stroke to who knows what. But
it could be a very large small block.
Correct. All right, so this is one of our semi-finalists. This is Vince Panetta. He is on a solo for straight line paint and panel, so he will be in the final up against whoever wins, I think will be the next race, which is the next race, fantastic, is Luke Romeo and Joe Catanzariti. So, as I said, this is actually a pretty important pass for Vince here. He's wanting to obviously get this car very well sorted, because the next time he faces the tree is going to be for a trophy. Leaves with an 061 light.
061 light. Hooked the tyres up in the air as well and shut back down. It goes through a 986 with a 2 at 149 mile per hour. So some data there either way.
Exactly, and I mean, you know, Vince, a long time racer in Supergas. He knows what this car needs. He knows what it wants. He just, I guess, just checking the weather conditions. This will be the other half of the final. Will be the winner of this race. We have Luke Romeo in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Joe Catanzariti in the Rocket lane. The Romeo family cemented in Supergas.
They almost make up the field.
They do.
Some weekends.
They do.
But hey, you know what you know, right?
Exactly right, and they're very good at it. They've taken home multiple track championships, many event wins.
And the VP you see here in the Aeroflow lane is a beautifully presented race car as well.
Exactly.
As really the whole Supergas field is.
Yes.
To be honest.
There's not any junkers in there. Put it that way. 028 to a 008 for Catanzariti. Big throttle stop for Catanzariti. The VP was way out in front, but will he catch him? I think the VP's going too fast.
Ooh, he has.
And he was gone. Luke Romeo's gone too fast. 988 with a 150 mile an hour through the finish line. Look at the speed for Catanzariti. 165 mile an hour on a 995 with a 9.
To be sure, that's only 376 cubic inches in that.
I don't know. I commented on how big the throttle stop was, but 165 mile an hour through the finish line. Thank you very much.
Talk about back half charge. That is unreal. Great job for the whole crew down there at Catanzariti's program. And Luke Romeo, we know, won't be deterred. He will certainly be back.
Yeah, so Luke will be back a little bit later, obviously, to compete today's meeting, and as will all of our competitors. Yep. But the next time we see Vince Panetta and Joe Catanzariti, that will be their final from the NDRC Nitro Champs, which was hosted here a little bit earlier this year.
Got some boosted Outlaws lining up now, as if you couldn't hear them.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Craig Burns down here in the Villain Mustang, SCF race cars. Everyone's familiar. And it looks like, is that Brittany Olive down there in the Dragster? Yes, it is. A-Single Motorsports on board. Their 451 powered Hemi. See Shane down there giving you the go-ahead to get the burnout happening. Craig Burns just coming to the box. So great category boosted Outlaws. Obviously, it's got all the power, it's got all the noise, but we've also got all the variation. As you can see, the two cars on the track at the moment, we've got the Uyahara Dragster in the Aeroflow lane, driven by Brittany Olive, and obviously this Mustang that Craig Burns has put together himself. SCF Race Cars, his business, of course. It's got sponsorship by Menska Motorsports. That will come in the way of their amazing shock absorbers, which is
a very crucial element.
Extremely crucial
in a car like this.
Yes, yep, huge amount of horsepower. Obviously, I don't know the facts, and I don't want to give anything away. But you're talking sort of 3,000 horsepower range for this thing. Yeah, both of these cars. So getting that all down in that stock chassis style sort of combination is, yeah, the shocks are going to make up a big part of that.
Well, I think, yeah, one of the critical things that I've noticed with this car of late is the way that it carries the front end, and Craig is not scared to stay in the throttle because he just knows that it's going to do what it's designed to do.
Well, I suppose he knows the bloke that built it, right? So
Yeah.
pretty familiar with the chassis under it.
Well, he's still got to have the confidence to do
Absolutely.
it, right?
Yeah, he's certainly not afraid of it, let's put it that way. And the car is generally straight as an arrow. It'll black track most of the track.
Well, we can see here he's stopped his burnout at the 330 foot mark.
Yep.
Because that's pretty much bang on where the two tyre marks stop.
But Brittany is a great competitor and very experienced as well, so this is going to be a walkover. Bit of a wiggle from both cars out towards the 330. Early shoots for Craig Burns there. He's got a 671 with a 2 at only 131 mile per hour, 658, 215 mile per hour for Brittany Olive in the Aeroflow lane. So good couple of boosted Outlaw passes there. And looks like we're about to get a couple more.
Another pairing. There's still a little bit of an interesting matchup here, Pat. We've got the Zeus car for Croydon Motorsports in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep. Rob Marjan there with his Pro Mod style R35. As we mentioned earlier on today, Craig Burns and SCF Race Car having a lot to do with the chassis setup on this car. And then, of course, Ray Fairfield, who's been around for quite a while. Got Brisk spark plugs on board with the EL Falcon and Coating King. It's a turbo combination. I can see a CV sticker on the side of the door down there, CV Performance. So
well, it's
pretty safe to say there's some turbo action happening there.
Definitely. It's good to see Ray back behind the wheel of the Falcon. He was driving an altered there for a little while in modified Eliminator.
Yep.
But yeah, getting back behind Old Faithful.
Yeah. Fairful in Faithful, is it?
Well, that's not what I meant, but I'll take it.
Okay. So
thanks for your help, Pat.
No worries.
Teamwork, dreamwork, right?
That's it. That's it. All right. So Rob Marjan just coming back for another bite of the cherry with the burnout there. Sort of buttoned off a little bit early. That's a bit more like it. Good job from Rob. Still pretty early in the grand scheme of things with this project.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this car wasn't bought out of the US. It wasn't bought as a tried and tested combination. It's all brand new.
Exactly. And you know, the guys at CRD, Croydon Racing Developments, obviously have been heavily involved in street car drag racing, should we say? You know, Rob's other car that's quite famous, Jun 2, one of the fastest R32 GTRs in the world, and that's been a Croydon program since the day dot for years and years and years. So he's no stranger to going fast, but this is certainly a bit of a progression for, I would say, both the team and Rob getting into this Pro Mod style setup, and it's great to see again. More variations, more more options in the class. It's always good to see.
Yes, definitely. I think because a low 6 second R32 street cars just not fast
Yeah,
enough.
it's pretty average, really, isn't it?
Just not fast enough anymore.
And what's even more impressive about that is you can run, mid sixes in a street car, and then you go into a class like Pro Mod that's limited at 585, and you sort of go, wow.
Barefoot away nicely on the launch, over towards the wall, but staying in the throttle. Nice pass for him out of the trailer. 707 with a 6, 200 mile an hour. And Marjon there, an 829 with a 1, went
1060 foot.
1060 foot.
Yeah. Really nice short track. The car got up and really got up on the tyre and then shut down, I think, just after the 330. So it still went through an 820 at 100 miles per hour. But, yeah, Fairfield's car, haven't seen that for a little while. So good to see that out running cleanly.
Yeah, I think definitely a step in the right direction for them, or a good starting point for running that car again.
Absolutely. Got a pair of Boscos. Mentioned earlier about drag racing families, and this is certainly one to keep an eye on.
Oh, I think Jeremy trying to outdo Josh in the burnout there. He probably does have a little bit more horsepower involved, but I can tell you what, he's done well to keep the car in his lane when we look at the tyre marks there, because they're far from straight in the rocket lane there.
Certainly had a bit of a step to the left. Something that normally Josh is doing with that clutch.
Yeah, mind you, I thought that he might have got out of the throttle after the big step to the left, but he didn't. He kept going.
No. There's nothing wrong, mate. It's all right. No. It just needs a bit of steering input, that's all.
Just braver than me, that's all.
Always plenty of steering input from Josh in the hardtop Falcon as well. It's got that Fontana-powered clutch actuated combination there, so it's always nice and exciting to see it come off the line and grab the gears. Probably see him just dry hop it after he's done the backup.
He's pretty busy in that thing.
Yeah. Oh, we've shut both down. Looks like there's a little bit of clean up in the track there. While just making sure that the racing surface is fine, we might just jump across to some sponsors' ads. We've had quite a good bit of running here, but we'll be right back with some more boosted outlaw action.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. But how would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
All right, we're happy to welcome everyone back to qualifying for Blown Outlaws. Had a bit of a delay there in the proceedings of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships round 4. Josh Bochevich unfortunately had a little bit of an oil leak in the aeroflow lane, so we had a bit of a clean up there, but we are back making all of the noise. I believe this will be the last Blown Outlaw car to come through before we head into modified.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, Pat, and I think at least by having that little bit of a break has given Jeremy's car enough time to cool down and whatnot, because as we all know, these supercharged cars are not too keen on getting re-fired up. And
no, that's right. It's a lot of fuel in there, a lot of heat happening. Strangely enough, doesn't have thermo fans and a radiator and coolant, things like that. I mean, so inconvenient.
Yeah. or water running through it or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
or you know, more than say 20 litres of fuel. Nonetheless, we'll get Jeremy in the XY Falcon up into stage.
All I can say is the pipes on this car must be perfectly angled for blowing off hats.
Yeah.
There's 4 guys down there with hats, and I think they've all lost them.
They've all lost one, that's right.
All right, into pre-stage. He's got that top white light on. Let's see what Boskovic can do in the rocket lane here on a solo. Bumps into full stage. The tree counts down. Leaves the start line, goes 1-2-6 to the 60. A little bit of a move around off the hit, but not too bad otherwise. 8.09 with a 6.178 mile an hour. Almost sounded like it left in top gear there.
Yeah, I was going to say it didn't seem quite as sprightly as it should have been, but nonetheless the engine sounded healthy, so going to be happy with that. And it did have a long time sitting on the start.
Yes,
sitting down behind the burnout box there. But either way, they'll get that car turned around, as we know the Boscos do. And we're going to head into modified here. We've got Rocco Romano in the aeroflow lane and CJ Davies in the rocket lane.
Really like modified Eliminator, Pat. There's so many variations on different ways to do things. You can do big block rear engine dragsters like we just saw.
Yep.
Do a burnout there, or you can do a small block front engine car.
Yep.
You can do a big block front engine car. You can do a hot rod style car. You can do a Fiat Topolino, an altered.
Yep.
A funny car, even if you wanted to. It's pretty.
It's a
pretty
wide,
open.
yeah, absolutely a wide array of body styles and engine combinations that you can have. Rocco Romano, I think, previous rounds winner from memory.
Yes, definitely went to the final. Remember handing him a trophy, and then he was off to a 21st. But not too scared of a big skid is Rocco.
No. Definitely CJ in the rocket lane, certainly a seasoned competitor, a little bit more understated when it comes to burnouts and whatnot, but very dangerously consistent. So
yes, he's taken home his fair share of silverware from here.
Yep, and is not intimidated by a big block in the other lane, that's for sure.
Rocco's into full stage, just waiting on Davies now. Davies with the red light, moves around a little bit on the hit, went 1-2-1 to the 60, and Romano 0-1-0 on the tree, but the car has coasted to probably the 1,000 foot, then come back alive, still runs 150 mile an hour.
Yeah,
explain that to me, Pat.
I'll get back to you, Barry. Yeah, it's well, I mean, the mile per hour is as a result of big block power, right?
Yes.
That's always good. But next up, we have Daniel Carranza, Bat Dan, in the Worthy Dragster, 615 cubic inches of big block goodness in the rocket lane. And I'm seeing Brooke Rapisada here in the front engine dragster. She's got VP fuels on board, 598 cubes. Obviously, plenty of you will be familiar with that surname. Rapisada's no stranger to no stranger to drag racing in Australia. So certainly the right pedigree here. Let's see if Brooke can put it all together in Q1 for modified.
Yeah, no, definitely. And she's behind the butterflies in one of the, I believe, one of the prettiest cars here.
Yep.
Not being biased, I just have a thing for the front engine style cars. Doesn't always have to have the big blower hanging off the top. This one just really, really nicely presented. The two-tone green, all the polish, all the chrome.
Yep.
And it's fast too.
Yeah, that helps. That helps. Given her the mockers, but she's chased the light. A 002 red on the tree. It's okay, it's qualifying, but Batdan's out with an 011 reaction time. A 709 with a 3 at 187 mile per hour. Rapisada goes through for an 823 with a 3 at 164 mile per hour there.
There's another very well sorted pass there for Carranza in the rocket lane.
101 60 foot for Batdan. That's pretty nice going for the crew there.
It's a pretty late model car, that one.
Yes.
A 4-link in it. 615 cubes, I think it said.
It's all working in the right direction, isn't it?
Next up, we'll have Lee Hartle-Law in the Aeroflow lane in the Ford Roadster for BK Race Engines and Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. He's taking on Dan Reinmunster in the T-Bucket with the Holden 6-cylinder on board.
204. It's a stroker.
Yep. It's probably 20 over.
Yeah, that's right.
It's on its first rebuild.
Yes. That's it. Well, as you were saying about variations, and it doesn't always have to be a big block with a blower on it, whatnot. Dan's T-Bucket there is a great example of what you can bring in the modified class. Hartle-Law going through, a great reaction time, 032, 115.60, crosses the line at 813, 163 mile per hour. Rightmost 1068 with a 4 at 125 mile per hour. That is still good mile per hour for a Holden 6.
The shoots for Hartle-Law came out, but they didn't blossom, but able to get the car around the bottom end safely, which is great.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ben.
All right. Another Holden 6 powered front engine dragster here, Mark Tanswell. A 205, so he might be on the second rebuild.
He's 30 over.
He's 30 over. Paul Linnett in the Rocket Lane from Mount Warrigal in New South Wales. He's got his 23 T-Bucket here with a 434 Chev motor.
I think this one manually shifted from memory for Tanswell. We'll find out as soon as the tree counts down, Pat. I'm pretty sure it's got that that distinctive dropping of the clutch.
Yep. Going to try and hoik those wheels up in the air, maybe.
Oh, ooh! I put the mockers on him.
Something's not 100%. Linnett's still out. 056 reaction time. Very good. Okay, here goes Tanswell now. Yeah, something's not happy in that combination.
Meanwhile, Paul Linnett in the Alter's gone through for a 761 with a 9, 172 mile an hour.
Wow.
Wow, big speed.
That is a spicy T-Bucket.
Let's hope Tanswell can get that issue rectified and come back and run a representative time.
So they got a very distinct engine note that 6 of Tanswell. So hope to hear it screaming at its best later on today. Talking about very distinctive, Joe Zullo here in the front engine dragster, another 202 Holden. Professionals Realty, Kashula is on board. But of course, Joe's own JZ Holden 6 Performance. And we've got Chelsea Smith in the Rocket Lane. We've got the Lucas Oil APM sponsored modified dragster with slow traffic control and liquid clothing on board their program. Bit of a David and Goliath matchup here. 202 cubes, so it's 489. Joe not able to hold it on the line and wait for the green there, but certainly moving We won't get the times because he left so early, but Chelsea Smith goes through for a 7.62 with a 6 at 177 mile per hour. Really nice pass for Smith there.
Yeah, disappointing for Zulu. That looked like a really good run for him too.
Yeah.
But as you say, just left the start line before the tree was activated. So unfortunately for him, no time recorded.
On the positive side for the crew, though, it was straight as an arrow and fast. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing that back out. Okay, Stephanie Heisman's out here in the Bantam Altered. Great Western Auto Wreckers on board, the 509 Cube motor, A1 Auto Parts Orange, helping out. Christopher Brown in the Coating King 23 Ford Altered with a 406 Chevy on board. We've got APB carburetors and Weatherall Park Performance Centre helping out Christopher's program today.
Very big tyres on the back of Heisman's Altered there.
They're a tall tyre, aren't they?
And they're wide.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining at all.
No, not at all. But it's almost like a Outlaw Funny Car sort of tyre.
Yeah, or a supercharged Outlaw car.
Yeah.
You know, something that you'd have a blown motor in front of, perhaps. But Heisman's no shortage of power there. 509 cubes of Chevy on board.
Oh, let's just roll through on the brake.
Brown 169 to the 60, and we'll run on through for a 964. Heisman's a 907 with an 8, 156 miles an hour.
You did call it, Bushies. No shortage of power there in Heisman's car, and that was on display.
Another pair of front engine cars.
Absolutely. Georg Bukarishvili. It's been a couple of weeks since I've said his name, so
that's all right.
Sorry, I
we'll
did
give
stumble
you a
on
couple
that
of
one.
warm-ups. And
Yeah.
And then from there, the ruler will come out.
That's right, yeah, I'll be in trouble now. George will just be shaking his head. Bloody Pat. George Bukarishvili out down there in
second time round. Got
the
it.
front end dragster with that nice little LS combination. RaceMax Direct, of course, advanced product design and motorsport connections with the package. We've got David Hawley in the Rocket Lane, JZ Performance 202 powered front engine dragster.
Yeah, this one's supercharged, a little Hillborn injector hat on top.
Yeah.
Keeping with the period accessories.
Very cool little combination. But geez, George's package has been so consistent, and it makes great power as well.
It does. And for such small cubes, 365 cubes. Into the sevens on every pass, just about. 029 on the tree, and Hawley way over to the wall.
Hawley
having
has
another go at it too. Wow. There wouldn't have been much in that, Pat.
Not at all. And there's not a lot of lock on those steering wheels in those front engine dragsters, so he was using every bit of it to stay away from the wall there. So well done, and with all that excitement, we've got an 029 reaction time, a 116 foot from George, and I just missed the ET as well, but it looked like a pretty clean pass.
792, I think it was.
92. All right, Martin Borg out here, looks like on a solo, just getting the track checked out because of Hawley's wild ride down there in the Rocket Lane, but doesn't look like any major issues.
We can't see anything from up here, so
not really, but
just checking out around the turnaround at the top end of the racetrack. So as I said before, this modified Q2 will be the final round of the NDRC for Lee Harter-Law, who we've already seen run in the Yellow Roadster, and Daniel Carranza. Bat Dan in the, there's Lee on the return road actually. Absolutely. And the other finalist will be Daniel Carranza, who I think is in the car following, just about to come on to the burnout pad. So good to see Daniel and the team travel to Sydney Dragway once again. I think they're from Victoria, if memory serves me correct.
Yep, big effort. One that can't be understated, really. I mean, you know, in these days as well, you know, just the cost of getting to the track is prohibitive for some. Good launch there from Martin Borg, an 030 on reaction time 113.
Wow,
turning
moving
the
around
tyres.
a lot though, Pat.
Yeah, turning the tyres through the first half of the track at least. Still crosses for a 766 with a 7 at 143 mile per hour, so a big lift in the back end there.
I don't like it when these long, narrow cars move around like that.
Yeah, as mentioned before, you know, that little front engine dragster doesn't have a lot of lock, and those big long dragsters don't have much either.
Well, the other issue too is they're not very wide, and they, you know, once you get them out
Gets a little wild and hops up on the tyres, and yeah, we don't really need to go into great detail what can happen after that.
Nope.
Courtney Allen here on solo in the T bucket. Another racer that's travelled up from Victoria, so welcome to Courtney.
406 cubes of Chevy on board in this car. Looking quite nice under the morning skies here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, it's got a good paint job on that one. Just easing into stage there is Courtney Allen in the Rocket Lane. I believe this will be the last pass for Modified. Bit of a cautious launch there, I dare say, from Courtney on that one. Looked like a bit of wheel spin, maybe a little bit of loss of throttle, and then back on again to get it started. But again, could be a licensing pass by the looks of things.
Yeah, the name not familiar to me, so you know, hopefully we'll see her out a little bit later on today for the second round of qualifying, and she'll get a little bit further down the racetrack. Looks like we're about to get into Top Sportsman it will be. And you mentioned Danny McDessie. He's running in Top Sportsman, Pat. That's not in Boosted Outlaws.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
That will be interesting if he goes rounds.
Yeah. It's certainly a lot of a lot of hardware on board for the class, but great to see it back out here as always. I love this car when it was red. Just because it was such a good paint job. Of course, custom bodyworks being Danny's business. But I'm a huge fan of the throwback, the retro style, which is basically as the car was. It's his dad's taxi back in the day. So,
did you hear the story from the Rahams, of course, Pack Performance?
No.
This was one of their wedding cars.
Oh, was it really?
back when it was a road car.
Yeah, which I say with the blower on it.
No. I remember, I think it was George was up here.
Yep.
And we were talking about long-term friendships and bits and pieces within the sport. And,
Sure.
And the Valiant came up, and of course he said, yeah, that was one of our wedding cars.
That's funny. Something not exactly happy. The crew down there not happy with it. Looks like we've got some red lights on the tree there as well. So hopefully just a little clean up, and then we can get back into Top Sportsman. Of course, we were talking about really clean paint jobs of the old version of the Valiant. Another one is sitting right there next to it. Paul Clark's Mustang is a beautiful car. 604 cubic inches on board, and really, really well turned out. So
we've had some very nice cars out of Cartwright in New South Wales. Is this the suburb certainly seems familiar, but looking absolutely splendid in that cherry red paint.
Certainly. Still got door cards in it as well.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. It's not too dissimilar to what McDessie's car used to be. Probably, I think McDessie's maybe a little bit darker.
Yeah, a bit darker, I'd say, yep. All right, folks, so it looks like we are in need of a little bit of track cleanup here, so we're going to take a quick break to some ads, and we'll be right back with round 4 of the Speed Addict Clothing State Championships.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, praise the gods of horsepower. We are back to racing. What a way to kick it off. Danny McDessie back out there in the taxi with a killer burnout. It's been a while since we've seen that car out here. Had a little mishap quite a while ago, but the guys have got it straightened back out. Custom Bodyworks, Al's Race Glides, Gillespie Racing Services, SCF Race Cars, and APM on board with the taxi. So this will be the first shakedown pass back out of the shed. So Danny's no stranger to the track. He's competed here plenty of times, so great to see him sticking with it. But like anything, when there's a new combination or there's been a bit of a layoff, you've got to knock the rust off and blow the cobwebs out and get used to it all. Right, so the crew just lining the Valiant back up, get it into the groove on the racetrack. Really crucial when it comes to these vehicles making enormous horsepower in the supercharged combinations. Okay, so Danny just getting a guide into pre-stage with his crew down there. Full stage now. Let's see first pass for the taxi. It's not quite enough on the limiter there on the two-step launch to get the car biting and digging out of the hole, so that's okay. Like we said, it's a new combination. It's been off the track for a little while. He's got a great crew down there. I can see Paul Mahoyt. It's obviously got a hand in setting up the vehicle with elite race parts, fuel tech on board that car. You can see Joe from Gas Racing down there as well. That'll be helping out with the tune-up. All right, then we're going to move across. We've got Paul Clark still down here in his beautiful Mustang in the Aeroflow lane, and no stranger to Sydney Dragway, Joe Sorbello in the Datsun. Going to continue along with Top Sportsman here. Right, nice stout burnout from both vehicles here. Top Sportsman, we got 604 cubic inches in Paul Clark's Mustang there, supported by Al's Race Glides, VP Fuels, BK Race Engines, Empire Customs and Atlantic Oils. Great support on board for Paul Clark's program there. Joe Sorbello, of course, has been around for a long time. Slingshot Converters helping him out with his supercharged LS combination. It's got Jenkins Performance engines on board there as well. Definitely two very different ways of going about it here. 604 cubic inch naturally aspirated, 388 cubic inch supercharged. Ooh, red light for both, and a big jump to the right towards the center line for Paul Clark in the Mustang. So Bella's going to go through for an 897 at 150, a 002 red on the tree, and a 004 red on the tree for Clark. Not that it's that important at the moment. It is qualifying, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, bit of excitement there off the line for that pairing. Next up, we've got Joe Gattalari in the VL Commodore, 555 cubic inch big block Chevy. And then Gregory Fowler Family Transport in the Chevy Beretta. It's an ex-Pro Stock car. It's got 632 cubic inch Chevy on there. Super consistent. Lots of experience from both of these crews on the line here. So great to see them, as always, at Sydney Dragway. G'day, Stephen Bush.
Hello, Pat Elliott.
I'm not going to give anything greatly away, but it looks like you've been down to see Simpson Australia, mate.
I have.
That can only mean one thing, Bushy.
That I'm buying racewear stuff, yes.
Yes, which in turn means what?
I'm protecting myself.
The itch has returned.
Potentially, yes. It's not scabbed yet. I'm still scratching it.
Still scratching the itch. Yes, you heard it here first, folks. The Bushman may be back in a seat sooner rather than later.
At some point. Now, this is not good, Pat. I'm just looking down at the start line as we chatter. What am I thinking? I don't know. No, scratch that.
No.
Scratch that. No, I was thinking something else.
You were thinking about the eliminators for Nitro Champs? No.
But Joe Gadolari, I thought was on the list, but it's not. So
004. That's the third 00 red that we've just had in as many passes.
Yeah, wow.
Gregory Fowler, 004 chasing the light as always in Top Sportsman. 758 with a 5 at 181 mile per hour. Yeah, I thought it was a bit odd. I saw Gadolari do the burnout and the car crabbed really far over to the left.
Oh, really? So maybe something suspension-wise.
Yeah, maybe there's something not quite right in that combination at the moment, which is a bit odd. But nonetheless, we'll move on to the next group here. Anthony Curry with this beautiful RX2. It's got a 2J in it. Certainly not the normal noise that we're used to seeing in RX2s here at Sydney Dragway, but we're big fans. And Leo Georges in the Flying Carrot, the Escort panel van down there.
Have a go at the really nice arc in the big burnout, and the pedals as it straightens back up and comes back the other way. That's really good. We saw that. I think the first time I remember seeing this car, or of late, was at I think it was a GDR festival.
I think you're right.
When Anthony was struggling to actually just get out of the water every time. It bounced up on the tyres as he started to start the burnout, and then the car just immediately turned around to the right from memory. So, yeah, good to see he's got the burnout down pat at least.
Absolutely, and styling it out as well. So
nothing like a 2J on song being pedalled in a burnout. And Leo Georges in the Ford Escort. Now, he was another one of our local racers that went a number of rounds up at Willowbank. So,
certainly,
you know, we represented pretty good up there.
Definitely,
in all of our sportsman categories.
Yeah, Winter Nationals is always, is always packed with Queensland-based races, but New South Wales really showed up this year, which is good to see.
Oh!
Whoa! All sorts
Both
of
cars.
All sorts of shapes coming off the line for both cars there. Leo George is going to gather it up and still get on down for a 9.14 at 151 mile per hour. 0.48 reaction time to an 0.51 for Curry, but gee, still some traction issues with the little RX2 there.
Yeah, it just blazed the tyres on the hit. Sort of took my breath a little bit there, but the Escort, it turned left that hard that it's just about clipped the front of the blue paint in front of the Christmas tree.
It was close. And the previous run, the one previous to that, Paul Clark in his Mustang went right towards the centre line as well against Joe Sorbello.
He was in the
Aeroflow lane.
Aeroflow lane.
Yes. Yeah. So definitely a wild couple of passes here in Top Sportsman, which is really exciting to see. We've got John Beckingham, Beck's Automotive, no stranger to Sydney Dragway as always, and the Track Championships, and Simon Bradbury, Queanbeyan Engine Services holding Commodore here. He's got a 406 Cube Chev with a healthy dose of nitrous. As you can guess from the number plate, sucks N2O, which is the chemical symbol for nitrous oxide.
Now, a little bit of a backstory, Pat, you might not realise. Simon Bradbury used to own Leo Georges' Escort.
Used to own which?
Leo Georges' Escort.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
So he's just seen his old car turn hard left. Now, Georges' car normally carries the wheels, but it goes straight.
Yeah, that's right.
I've seen it do those sorts of shenanigans.
I think I remember the last time we were at Track Championships, they had a couple of gremlins on the start line. They had some starter gremlins or some electronic gremlins, but they'd been making some changes to the car.
Yes.
I think so. It could be still a bit of learning happening with that combination.
Perhaps, yeah, maybe they've upped the horsepower and that's thrown a bit of a curveball, which sometimes happens.
Yep.
John Beckingham over towards the centre line in the rocket lane that time.
Beck's really lifting the wheels there. So Bradbury's gone on through for a 10.38 at 1.33. Definitely not representative, and equally the same with John Beckingham with a huge lift after heading towards the centre line. Bushy, these two cars are actually two of my favourites that we see at Sydney Dragway. So Brett O'Connor and that Camaro that just has all of the nitrous getting fed into that 636 Cube big block Chevy. And then Pete Hamilton in the LS-powered Vacationer down there, the VH wagon, that we're actually more familiar with the paint on the roof of the car.
Yes.
Than anywhere else.
We often see more of the roof than anywhere else, and the front of the bonnet sometimes.
Correct. Yeah, but unfortunately for us, Pete's got that sorted. Fortunately for Pete, Pete's got that sorted. So the car tends to keep the nose down, and it is quick and consistent. So always good to see him out here, and Pete's obviously involved with Profection Automotive, I think down in the ACT.
Well, there was another VH wagon on Wednesday night at the Aeroflot race for real. Yeah, this one had a turbo LS in it. Went something like 155 mile an hour.
Okay. Certainly a little bit quicker than VH wagons were designed to go.
Definitely. Let's see what can unfold here. We've got Brett O'Connor in the Aeroflot lane in the Chevy Camaro, and Pete Hamilton in the VH wagon.
Pete lifting the wheels a little bit. Oh, O'Connor heading towards the wall.
Nearly dragging those big bullhorns on the wall.
Just 0.18 reaction time from Hamilton in the Rocket Lane. Goes through an 8:42 with a 158 mile per hour. They've got the wick turned up on that thing today. Whoa! Very out of shape for Craig Corbett in the Commodore in the Rocket Lane.
What is with Top Sportsman this morning, Pat?
I think they've all gone grab a gear and disappear, and that's kind of what they're all reaching for top gear straight away in the burnout, which is great. But also another car that we have not seen for quite a while, John Rigatos in the Falcon Ute over here. Great car, Johnny's Automotive and Phoenix Race Engines. You never know which John you're saying g'day to when you answer the phone over there because they're both Johns.
Oh, right.
So it's good to see Johnny out there. Lovely guy and a great combination that he's got together there. And clearly no shortage of power in the Bosco's race engine sponsored Commodore of Craig Corbett in the Rocket Lane there.
Yeah. If I showed you this photo that I've just taken of Craig Corbett's burnout mark, how would you explain that?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. It's like it almost looks like a rollback. You know,
well, that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, but the other way.
Yeah.
That's yeah, we're seeing all sorts of shapes getting thrown out off the start line here at Sydney Dragway today, which is wild. And before anyone says anything about the track surface, it's just been prepped and sprayed.
Yes.
So everyone's throwing all the power at it. Fennick out pretty cleanly with a little wiggle, and Corbett chasing him down too. Great reaction time from Johnny there. He's going to cross for an 8.27 at 167 mile per hour. Then Corbett with a 7.82 with an 8 at 177 mile per hour. So as you said, no shortage of power on display there. 0.78 reaction time for John Rigatos. That is a really healthy reaction time. Johnny hasn't been around for a little while. Eddie Howatch in the Enviro Waste 2J powered RX-7. Up there by Elite Race Parts, Gas Motorsport I can see down there as well. Then we've got Thomas Leake, the Pegs Auto Trim, Grand Am, Pontiac in the Rocket Lane. Eddie Howatch, of course, sponsored by Enviro Waste. Enviro's a great track sponsor. You can see their signage on the eastern walls there.
I've been associated with the racetrack for a number of years now, and of course, not only as a racer, but as a partner here. It's great to see that the Enviro Waste team just keep getting bigger and bigger. The recent purchase of the Mustang that
yes,
Paul Mahayat raced in
at the Winter Nationals.
Yeah, at the Winter Nationals.
Yeah, good to see Paul behind the wheel again as well. Obviously, plenty of experience there, so great to see him getting back out and enjoying all hard efforts, doing a lot of time, setting up cars, crew chiefing for people, things like that. Now he's getting to enjoy himself again. So
now Howatch is far from straight down the centre of the racetrack. He is pointing probably at the left-hand end of the rocket sign, the scoreboard at the other end.
I think we're expecting something here. Just going to bring it up. Yeah, there's a bit of a wiggle, and it is hiking the left side of the car up in the air, making all sorts of shapes. Leak's gone for a 786 with a 6 at 167. Howard 729 with a 4 with an early shut-off at 149 mile per hour. That is moving that car in the short track.
It was sort of...
It's moving all sorts of ways.
Pointing one direction, but moving over towards the wall there. Nice light for the Leak machine, though. There was 016, I think it was.
Absolutely. Yeah, so obviously, well-seasoned crew down there with the Enviro RX-7. They've got the car set up, which normally we would be slightly concerned when a car was pointing like that.
Especially a fast car like
especially
that.
a fast one, yep. But they're familiar with their chassis, so they're obviously working around something happening with that chassis, which is tricky.
Who was the other car? Was it Paul Mahoy driving the Gastelika too? I think it was at the GDR Festival, lining up every time to far over to the right-hand side of his lane.
Yeah, like a whole set of tyres to the right,
And then every time it'd bounce on the tyre, and then it'd
straight back,
bounce across, and then straight down across the start line, smacked it bang in the middle.
That's exactly right.
Every time he had you could clearly see the set of tyre marks that were left because he was the only one out there.
That's right. As we pointed out on the day, that's a crew knowing their car, right? Knowing what it's going to do. So, and the only way that you get that is just laps and laps and laps. All right, George Matter here in the A Civil Tirana. Always good to see this GPAC livery on the LH. 632 cubic inches. He's got the tyres in the air as per every pass for George. Heads on down for a 785 with an 8 at 173 miles per hour.
The crew pretty excited about that, so good pass. It was hard on those wheelie bars there. 173 mile an hour though. Wow.
Well, and last time out, he had a big wheels up incident and came down really hard. So good to see the crew get that car turned around back out here and running numbers.
All right, looks like we're about to move into extreme bike, Pat. If you like your bikes
certainly
long, fast,
and extra spicy.
Here you go.
Certainly, Brennan Miglianico out here in the Aeroflow lane. I can see another Brendan at the other end, getting him lined up for the burnout. Brendan Goswell out there. And we've got Ryan Franks on the Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, there's fluid. There's a lot of fluid out of the Franks machine there. I just noticed it, and then as I noticed it, the bike turned hard to the left in the burnout.
Well done to gather that up for Ryan there, and obviously not ideal situation, but
that's
still
oil mixed with methanol, I'd say.
Yeah. We've got Miglianico just putting up to the line into stage. Bike's on the two-step. Pretty clean launch there. Wants to wiggle its tail a little bit. 1.360 foot. Plus 148 mile per hour at half track. 767 with a 9 and 179 mile per hour. So a bit of a wild pass, but
you can see the gear changes in the black track.
Time. Bup.
There's a tight little
ignition
gap
each
missing
time.
in the black track. Yeah, so not a bad run there for Miglianico. He would have been unaware of what was happening for Franks in the Rocket Lane there. So
no, he's basically into stage, and the starter just leant over and go, "You're on your own, buddy," and sent him on down the track. All right, well, look, we're going to, the track crew's just going to clean up this little spill that we've got here in the Rocket Lane, so we might just jump across to some words from the track sponsors, and we'll be right back with round 4 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Just while we're cleaning up this little bit of oil, I've just been handed an announcement. If I could please have a car moved immediately. You're blocking in a racer. It is a grey Toyota Land Cruiser with the registration E for Echo, K for Kelly, X for X-ray, 31N for November. So if you own a grey Land Cruiser with the number plate EKX31N, could you please move it from where it is parked? And I'm sure the racer you're blocking in will be much appreciative. Thank you. Alrighty, Pat, we're back in Q1 of Extreme Bike.
Absolutely. The sweet sound of horsepower is once again ringing in our ears, this time in the shape of a couple of, certainly one as a party. I think there's two as a parties down there, isn't there? Just waiting for our data to come up on the screen. Back up here. I got one, that's all right. Of course, how can I forget Tree Buggy? Both in full stage.
Tree counts down, Sheree away first.
Both. Bit of confusion on the tree there by the looks of things, but tree across the 992 with a 156 mile per hour. Down as a party, obviously going through, obviously going through at 11.648, which is not representative of that combination. Good to see the crew down there. You can see Leonard, Bianca and Brandon walking back. So there's a lot of expertise between that whole crew down there. The as a party name synonymous with extreme bike racing here in Australia, certainly Sydney. Next pairing, we've got Joe Curry back out on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer and Brant Gilliver in the McHone Motorcycles backed Hayabusa by the looks of it, or GSXR, excuse me.
Not going to lie, I'm a little confused, Pat, because Curry ran under what I thought was performance bike earlier.
That's what I thought. I think they might be trying to find exactly where the Destroyers fit in now, because they used to be their own category, right?
Yes.
But I don't believe it runs anymore.
No, well,
so
they would have run under performance bike, I would have thought. But anyway,
still there as VCB, of course, comp bike, extreme bike.
Well, Curry lifted the wheel and then dropped it down and stood straight up. Problems for Gilliver in the rocket lane as well. Lots of flames. Didn't look like it wanted to shift into second, I dare say.
Yeah, hard in the limiter there.
Yeah.
Joe looks like it's still looks like his bike's still under power, so he's going to get on down to the early exit gate just past the finish line there.
Yeah, no, he stood up, sat up straight away on that machine.
Yeah. Next pairing, we've got Chris Hocking in the smart-looking Tiny Houses Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane, and Cheryl Beddoes once again on the Destroyer. Mrs. V-Rod herself. So yeah, it looks like they have made the move for those Destroyers into Extreme Bike, I guess, isn't it? Oh well, no, because
I'm confused.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing.
Much, but I'm confused.
Well, yeah, that's right. We are simple commentators, ladies and gentlemen.
When I have a moment, I will go inquire next door.
Yep.
As long as they know what's going on, that's what matters.
Exactly right.
Because what we say really is...
It really doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
Nice launch from Beddoes there. 058 reaction time. Not quite as on the money as her earlier pass, 009. Chris Hocking looks like he's had a bit of an issue down the track there. Beddoes goes through for a 926 with a 2 at 141 mile per hour. 1249 unrepresentative, 113 mile per hour for Hocking.
Yeah, I think Hocking's machine spun the wheel pretty hard on the start line.
Yep.
It certainly looked to be doing that from up here.
Certainly. All right, Mike Lawson on the Hayabusa down here. Great looking bike, this one.
I quite like this dark. Yeah. Would you say it's a brown? I reckon it's a brown. It looks.
I call it like a Coca-Cola sort of colour. That's the best way that I can describe it.
Come alive in a bright sunshine. Whoa! Whoa! Hang on to it, Mike.
Jeez. Great job to get that gathered up there. Lawson's going to go down and probably not run all the way out the back door, but 10.99 with a 744 mile per hour will go in the books for that pass.
Alrighty, Our next pair up, we have, looks like we're back into street bike now, Pat.
Yep.
And that is Jesse Barnes sitting in the Aeroflow lane.
David Burtonshaw, I believe, in
yes, that's correct.
Rocket Lane. Look at me remembering people's names.
All over it, sunshine.
Daniel,
right. So that's Daniel up to, I think, unless Josh can.
Yep. Yep. Josh has got his work cut out for him.
He's down there. He's just saw it.
I know.
He's physically just seen it, right?
I'm pretty sure because Josh was so close, Daniel just stayed into it a little longer. He went, you know what? And he's second gear as well.
And there's the telltale mark
that's
that I've
right.
just left as evidence for the next few passes. But that's what I did.
Pull your socks up, son. All right. Jesse Barnes into pre-stage. He's tiptoeing forward.
He's going to hit us up for tyre sponsorship soon.
Yeah.
Barnes away with a 008 red light. You can see him right down on that fuel tank once again, over towards the wall at half track.
Close race.
Yeah, once again, it was close last time. Only a 10th across the finish line. 10.13 with a 2.135 for Barnes to a 10.00.
10.08, I believe it was, with an O. 1.33 for Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane there.
All right, next up, Matthew Hunt on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Taking on Adrian Watson on the Yamaha R6. Hunt away nicely with an 073 light. Out in front of the Yamaha at the moment, 10.03 with a 5, 141 miles an hour to a 10.80 at 127 there for Watson in the Rocket Lane. Next up, we will have Greg Horadum from Wiley Flat in the Millions Racing Kawasaki. 1441 cc's power plant on board for him, taking on.
I want to say it's Joe Curry, but that's
not
Joe Curry. But I thought it was a similar name last night. I know it's Joe in the Rocket Lane because his number plate is Joe. There is Joe Borg.
I was going to say Joe Borg, yes.
Joe Borg.
Looks like some issues for Horadum in the Aeroflow lane. He's going to. He looked down after the burnout. He's just pushing himself back out of the way.
See if Borg can keep the nose down. A little stall, just not enough RPM on board, unfortunately, for Joe on this one.
Having a few issues with the motorcycles today. Normally they're very reliable.
Just looking down there, it looks like Joe's bike might have a gear shift position issue, or I wonder if he was reaching for the side stand. I mean, it looks like it's a street bike still, and those of you unfamiliar with bikes, and when you have the kickstand down on a bike, they have a little switch to cut the ignition. So in some cases, you can find that the little spring that holds the kickstand up can get a little bit loose, or over time and whatnot. So if you have a bit of a jump, so like when you let the clutch out and the bike sort of jumps, it might just drop enough that engage the kill switch. So
how do you get it? Can you start it and let it idle? Will it do that or not?
Sorry?
If you're not on it and you've got the kickstand down,
yes.
Can you start it and let it idle?
You can, obviously it has to be neutral.
Yeah, so once you put it in gear, it says no.
Correct. Yeah, it's like, this is probably not a good idea. Riding along with the kickstand down. Well, great.
What did you say before? I've got you full.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah,
we were talking about a motorcycle
wheelie control.
These high performance bikes that you buy from the factory now that have wheelie control make you look really good when you
look like a hero to everyone else.
You're still pegged it open and it hits a limiter or something to bring the front wheel down.
Yep. The bike's the guardian angel in the background saying, "I got you." Expletive. All right, so we've got Brian Vernon here on the Trident in the Aeroflow lane, and Andrew Richards once more, the Indian Scout.
Oh, it's great to see Brian. I missed his first run. It's great to see Brian back. He's a long-time competitor here at Sydney Dragway. I haven't seen him for
that reaction time would show you.
Yeah, 0.35 on the tree. He's lost nothing. And 12.14, I think it was there.
Certainly. Brian Gill back out on the ZZR 1100 Kawasaki. with the Wiimoto on board, and Mick Withers, heavy-duty mag. No stranger on the M8 Superglide.
Just waiting on the treaty countdown. There we go. 218, the better of the two lights on the start line. Gil will cross the finish line first, 10.83 with a 6, 127 miles an hour, to an 11.81 with an 8, 113 miles an hour for Mick Withers in the rocket lane.
As we've mentioned about other brackets, Bushy, as well, don't let the ETs of Mick Withers on that Harley fool you. He's been to the finals multiple times.
Yes.
Just through consistency.
It's not always about being the fastest. Mick has plenty of experience riding motorcycles.
Riding motorcycles, talking about motorcycles, writing about motorcycles.
Correct.
Dreaming about motorcycles.
Anything motorcycle.
All right, Sean Close there with an 0.16 reaction time on the YZF in the rocket lane. Very nice. Mark Hodges down there. It's 11.69 with a 7 at 130 for Hodges and 11.51 with a 4 at 125 for Close in the rocket lane.
Not a bad field of modified bikes here today. We've got 12 that have run down the racetrack so far, qualifying.
Certainly.
Just completed their second round of qualifying. And we're about to move into junior drag bike, I think, and then junior dragster, of course. So we're just going to fit our finish line apparatus down there, and Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly here at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship, round number 4, City Dragway.
Not slow. Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Okay, and Tegan Smith in a junior dragster Lucas Oil, APM Auto on board, as well as stop slows traffic control and liquid control in the Aeroflow lane. We've got Daniela Axiak with the Precision Racing backed Junior Dragster, a Junior Dragster I should say. Also with John Ryan Freight Management on board, pulling up to the line. Both seasoned campaigners, these young racers, and in the same category. So we're looking for reaction time and a mile per hour as well. I think if I remember correctly, Tegan Smith was one of the fastest mile per hour that we've seen in A Junior Dragster today, certainly. Okay, an 076 to an 089 light. Across through the 8th mile marker there, an 8070 to an 8083. Really close racing in this A Junior Dragster field. Always good to see.
Would we expect anything else?
No, not at all, Bushy. See much the same here from Savannah Condello in the Aeroflow lane. Chloe Riker. I know I'm always saying, you know, how good it is to see the juniors out here, how good it is to see the sponsors, how good it is to see the family, the travel, the commitment, all that sort of thing. But it's the only way that you can go about it, Bushy. You know, I mean, if you're not in it to win it, if it's not full commitment, with such tight racing, you know, like a competitive field.
Yeah, I think in many ways you can put that to any form of sport. Do you know what I mean? Like if you only race 3 times a year, or you only play football 3 times a year, or those sorts of things, it's very difficult to build a rhythm, build a routine, build a experience when you're only running that number of times a year. Where you chase a championship, as I said before, like we look at Savannah and Zane with their championship, they both, I think, were top 5 in the Eastern Conference. So, it just goes to show that being in that race car every second weekend or something obviously helps them. 8.30 there for Savannah, so a little bit slower on this pass than previous. And Reiko also dropped about a 10th as well, so maybe the air's changed a little bit out there, Pat.
Yeah, I think it's warmed up a little bit, definitely. It was pretty chilly.
But yeah, as I say, like, just back to what your comment was, I think the more that you do something, naturally the better you become at it, the more often you will find the little issues with, in this case, the car, or if it's another sport, with your technique, perhaps, and that gives you an opportunity to correct it or solve the problem, and then make in this case, the car more consistent, and give the driver more practice, because you can sit in front of a practice tree all you like. Like I said to someone the other day, I sit up here and I click my fingers on nearly every run, but there's no consequence to what I'm doing. Right? I'm not worried about, if I go red, I'm going home the first round in Queensland, and I've driven 12 hours to get here. 0.37 for Rottenbury to an 0.30 for Bennett in the rocket lane there. Good side-by-side race, only 300ths across the finish line. Rottenbury goes a little bit slower with an 8.10, and Bennett kicks the trend for the last few pairs, goes 8.07 with a 5, 80.67 miles an hour. So the Rottenbury car just fractionally faster in speed there too.
Fractionally faster, but both drivers still staying in the same position. Number 5 and number 6 qualify so far. But yeah, it's you're right, Bushy. It's the repetition is going to get you into a more comfortable state when you are in the car. Going through your start line procedure, that's just getting you more comfortable. You're just being more familiar with it. It turns into an automatic operation.
Yes, I think there's some people out there that are able to not be flustered by what's going on around them. They're naturally calm in themselves, but it's hard not to have butterflies in this situation. Even if, like you and I race on at a test and tune or whatever, you've still got that degree of anxiousness about, did I do this right, or did I do that right? And then the more that you do something, the less that becomes, in many situations, but they're a little bit jealous of some people that are able just to be cool, calm, and collected in all situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's. I mean, that's the beauty and the curse, I suppose, when it comes to motor racing. I mean, it's definitely drag racing for me. You can sit in the car and just about everything goes away.
Yes.
Especially once you've let go of that button, or
Yes.
if you put your foot to the floor and you're on your way. Everything goes away for the next little while.
Yes.
You get the euphoria at the end of the track as well. The endorphins come up because you've had all that excitement and adrenaline that's coming through. But to be able to just once you roll through the tunnel, for me, I think everyone's got their own little thing that they do in the car.
Yes.
Like you said, some people just turn up like they've eaten a slice of pizza and they get in the car and make a pass, and it's like nothing happened. But I sort of come through the tunnel as I'm about to enter the burnout box. I take a couple of deep breaths and just try and block everything else out.
Yes.
I don't care what I'm having for dinner later on. I don't, whatever that bloke said to me the other day. I don't care. All that sort of thing. And then go focus, and then I point at the things in my car.
Yes.
So I point at my shifter to make sure
It's
that
a
I'm
physical
first.
thing.
Yeah, I point to make sure that the rotary buttons are in the right spot. I point to this to make sure it's on, etc., etc. And then off we go. So the more you do that, then the more it becomes that instant operation. And I think that instant operation and that start line procedure really. Sorry, while I'm waffling on, Georgia Lufting's just gone 004 reaction time there. Amazing pass. The more that becomes automatic, the easier it is to forget about everything else, because then your mind and your body knows that it's time to race. It's time to perform. So,
yes.
And that's why getting these drivers, getting these young racers here to the track every time is such an important thing, and such an effort for their crew, their family, their sponsors, and all that sort of thing. That it can't be underplayed.
No, and as you say, that can only be achieved most of the time by repetition.
Yep.
I don't care what you say. In any sport, mindset is so much of a thing with how the athlete, how the driver, how the racer, how the sports person performs on the day. If they go in with the mindset that they're going to do well, that's half the start. To go in with the mindset that you're going to perform at your best, and you want to focus on a particular thing, then that's always a good way. If you go into something, particularly say with a sport, go like a contact sport, I don't want to get hurt, chances are that you probably will get hurt because you'll hesitate, right?
Yep.
I say this as a finely tuned athlete, of course, that's never played a contact sport in his life. But certainly it's a fantastic way to learn your craft, and as you said, kudos to all the families that race at every opportunity that they can, and it's fantastic to have all of our competitors here, because we've all put in effort to get here, not only to get the car here, but to build the car, to maintain it, to work for it. So it's fantastic to see, and the effort that's gone in is not unnoticed.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's quite admirable, and the support can be. So the support can be multiple things. It can be financial, of course.
Yes.
It can be, maybe indirectly financial, whether it's just, someone that has got a ute that can tow your trailer, or
or someone with a trailer.
Yeah, someone with a trailer that can get your car on
and
there.
a car hoist.
Yep.
Is a good mate.
Yep, that helps. It can be that, but it can be a mental thing as well. It can just be emotional support. It can be, just. If you're in the crew of a race team and you know your driver well enough, sometimes you need an icebreaker before it, because they are a nervous person by nature, and it might be a stupid thing like "there's your mate" when it's definitely not his mate, just to break the ice. Classic stitch up, or it could just be leave them alone for 5 minutes.
Yes,
and they're just going to go through the whatever. And all of that comes together, and that's why a crew's so important in drag racing. There's only one person driving the car, but it takes a community, it takes a village to get that car there and down the end of the strip.
Yes.
So
that's exactly right. There's not one person in a team, is there?
No, no.
All right, our next pair about to face the starter, Pat. We've got Brianna Boscovich and Benjamin Adard on the start line. Boscovich running for Liverpool Glass and Diecast Mania. I think the only Boscovich in Junior Dragster here today that I recall. It's been a long time since that's happened.
Yep.
And she's doing it for the family.
Yeah, I think most of the kids have aged out of juniors, I think, aren't they?
And runs on through for an 8.04 there, so going slightly slower than the previous pass, 82.7 mile an hour, so big speed. And I've missed there, unfortunately, what Adard ran in the rocket lane.
I missed it. The mile per hour was down, it's in the 70s, so not quite on there. But we've got Bailey Tandek here in the Aeroflow lane. A Civil, Al's Race Glides on board. A Junior Dragster here. And then George Takalis, Hugh Performance, C Junior Dragster there. Mixed Motorsports, Postman and Pro Science. And Danny's Polishing. Part of that ever important crew, as we were just talking about. We did waffle on for a bit there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
I think it was important.
It was important.
I think it was important.
I felt so.
Yeah. Both races just edging up towards pre-stage beam. Get the tap on the head or the touch on the roll bar. Very similar reaction time there, a 128 to a 123. Tandek obviously in the A Junior Dragster, so horsepower advantage there. 795 with an 8 at 82 mile per hour. That is a quick little A Junior Dragster. They're going to have to slow that down a little bit. Takalis goes through for a 12.35 with a 5 at 52. So I think George just feeling his way out there in the C Junior Dragster, still relatively new to the sport, I believe. A couple that aren't so new to the sport. Alex Rafalo, City Waterscapes A Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. And Jacob Longo, R&J Mechanical Repairs on board his A Junior Dragster. I like the decals on Longo's Junior Dragster. It's got the Dodge Demon style sort of unpredictable, I think it says down the side of it.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking car. I think Jacob has taken home a few trophies here from Sydney Dragway.
097 on the tree for Rafalo there, leading the way out of the hole.
These two should be very close based on their previous qualifying times.
Certainly mile per hour, super close there as well.
All right, looks like Jake McNamara on a solo here. Now, he went a little bit too fast in the first round of qualifying, so I dare say Crew Chief Brett would be out there. They've either made the call to assess the weather conditions or maybe put a little bit of weight in the car, perhaps.
Yep. I think definitely we've seen the trend that the weather has changed a bit. It's robbing a little bit of horsepower from these cars.
Yes.
Not all of them. Some are still running in that 82 mile per hour range, but like for like, the same cars seem to be going a little bit slower.
Yeah, I think probably that might have a bigger effect on the smaller engines within the category. You know, there are some that are 500-ish cc's, and then there's others that are 400. You know, that's a fair difference in engine size. Oh, looks like Jake's got to about 100 foot out, and there was a big free rev now.
Yeah.
Left
a little bit early too, yeah, 009.
Slight red light there now. I know Jake last time here at Sydney Dragway with this big engine in didn't go home with that motor in the car, unfortunately, and I hope that that hasn't happened again. But doing exactly what he should and pulling over to the side of the racetrack.
Certainly doesn't look like from here, at least, that it's dropped anything on the track. So might be maybe a belt or something.
Perhaps.
Possibly due to the free rev.
They do tend to give the clutch a little bit of clutch and the crank a little bit of a hard time if all that's not in complete alignment. But as you say, there's nothing on the racetrack that anybody seems to be picking up. But that is the side of the engine that Brett has gone straight to in the clutch. So
Lucky enough, they're pretty easy to push.
Yeah, no, we'll certainly find out what went on there. I hope they don't have to go through a thrasher swapping an engine, because the junior pits is pretty good like that. Everybody gets involved, and I don't know how. I don't know how they fit so many people around such a small car.
Yeah, that's right. Get out of the way. Get to put your elbow somewhere else, maybe. Yeah, I need to get in there.
Like they're half scale to a top fuel dragster, of course, but the engine compartment's even smaller because they move everything back.
That's right.
Onto the towards the rear of the car.
And how many people can work on one cylinder, really?
Well,
you know.
Let's hope the crew can get the issue rectified and get the car back out for the third round of qualifying.
Yep. Bushy, I'm not as familiar, but do they run some sort of containment unit underneath the?
Not that I'm aware.
Juniors? Yep.
We actually ran on our smaller engine, because it still had the pull start.
Yep.
I was saying before, we actually ran a ballistic blanket.
Yep.
For the reason being that the flywheel's actually spinning towards the driver and towards the crew, right?
Yep.
And early days, people were running the original cast iron flywheel.
Yep.
Which
let's not go there.
No, let's not go there.
Yep.
Like anything over about $5,000, they
leave
literally
the chat.
came apart.
They leave the chat.
They leave the chat. So now they're all billet, and these things revving to $9,500, $10,000 across the finish line. So they're working pretty hard at the other end, and they work pretty hard at the front end of the racetrack too. Like they're running 1.6 or 1.7 60 foots.
Yeah, and they're close to dead hooking as well. Right? There's not a lot of wheel spin happening here. So.
Nope. So the clutch and the belt do work pretty hard, and there's a lot of strain on the cranks and that sort of thing, Yep. So, but yeah, they are mechanical, and of course they are prone to breakaging, but on the whole, pretty reliable.
Yeah. Riley Ito just making another pass down there. I believe this is the second pass of the day that could be licensing, as far as we're aware.
Potentially, yes. He's gone 8.22 with a 5 there.
That's not a bad time for a B.
He's a little bit quick for a little bit quick for a B, but that's okay. The car didn't stumble that time. It did a little bit on the hit of the throttle, I think, on the first pass. I think a B junior is like an 860.
Yeah, it might be putting some weight in that car.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we've got another new runner down here in Emma lifting.
Yeah, so Emma came out this morning. I think it was an 015 light she left on the Christmas tree.
Great way to introduce yourself to drag racing.
Yeah, it sets a pretty high benchmark, doesn't it?
Yeah,
makes it a little bit difficult to back that up. But anyway, I'm sure she's up to the task.
Yeah, because it's pretty harsh when if you run an 030 reaction time, that you're half as good as your last time.
Yes.
That's or that's 100% worse than your first trip. Oh man, 030 is still nothing to laugh at.
100%. Well, it is a sport decided by thousandths of a second.
Okay, so as we just get Emma towards the starting line here, you will notice, hard to miss them, the junior drag bikes pulling in down there. It does look like a nice fresh tyre on the back of Josh Burtonshaw's bike down there. So I wonder if it's going to look as healthy after this one. Emma has backed it up with an 010 reaction time, by the way. So let's not mention anything about going slower.
That means an 005 next time.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the trend, right? So you got to follow it. What a great way to start in junior dragsters. Crosses through. Yeah, don't know if it's quite a 211 mile per hour there. Might have had a little bit of a gremlin in the timing marker down there. That's all good. All right, so crossing over Joshua Burtonshaw again, a little reserved with.
I don't even know if there was any smoke there.
Yeah, I can see the can see the line, but we've got Anastasia Lucky, of course, on the Yamaha R15 in the Rocket Lane.
It's all right. I'll stop stirring it now.
Yeah.
No, I'm not putting any pressure on him anymore. 168 light there for Josh. Lucky with a 674. Josh will get there first. A 988 with a 9. Backs up the 991 with an 8. 68 mile an hour. And 1167 with a 9. 54 mile an hour for Lucky in the Rocket Lane there.
Nice improvement for Lucky.
Yeah.
Good, they're about a 10th faster in ET, so improving her number 2 qualifier. We've got Lincoln Delios here on the little Honda CBR 125. Should ask the crew, Bushy, about the wheelie bar setup for Lincoln's bike. I wonder if it's sort of, I mean, he's right forward on that bike as well. Bit of an issue off the start line there, but I just wonder if it's the chassis, the frame size of the bike. Maybe it just wants to really pull the front wheel up.
Potentially, or he might just really want a wheelie bar.
Well, that too. I mean, fair enough. I can't have a wheelie bar, and so I'm jealous. Lincoln's got one. I don't have one.
Well, you can always get one fabbed, mate. It's all good.
No, I'm not allowed to, mate. I run radials. It's illegal.
Is it actually? No.
Not in all the classes, but it's not. It's frowned upon. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I wasn't aware of such rule, but okay. All right, so that rounds out our junior drag bike qualifying session number 2. And I can see our street fighters were moving forward under the tunnel, so we're not too far away from their second qualifying round. Now, I was told that Jake McNamara was going to coach his brother Will in the Subaru.
Oh, yep, okay.
Try and get that reaction time down a little bit.
Well, he's the first car in the Rocket Lane, about to come up towards the burnout box. I can't see. I'm thinking. Is the tracks? Yes, it is a rerun.
Oh, they've done a rematch.
They've
okay,
done a
so
rematch. Yep.
I'm going to try best of 3 maybe. I still don't know if there's any skin in the game. I haven't been told that yet, but yeah.
Brett's surely down there. He'd be able to tell us.
Well, I mean, if you want to wash a car, mine's desperate for a wash.
Mine too, actually. I drive past 2 quarries every day. Yeah, Benny's bike needs a bit of a polish, so might as well.
So we shouldn't be too far away. We're just finalising the pack-up of the finish line apparatus for the junior dragsters.
Gates closed. You can see the track crew just throwing a little bit of prep down there.
Do a traction prep for the tracks.
Well, it's turbo, right?
I don't know. Are they?
I think they are.
My brother's got one that's not turbo.
Oh, really? Well, maybe it depends on the model.
Although this one's red, so it's
definitely
it's got
faster.
another 20 horsepower just for the colour. Of course, ladies and gentlemen and racers, if you are down in the pits and need any safety equipment, go and visit Greg at the Simpson Race Products trailer just to the west of the scrutineering shed. Got a pretty good stock of most bits and pieces down there that you might need for today, or if you're looking to update your safety equipment, go and have a chat. See if he can help you out with whatever you need. There's over 30 years experience in selling the Simpson product, and great wealth of knowledge behind the counter to make sure that you get the right equipment for your needs. And also a very good known brand in motorsport in general.
Really can't go wrong.
Not only drag racing, but all forms of motorsport. The Simpson product is definitely one of the most refined safety brands out there.
Yeah, the hybrid neck restraint system. We see many different styles of motorsport races using that. Be it supercar guys, of course.
Yeah, it's a good point, Ben. We just see the juniors pushing back on the lifting team. That golf buggy working pretty hard.
Yeah.
pushing one and towing two.
Right. Not to mention the pimped out wheels that are right in the arches too. So that's a good look, guys. We love it.
All right, so as we say, we've got Megan White in the Holden Tracks running for Fine Line Motorsports in the Aeroflow lane. She's one up already on Will McNamara, who's in the Subaru Impreza. Of course, the Boxster 2.4 litre under the bonnet for him.
We can see Brett down there as well, Brett White. He surely know if there's some skin in the game. Brett, if you can hear us, give us a thumbs up if there's skin in the game between these two.
Oh,
there we go.
There it is. We'll have to find out what it is.
It's a thumbs up, so it's on. We'll see if Williams had some training since the last pass.
No pressure at all, Bill.
Right,
you know, like, it's only bragging rights for the next 6 months or so. All right, shouldn't be too far away. Of course, these races looking to be very close to their previous run because that'll help them pick a dial in for the first round. I know that you know, Pat and I sit up here and make joke of what they're doing, but they're out there you know, wanting to race this afternoon and wanting to go some rounds and hopefully win some points to the championship series. And who knows, if they do well, they might be very, very keen to come back for the next one. But of course, if you're sitting on the live stream or at the track and want to give racing a go, here's two examples of you don't need a full-on race car to get out here and give the full experience of drag racing a go. By that, I mean dial-ins, reaction times, the whole lot. I know that we have our Wednesday night Aeroflow Race Reveal Wednesday nights where you can come out and run your car. We have the reaction time challenge, but outside of the challenge, the reaction time has no consequence. No. So here, a little bit later, the reaction time will actually aid you if you cut a good light to get to the finish line first, and then hopefully take the win. So let's see if Will in the Rocket Lane, the white Subaru, has got a better light. Oh, he's taken this one. That's one.
It's given it away.
One apiece. It was an 023 red light. Will's reaction time, good improvement. Went 303 on the tree there. Much closer to Megan across the finish line in this one. Megan will get there first. 17.75 with a 3.77 mile an hour. And a 17.75 with a 2. There was a thousandth of a second across the finish line between the two in terms of ET.
Great fun racing there, and good to see everyone having fun. All right, so back up we got Petro Tallarico here in the Commodore Ute. The NV customers on board. Danny Stadelmeyer, he's chased that light again, a 003 red. He's going to kick himself on that one, but he'll be back for the next round, no doubt about it. He's going to lead the way all the way to the stripe with a 13.63 with an 8 at 98.98 mile per hour. And Tallarico there, 14.64 at 95 mile per hour.
Next up, we'll have Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill in the Falcon taking on Monique Zara in the Statesman. Zara's raced a number of different cars here at Sydney Dragway, mostly sedan-based street or super street cars. The other one was a Hilux Ute. She ran with a 308 Holden motor in it.
Yeah, okay.
But, the trusty steed for today, the Statesman. 14.43 with a 2.97 mile an hour for Ben Roberts to a 15.67 for Monique in the Rocket Lane there. Next pair up, we'll have Glenn Featherston from Carlingford in Fenwick's Marina VZ Commodore, the 3.8 litre power plant on board, taking on Jack Matasevic. 0.65 on the tree for Matasevic in the Falcon, running for Modern Style Kitchens.
There's always one to beat here, Jack Matasevic in the Street Fighter class.
You can hear that Falcon 6 screaming at the top end. 14.33, 97.9 mile an hour through the finish line to a 15.35 at 88 for Featherston in the Commodore.
All right, Shaw Dartnell up here on a solo in the I-30. Acoustically and aero modified now in the I-30, chasing that little edge. 181 reaction time. Okay, Dartnell crosses through for a 16.706 at 82 miles per hour. And we will move into Super Street. We've got the RS3 back up to the line with the HSV GTS, I believe. LSA powered VF HSV down there. You can hear the launch control on the RS3. It's going to time out. Unfortunately, the tree looks like it's timed out there. So we'll get the cars just to back up and re-engage the tree. In a second, we'll reset it. Braden Stewart's in there. JM Auto Repairs on board with the Audi RS3, 5-cylinder turbo. So much potential out of those engines. They're basically a 10-second car once you tune it and add E85 to the fuel tank. It's not a bad combination.
Which is pretty
really,
scary when you think about it, isn't it?
It's pretty impressive. Dave Morton, of course, in the LSA Power Club Sport in the Rocket Lane. Seen him out here quite a few times, which is great to see. Late model. And, you know, I mean, look, let's face it, a HSV, a VF, you know, a lot of people are putting those sort of, you know, up on jack stands in their garages these days. So it's great to see Dave out here enjoying his. Okay, looks like the track crew and starters got the tree reset, so we'll get our Super Street races back in. Braden chasing that light. He's gone 018 red. Dave Morton is going to lay the power down as he gets on down there in the big VF Commodore. He's going to cross through for a 1067 with a 2 at 130 mile per hour.
Wow.
1181 at 114 for Braden.
Big speed out of the Commodore, Pat.
Yeah, definitely. You can just see it starting to pack on the power. I mean, I know it's not the fastest car that we've had here today, but those big old street cars, once they get moving, there's a lot going on there.
Our next pairing out will be Mark Elborn in the HQ utility for Power Plus Race Fuels at New South Wales, taking on Chris Zammit in the Rocket Lane, of course, in the trusty VT.
Yep. So we know Buddha down there. Both cars no stranger to Sydney Dragway at all. Oh, double red there. Both chasing the tree. An 029 to an 041. Ah, you put the knockers on him, mate. You
Well,
gave him the trusty VT.
I think he had a similar issue not that long ago. I'd say we could hear the screeching tyre on the on the live stream through the track mics, and then doing the right thing and pulling over. The track officials are just going to have a bit of a sticky.
Judging by the way that the car wants to push a little bit to the left when he tries to put the gas on, I reckon it's done a CV shaft. Not uncommon on that VT to VZ IRS. They're good for a factory unit, but once they've had enough, they've had enough.
Well, I think he's running either a slick or a non-street tyre. Like
yes. Yeah,
not your normal
slick,
street tyre.
Yep.
So you're naturally going to give a little bit more traction, which therefore puts more load through the drivetrain, and the axle is the weak link.
Exactly right. And
out of the drivetrain, that's the best bit.
Yeah.
That's what you want to brake if you want to brake. If you have to brake something, that's
Correct.
what you want to brake.
And considering on that VT to VZ, from base model through to the top of the Waz's GTS, they're all the same.
Oh, really?
So you can just go and get one out of anything. Whether it's a V6 or it's a V8, you just need a drive shaft for
really?
a
I would
VT
have
to
thought
VZ.
that they would have put something a little bit more substantial in the performance models.
I used to have 2 spare pairs for my car.
Because they're different lengths, obviously.
No, the But it was just you buy them in pairs from a wreckers, and
right.
they're $150 for a pair or something like that, or
Yes.
$50 each from a bloke on Marketplace that's wrecking an old VX wagon somewhere, and you go and rip them out in his driveway, and off you go. But yeah, not a difficult thing to change generally.
All right, looks like Brian Adder-Singh and Sammy Joe doing battle once again. Sammy Joe pulling the brakes on it around half track once again in the red Commodore. 11.69 with a 9. Very close in the 60 foot for the 2, and a 12.42 with a 110 mile an hour for Adder-Singh in the airflow lane. Now, Sammy's recently gone away from the manual gearbox that she had and has recently installed the Turbo 400.
Come to the dark side.
Yeah, she's come to the dark side, I should say. She was cutting some pretty good lights on Wednesday night. And she's also done a two-step. Thank you, Ben. I failed to remember that bit.
Stuart Howell in the airflow lane goes through for an 11.61 with a 6, 117 mile per hour in the bright yellow HQ Ute. Rodney Balgowan, 0.54 reaction time there. Crosses for a 12.72 with a 4 at 111 mile per hour. Nice pass from Rodney. Okay, good to see the drag van back down here as always. Martin Stevenson and Alan Stevenson, of course, both backed with Power Plus New South Wales race fuels. Got the family bragging rights on the table,
yes,
as always.
It's great to see that the level of support that they put into our sportsman races, certainly here at Sydney Dragway. 0.85 on the tree for Martin. Alan will just have to watch the drag van drive away. 10.29 with a 6 at 129 through the finish line to an 11.29 with a 5. Only a thousandths across the finish line. Thought the drag van might have pulled away a little bit more than that.
Yeah. Not bad. All right, so we've got Craig Warren in the LJ Tirana, City Scrap Steel, excuse me, and Adam Bowers in the Rocket Lane, HQ. Got a bit of an issue here at the line again. There we go, we've got the data for Adam and his race number here on the screen, which is just holding us up. We didn't want to miscategorising his pass and get a bit confused with qualifying times here. So he's in full stage. We're just waiting for Craig to bring the Tirana in.
Oh, Craig Warren hiking that left front pretty high on the start line, as it always does. Really dragging the right-hand rear back of the butt guard on the ground. Yeah. 10.160, 131 mile an hour through the finish line. But Bowers got there first. 10.08 with a 2, 131.
Yeah, I think that's they found a bit more performance out of that car recently. It seems to be getting along.
Yeah,
a bit better than normal. Corey Stutchbury here in the VX Commodore, PSC Racing, Power Plus New South Wales on board, nitrous-powered, nitrous-assisted car, I should say, on that one. And we've got Adam Zielkowski on the VE Ute in the right lane. Just goes red with an 0.42. Stutchbury away. Nice 60-foot time, 154 and 60 there. And not a bad 60 realistically for the VE Ute in the Rocket Lane either. 10.701 at 126 for Stutchbury, 11.99 with a 4 at 115 mile per hour.
Doing pretty well. All right, next up we have Barry Willis in the Ford Mustang. 410 Cleveland on board, running here in Super Street, taking on Brett Stutchbury in in the Holden Commodore. The Mustang away nicely, 068. Just in front of Stutchbury's 076, but the Commodore with the horsepower at the top, 1037 with an 8, 137 miles an hour. And a 1084 with a 4 at 124 for Barry Willis in the Aeroflow lane.
I think Barry Willis might be the luckiest bloke around. He's sponsored by his wife.
They're the ones you want those sorts of sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. That means that he's allowed to go racing.
Yes.
All right, Mark Hopkins out in the little LX Tirana, Holden 312 cube power on board. Henry Spickak in his Commodore Ute LS3. Bit of a staging battle here. 004 on the reaction time from Henry.
I tell you, Hopkins didn't look bad on the light, but the computer's telling me otherwise.
Yeah. I think it's when you get such a good reaction time in one lane, the less than ideal reaction time in the other lane still looks pretty good.
Yes, true. 1084 with a 7, 124 for Hopkins to a 1202 at 117 for Spickak in the rocket lane there.
It just goes down the track every time, doesn't it? That LX. I mean, most of the cars do that as well, but it's so consistent and so clean. Very well done. That Matasevic in the Cortina, Aeroflow lane. We've got Peter Giddens, gets out. Sorry, I should clarify, both Cortinas in the lanes. It's going to be decent.
Matasevic
with a 7. Excuse me, Bushy, 128 mile per hour to an 11.24 with a 7 at 120 mile per hour. For Giddens in the rocket lane.
Yeah, they look a little bit closer than that from up here, but I think the Matasevic car just pulling away probably in the last 100 metres or so in the racetrack.
A little bit more power there at the big end, I would say.
Next up we have Bruce Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air. 572 cubes of big block Chev on board this car, taking on Richard Matasevic in the Modern Styles Kitchen XY utility. Matasevic taking his time with the stage. 016 on the tree.
Bit of a slip of the brake for Ritchie, I think, in the Aeroflow lane. He's gone red. 1071 with a 2 at 123 mile per hour for Matasevic in the rocket lane. 1126 with a 2 at 126 miles per hour for Ritchie.
Con Aranios from Holsworthy in the Holden Commodore, taking on Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics Holden Tirana. Now, Peter had some issues on his first pass, so hopefully he's got those sorted and can get a representative time. He's run here plenty of times here at Sydney Dragway, one of our long-time sponsorship partners as well. So if you're needing anything transported around the Sydney Basin on the same day, you can give Go Logistics a call and they will definitely look after you. It might not be delivered in the Holden Tirana that's about to run 1079 with a 4, 123, but I'm sure if you ask nicely, he might do it.
Well, look, I mean, it might as well be delivered in the Tirana because we use Go Logistics all the time at work, and they are the best delivery company in Sydney. And I'm saying that as someone who's relying on deliveries with work, and someone who my previous employer, Rocket Industries and Aeroflow, I was begging them to get Go Logistics on board. They finally have.
Yes.
And I can order something at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Caringbah.
Yes.
And get it from Rocket the next morning at 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, nice.
There is no other courier company in Australia that is better. And while I was waffling on and singing the praises of Go Logistics, Mitchell Gregory had his hands full in that Impala.
He wasn't moving around a lot, but he was very close to the wall. You might have me take my breath. I don't like it when the cars or bikes get right over to the wall, because although the full width is prepped, over there is not as prepped as in the middle.
You get a little bit
it's
of
not ideal.
You get a little bit of exhaust remnants and rubber and all sorts of things over the side. Maybe you just heard me talking about Go Logistics and wanted some more details of the signage on the wall.
Yes, potentially. But no, in all seriousness, a good courier company is Go Logistics. I've not heard anything bad about them at all. And started from just a very small two guys having an idea, almost the beer coaster idea at the pub, you know, and now they service 7,000 customers. Really good job.
Richard Matisic down there in the Camaro, 0.75 reaction time, 1:54.60, goes through for a 10.68 with a 9, 125 miles per hour. Another consistent racer down there.
Yeah, it goes all right, the big block Chevy Camaro.
Gotta love a Camaro with a big block, man. It's hard to go wrong there.
All right, I think that's the end of Super Street round number 2. We're moving into modified bike, of course, brought to us by bikereview.com.au. And on track now we have Michael Riches and Gareth Wilcox. Riches from St Ives on the AMS Water Meters Suzuki 750.
And the Spook ZX14 is supported by a Hustle and Hedgehog YouTube channel. I'm not exactly sure what the Hustle and Hedgehog YouTube channel is, but I'm going to check it out tonight to find out. It's also sponsored by Team Digger Racing. It's Wilcox in the Rocket Lane.
093 on the tree for Riches. Recently fitting the Fuel Tech fuel management system on this bike. 10.18 with a 0, 134 mile an hour through the finish line.
10.53 with a 5 and 138 mile per hour for Wilcox in the Rocket Lane. The extra cubes in that ZX14 really pulling him across the line. Back there. Next up, we've got Michael Borg on the Kawasaki. And Albie Davidson on the TL1000S. Team Digger, supported by thevinyltree.com, All Care Car Services, and DPF Centre Rutherford.
More issues on the hip with Davidson.
Yeah, not quite right on the TL1000.
Borg away nicely, runs through for a 964 with a 0, 139 miles an hour. Davidson running nitrous oxide on that motorcycle. I think his first pass he had a similar problem as well. So.
Yeah, I think there was something not right.
Next up, Cheryl Beddoes and Bobby Joe Simmons. Simmons in the Rocket Lane for Reed Carpentry on the Suzuki Hayabusa, a modified bike. Cheryl Beddoes for Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport. And there's a sponsor to have. Westpac Bank.
Westpac Bank.
Imagine where you could go with that. 11.56 with a 6 for Beddoes there. Christopher Costello on the Harley V-Rod in the Aeroflow lane out for the second qualifier in the A-modified bike.
Sean Ricketts in the Rocket Lane with the Kawasaki ZX12. Let's see, last pass out, Ricketts had a bit of a traction issue off the line, I think, from memory.
He did. Now, the other thing is Brendan usually crews for both these guys, of course.
Yes.
Is he going to stand in the middle? He's got to stand in the middle. Yeah, there we go.
You've got to see both, but, you know, family first, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's why he's on that side.
Whoa. Another big issue there for Ricketts. I don't know if it's done a chain or...
He's lucky he didn't move there, right? So his reaction time is not going to have an issue.
Yeah.
He's still 1:46.9 to the 60. Costello through the finish line with a 12.28, so not representative for him, but a 9.38 with an 8, 141 mile an hour for Ricketts. If you're going to be lucky, that's how you do it.
About as lucky as you get. I think the bike must have just popped out of gear, or maybe he didn't have it in gear, possibly, because it didn't move anywhere.
I'm not sure. He looked straight down as soon as he, I assume, let go of the two-step or whatever he's got on the rev limiter on the bike.
The clutch,
And nothing happened. And then as I said, he didn't move. So he only had to move a fraction forward and he would have tripped the timer.
Yeah.
And then that run would have been wasted.
Lucky on that one. But nonetheless, that brings to the end of bikeReview.com.au performance bike. And we are straight into Super Sedan here with Cameron Pease, the mighty Toyota Corolla, and Nathan Watt in the Bell Commodore. Watt's just gone out on a 009 red. Pease is out there wheeling that Corolla on down the track. It's going to cross Watt with a 927 and a 3 at 145 mile per hour. 861 with a 5 at 153 mile per hour. Very consistent for Cameron Pease in the Toyota Corolla down there. 1J power.
Yeah, we're 1, 2, 4 to the 60.
Yeah, that is a... that would be a fun car to drive, I think.
It stands up on the tyres and it's gone. Like it's a
well sorted chassis.
Yeah, yeah. Daniel Malakoit in the VT Commodore taking on Nathan Cowie in the Mighty Boy. The Mighty Boy away with an 047 and a 917 with a 5, 145 mile an hour through the finish line for the Mighty Boy, to a 976 with a 3 at 141 miles an hour for the VT there.
Chris Creech, Perfection Racing, is back out in the Commodore Ute. And we've got David Gruber, of course, in the LJ Serrana from LIT Consulting in Queanbeyan Towing, providing support down there. Plenty of limiter on the burnout from Gruber. Down here, we see Creech just getting his car sorted, bringing it up into stage here. Gruber ready and waiting.
Big wheel stand for Gruber in the rocket lane there. 039 on the tree, but an 017 for Creech. He's not going to catch the Tirana on this run. 932 with a 6 at 143 mile an hour for the rocket lane, to a 966.
What a good argument to catch the Tirana, though, from Creech there.
Mile an hour was similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's definitely was I think probably reeling him in.
All in the 60 foot, really. I mean, that almost just comes down to the weight of those two cars.
Yes.
So. Might be time for a couple more pounds of boost for Creechy in the Commodore, mate. Just even things up a little bit.
Page up a few times, you reckon?
Yeah. All right, so Nigel Hartis back out here in the RB30 powered Hartis Racing VL Calais. And then we've got Jim Denaro. Denaro chassis Ford Cortina.
Did Jimmy run in the first round?
No, I don't believe he did. If he did, I apologise, but I don't remember seeing the Cortina run. I don't remember seeing Jim's name come up. Unless, of course, I was waffling on like I sometimes do.
We both sat here and watched. I didn't see it.
Yep. Bit of a staging duel here. I think being that the RB30 car, I want to get up on the trans brake and build boost, usually waiting to go in second. Pretty clean launches, close in the 60 foot, but the RB30 is going to lead the way further down the track. It's definitely got the mile per hour. 896 with a 9 at 151 mile per hour to a 973 at 136. Now, I think I might have heard a little bit of maybe some braking up halfway down the track there. So
I thought I heard that too. I'm not sure out of which car though.
Okay, Aaron Cochrane back out here with his nitrous-assisted VS Commodore Ute. Joe Kabura in the XY. See, Cochrane had a little bit of a traction issue last time out. Let's see if he can't get a bit more forward drive and get a representative time, because this little 383 Cuba is packing a bit of a punch.
Nice wheels
much cleaner off the line.
017 on the tree as well. Out in front of Cochrane. Looks like Kabora will run through for a 905 at 147 miles an hour to a 984 with a 3 at 138.
That's very representative, I think. Stout burnout from Rex Webster there in the Austin Ute.
Definitely.
He's Has he got some new tyres on maybe? He's trying to bed in there? Or?
I'm not sure. I think Adam Hunter hit the limiter a few times there as well.
Yeah.
So he's certainly giving it a crack for Hunter Race Engines.
Well, if he built it himself, possibly, then all power to him.
You can't blame the customer for over-revving it then, can he?
No, that's right. I told you, as he stares into a mirror. I told you.
$9,000 was the limit, I told you.
All right. Nice reaction time. 129 for the Austin in the Aeroflow lane. 951 with a 7 at 140 mile per hour for Webster, and 957 with a 6 at 141 for Hunter in right lane. All of the RPM on board for us there in the Aeroflow lane. Alpha Axiac back out with LCR shop fitters, Mazda RX-2, and of course Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore, Zammit Borg Racing in the Rocket lane. Just going to wait. Just going to check the Rocket lane, just make sure there's nothing too much happening down there. Might have been a bit of a haze sighted from Hunter's Falcon. Seems like we're all good to go, so we'll get both drivers back into stage. Once again, Axiac in the Aeroflow lane, the green RX-2, 13B rotary power on board. Joe Zammit in the blue VL Commodore there, 383 Holden motor. Axiac brings the RPM up, gets the RX-2 to build up a bunch of boost. Oh, raises the wheels to the heavens. Gets out with a 121 60-foot, I think, on the back wheels. He's going to head on down through there for an ET of 929 with a 4 at 138 miles per hour. Joe Zammit 10.05 with a 1 at 131 mile per hour.
Gee, but he gets through that gearbox really well, doesn't he, Alf, with that RX2?
Yeah. Yeah, he's happy to row him. All right, so we've got Michael Little back here, the little LJ Tirana. Pardon the pun, little LJ Tirana. Little, 434 cubic inches of Chevy goodness under the bonnet of that LJ. Some support from M&T Little Plumbing and Royal Lancers at Forbes. We've got Sean Sorbello here in the Turbo VS VR Commodore. .028 reaction time from Little in the Tirana. Even though it's lifted the front wheels, it is straight as an arrow down the track. 132 60 foot, 9300 at 142 mile per hour to a 1025 with a 6 at 134 mile per hour, which is a very clean run for Sean Sorbello in the Rocket lane. Great pairing there.
Do you know who's not here?
Who's not here?
Sean Maher. I don't think I've ever been to a track championship round without Sean Maher.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why I just thought of that, but...
Well, because you haven't seen him.
Yeah.
I think, of course, we hope that everything's all good with Sean. I hope to see him back here at Sydney Dragway sooner rather than later. If anyone out there listening or watching at home knows, we hope there's a good reason for Sean not being.
It's all good. Maybe he's taking the short down.
Reaction time there, 027 to an 026.
Yeah, only thousands between the two. Looks like the Utes out in front though, Pat. 922 with a 3, 144 for Lou Palumbo to a 964 with a 5 at 137 there for Andrew Little in that Chevy Camaro.
Certainly the horsepower showing up the difference between those two competitors at the big end of the track. Robert Velastro here brings Performanceville.
All the way down from Queensland is Robert, so fantastic to see yet another one of our interstate competitors taking the opportunity to run here today.
Certainly, Briggs Performance, maybe not as well known here in Sydney, but certainly no stranger to Willowbank and other racetracks in Queensland. They've got their name behind some really fast equipment up there, so good to see one of their products down here as well. Velastro's in full stage. It's got a 227 reaction time. It's a 1.4 60 foot. It's pouring the power on. Crosses through for a 965 with an O at 142 mile per hour.
All right, looks like we're about to move into our next round of qualifying for Super Gas Eliminator. Of course, the fixed index 990 is what these races are looking for. And this is their second qualifying round, but we'll also see the final run between Vince Panetta and Joe Catanzariti, which is left over from the NDRC round, the Nitro Champs that we had earlier in the year.
Coming up.
The event was cut short for some of the sportsman races due to the cold weather. We weren't able to get to the finals. So two very tough races on the start line.
We had all of the RPM from the Polido car down there in the Rocket Lane during the burnout, which is great to see, very pro-stock-esque.
Yes. Well, I mean, if there's anybody that can rev a Ford power plant, it's something with the name Polido.
Yes.
Just waiting on our tree to switch over.
Okay, so we've got both cars coming forward into full stage. Polito in the Rocket Lane, Anthony Panetta in the right. Both hunting down that 990 index, an 027 to an 024 reaction time. So this is going to be a close one across the line. 991 with a 9, 148 mile per hour. Nicholas Polito right on the money there. 10.03 with a 2 at 157 for Panetta. So plenty of horsepower with Panetta, but just not quite cutting the, looks like the 60 foot was a little down. All right, I mean, next we're moving on to the Romeos. Roy in the 27 Ford Roadster in the Aeroflow lane, and Luke, of course, in the VP Commodore. Both amazingly well presented Supergas competitors here. Luke's just gone red, 023. Well, 006 reaction time for Roy. Just like the experience winning out there. Ooh, both a breakout actually. 986 with a 5 to a 986 with a 6. Would you believe it? That is some kind of record, I'm sure, between those two. Obviously, as Bushy mentioned earlier, 990 is the index that we're racing to here in Supergas Eliminator. So if you go faster than that, then you are basically not disqualified, but it's not counted. So it's classed as a breakout. Joe Catanzariti down there in the Firebird. Nice stout burnout. And then Vince Panetta in the Rocket Lane with the Tirana. So I believe this is the semi-final for Supergas, following from the Nitro Champs finals. So a bit of a rerun here. So this is an important one. This isn't just a qualifier, folks. We've got Joe in the aeroflow lane already in pre-stage, just awaiting Vince to pull up. He has accepted the tree. Joe straight into full stage. He's keen to get this on and done with. 024 to an 010 reaction time. Looks like Panetta is going to lead the way down there. Let's see how he's got it all figured out. Catanzariti coming back. Whoa, Catanzariti with the win. A 993 with a 2 due to the breakout from Vince Panetta. 989 with a 5. That is pretty damn close, but a great pass from both competitors, and good to see them get that semi out of the way. So congratulations to the Catanzariti crew on that one. All right, and that will be it for Supergas Eliminator. As you can see, we have some boosted outlaws down there. We've got Craig Burns, SCF Race Cars in the Villain Mustang. Looks like he may be on a single. Looks like I can see some of the boosted outlaws moving through the tunnel now. So we may get 2 cars pass on this one. Just waiting for clarification. All right, so as you can well hear, we are back with Boosted Outlaws. Craig Burns, SCF Race Cars, the Villain. Solid burnout there. Brittany Olive in the Dragster. A little bit more reserved. I'm not sure if that was a planned burnout that short, to be honest. But either way, the length of that chassis goes a long way to aiding in traction when it comes to the Dragster. I know I comment a fair bit about Burnsy's Mustang down there, but if you get the chance and you go down to the pits, if you're here at the track and you have a look at that car up close, it is a work of art, honestly. The presentation, the build quality, just everything about that car is super impressive, and there's no surprises when the performance backs up the looks on the track out there. But plenty of experience from Craig Burns, and not exactly a shortage of experience for Brittany, but when it comes to the amount of years that they've both been at the track and on the track, Brittany is definitely punching well above her weight, I would say.
Yes, definitely. There's a lot of experience in Brittany's crew, and I think the Mustang for Craig Burns definitely a fantastic rolling signboard for that SCF race cars business that Craig and his family have built over the years. Craig definitely a very good driver behind the wheel. Not only can he build them, he can drive them.
Yep.
Let's see what he can do on this run. Just bumping into full stage.
Fighting it down there. He's chasing it down. Brittany gets there with the win. 6:58 with a 1 at 214 miles per hour to a 6:10 with a 3 at 211 on there. Reaction time, both pretty spot on, but run off the dial in there. Just a correction for everyone. We have, due to the delays that we had earlier, it looks like we have moved into the first round of eliminations for Boosted Outlaws, which is why you would have seen the dial-ins there. So big congratulations to Brittany and the crew for running really close onto that dial-in. 6:55, she ran a 6:58. Burnsy was a 6:0, he ran a 6:1. So only a couple of hundreds between them when it comes to the dial-in. Nonetheless, we've got Ray Fairfield here in the Aeroflow lane. Nice solid burnout from the Falcon. There's no mistaking a Boscovich burnout. The XY Falcon there with the big block, doing its best to knock more hats off from the crew members as he goes down there. Ray Fairfield in the Aeroflow lane has a dial-in of 697, so he's going to be aiming to get as close to that as possible without going beneath that time. And then equally, Boscovich has a 7:53 dial-in, which is going to be racing towards. So again, this is a dial your own class. So basically you nominate the time, the ET that you're going to run, and you have to get as close as that as possible. So that means that you've got two cars, one that runs into the 6s and one that runs mid-7s, that can take place at the same time on the track, but they're not necessarily racing heads up against each other. So it's not necessarily about who gets to the line first, it's who runs as close to that time as possible. And that brings it back to reaction time and short track often, so you can get out of the hole cleanly and basically move on your marks. Both cars into full stage here. Boscovich leading first on the dial-in, 1:0 reaction time. Fairfield chasing down. He has some mile per hour on board there, but Bosco will get the win, a 7:58 with a 9 to a 7:03 with a 1 at 200 mile per hour for Ray Fairfield. It's definitely bringing it in the back end.
I'll tell you what, if Fairfield had a better reaction time or something closer to what Boscovich left on the start line, that would have been a much closer race.
Absolutely.
Nearly the margin off the reaction time was the margin across the finish line.
Certainly. So again, we can see for the next pairing, we've got Robert Margin in the Croydon Racing Developments R35 GTR. And then in the Rocket Lane, we have Danny McDessie in the Valiant. It's got the 512 cubic inch Hemi on board. The GTR running a 3-litre RB 6-cylinder. So once again, two very different ways of going about it.
I don't think you could get much polar opposite.
No, not really, except for if one was a rotary, there's probably about as far different as you could get. But
similarities is they've got pistons.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, McDessie, only a very short burnout.
I think it's actually put the fire out on that car as well when he's giving it the throttle.
And unfortunately, he runs a remote starter, so he's not going to be able to restart that car.
Refire, yep. That's the Gremlins when you've got a new combination back out at the track. Unfortunately, it could be something as simple as a slight miss on the tune-up. It could be something as simple as the driver just not being as familiar with the way the car reacts lately. You might not be holding enough throttle on it. Sometimes you don't want to over rev the engine during the burnout, so you might be a bit light on the throttle, and if it requires a bit of load on a mechanical injection sort of setup, then it's sometimes you can just back off the throttle a little bit because you want to catch the RPM, and then it just loses enough load and off it goes.
So much stuff to think about, isn't there?
Yeah.
People think, oh, you just go in a straight line.
Yeah, you're just doing a burnout.
Yeah, like
that's easy.
What's your problem?
A little bit different when we get to this level, but nonetheless, it is the first time out. We know that Danny hasn't been here for quite a while, so it's not they're not racing for sheep stations, as it were.
Definitely not.
This is more of a test and tune weekend for those guys. But let's have a look and see what Rob Margin can bring up down here.
Had styled in with a 620. Let's see if he can run somewhere around that time, Pat. Left nicely, 992 to the 60.
Shut off again around the half-track mark. I wonder if that's a planned setup. 992 to the 60 for Robert Margin. That is definitely making steps in the right direction.
It's one of the quickest we've seen here today, definitely to the 60-foot mark. And of course, if you're watching at the racetrack and are thinking, what are they talking about, the 60-foot marker? If you see the start line, you see the Christmas tree, then there's a square box in the middle of the racetrack, just the start line side of the blue paint in the middle. That's the 60-foot mark, about 18.6 metres or thereabouts from the start line to that point. So that's what all of us commentators will reference as a gauge to acceleration to that point.
Yeah, and it's interesting. There's some witchcraft and mathematics that happen when you're looking at the 60-foot in relation to your ET. Yes. We've mentioned this plenty of times in the past, but for those that don't know, for every tenth that you get off the 60-foot at the start of the track, it almost always equates to 2 tenths at the big end of the track off your ET. So anytime you can make a small improvement on your 60-foot will end up in a decent improvement on your ET at the quarter mile. All right, so moving along now to modified, we've got Mark Tanswell with the front engine dragster with 205 cube Holden 6, and Joe Zullo from JZ Holden 6 Performance with a 202. Both out with 1.4 60-foots. Close one. Looks like Joe Zullo is going to get there first. 875 with a 7 at 152 miles per hour to a 965 with a 7 at 136. Okay, so we've got Paul Linnett in the altered T-bucket in the Aeroflow lane, pulling in CJ Davies in the Rocket lane, front engine Dragster.
0.23 to a 30. Both races bring their A game. Sorry, Pat.
Oh, good. I'm going to do the ETs, all right? 762 with an O at 172 mile per hour for Linnett. Great mile per hour there. 838 and 158 for Davies. Yeah, amazing reaction time from both races and really good race. I think, Bushy, for some reason, I think the track mic's volume's up, so I actually can't hear you as well as I normally can through the cans.
We need to talk to our director about that.
He'll probably just give me the forks and tell me to deal with it.
That's what he said. It's the same level it's always at.
Okay, so we got Dan Reitmeister in the altered with a 204 Holden. He's gone an 040 red, unfortunately, but Christopher Brown getting on down in his altered. It's a 905 with a 1 at 144 mile per hour for Brown in the Chevy-powered car. It looks like Dan Reitmeister's run into a little bit of a drama there, but has it going again, so he's going to get on down. The track crew will get him out at the early exit gate.
Yeah, he left the start line and didn't look like it was accelerating at the rate that it should, but it had a little bit of black smoke. It was almost dieseling away from the start line. So whether the nitrous solenoid not switching or something, I don't know. That's
possibly.
That could be a cause.
Could be a low bottle pressure.
Yep.
It's a cruel mistress, nitrous.
Yes.
It's, you know, I mean, when it all works, it's amazing.
It's great, but
jeez.
All right, our next pair of modified eliminated cars about to run down the racetrack. We've got David Hawley in the JZ Performance front engine dragster, supercharged 202 in this one. Let's hope that he goes a little bit straighter than he did on the previous pass. He had a good look at the wall over there on the right-hand side. He's moved over to the left now, taking on Rocco Romano in the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical dragster, also running for SRG Scaffolding and Nick's Mini Skips. That big block Chev-powered Bolton dragster doing its thing.
It's not shy on horsepower, that's for sure. Yeah, Hawley, I can see as well. They've got that front engine dragster pointing to the left a little bit as well. So I'm guessing they're expecting the car to head towards the right. See if David can't hold on to it this time. It's a wild bit of kit though. Supercharged Holden 202 front engine dragster. He has left on a red, and once again the car did want to turn to the right. 005 reaction time. Rocco Romano is on the light every time here. 855 with a 9, 156 for Hawley in the Aeroflow lane. A 730 with a 7 at 180 miles per hour for Romano. It's going to be a hard combination to beat if Rocco keeps cutting a light like that.
I guess the sport's one of those things. When you're on, you're on. You know what I mean? It's certainly a good thing when you've got your eye in and you're seeing that perfect point in the tree to let go of the transbrake button, as all of these cars do.
Yep.
As long as the car's running on song, you're going to be certainly difficult to beat.
Absolutely.
So that Bob Sinclair, I think from memory, in the Aeroflow lane car. Another one of these front engine cars. We have a plethora of front engine cars today.
Yeah. It's like all of the stock of Holden 202s so here at City Dragway today.
They've all got JZ Performance on them too, pretty much.
Yeah.
All the 6-cylinder ones anyway. Martin Borg back in the Zamet and Borg Racing rear engine dragster from Minchin Breed, just down the road.
Fingers crossed for a little more traction on this run.
Yeah, and no fluid out the back of it.
A little less venting and a little more traction.
Yeah.
Both cars in stage. 005 for Borg. Looks like that's the warning shot for Rocco Romano there, 7.16 with a 3 at 184 mile per hour as well.
That's almost identical.
Almost identical. That's going to be a matchup I want to see later today.
Yeah, definitely.
8.41 with a 5 at 156 mile per hour for the front engine dragster in the aeroflow lane. Nothing to sneeze at there.
Who would have thought?
I know exactly what you're going
that
to say.
A 6-cylinder would naturally aspirated would run 840s, in a front engine car. Okay, the car as itself is not particularly heavy, but still, like we're talking, what, 1970?
Earlier,
I think. Well, 202.
Well, yeah, but the basic architecture of the engine is still the same as a
1965
yeah.
model.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the engineers back then weren't thinking about. I mean, they probably do 860s in the 8th.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Certainly
not even that. They probably
no, they would have thought that's impressive.
That's a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's design this to sustain 9,000 RPM.
Yeah. That's quite a bit of R&D's gone into that engine over the years.
A little bit. Chelsea Smith on the start line now for Lucas Oils and APM. Slow traffic control and liquid clothing. 0.43 on the tree to an 0.12 for Bukareshvili in that front engine dragster. Bukareshvili won't get the win light here, but a 7.86 with an 8.170 mile an hour will be his qualifier. And a 7.58 with a 7 at 177 miles an hour for Chelsea Smith there. So good pass for both races.
Great example of how much power that little 360 Cuba LS is making in George's car there. Only 7 mile per hour down on the big block in Chelsea's.
And I dare say the aero on the front engine car, it'd be punching a little bit bigger hole through, or square hole.
It's not going to help having a big old manifold and the carburetor hanging out the front of it. So,
where at least the rear engine car, the body's starting to open it.
That's right. Yeah, you've got the little screen fairing in front of the driver as well to kick the air up over the top of it. Okay, Brooke Raposada back out here in the front engine dragster. VP Fuels on board. Big block Chevy, 598 cubic inches. And Stephanie Heisman's with those big old tyres on the back. 509 Chev with Great Western Auto Wreckers supporting, an A1 Auto Parts orange.
Got some international viewers on our live stream at the moment. Pat, we've got a viewer just chimed in from Portugal.
From Portugal? Wow. Very cool. Oh,
005 red for Heisman's in the rocket lane this time around. I said 005 a couple of times in this qualifying session. 8.12 with a 2, 162 miles an hour to an 8.20 at 165. So 700s across the finish line.
Yeah, great race there. Really close. Mile per hour, really close. 8th mile times, really close, within a 10th. Good deal. All right, so we've got Courtney Allen back out here with this great-looking T-bucket. Let's see, a little bit more enthusiasm and a bit more, I think, purpose with the burnout there, which is good to see. Courtney travelled up from Croydon in Victoria to take part in the Speed Adict Clothing Track Championships, round 4. Very welcome to see her here. Let's see if we can't get a bit more of a representative pass on this one. We're not exactly sure up here, but we could be doing licensing, so could be a half-track shut-off. We'll see. But nonetheless, really well-presented car. Okay, Courtney Allen out 130, 60 foot. Just going to go through half track at 6.15 with a 1. I dare say that was another licensing pass, shoot out early, so the driver demonstrating that they can pilot the car and of course go through the procedure of shutting it down at the big end of the track as well. Right, and here it looks like we're now into this final for modified from the NDRC Nitro Champs round. We've got Lee Harder-Law down there in the Roadster. And Bat Dan Carranza.
There we go. So Harder-Law in the Roadster, dialed in with an 8:06, Pat. He will be chased down by pretty much a second. Daniel Carranza from South Morang in Victoria will have to chase down the little Roadster. He'll have to be patient because the second head start is a fair chunk. Harder-Law will nearly be at the 60-foot mark at that point.
Certainly. And it feels like an age when you can see a competitor just ripping off down in the other lane as well. You really want to get going.
They will. That's exactly the case. Carranza running for Tilecoat, the Shower people, in that big block, worthy built dragster out of the US of A. Both races out of the junior dragster.
And even though there's a considerable difference in capacity of the two engines, you know, you got a big block 615, 440 cube Windsor in Harder-Law's car. It is screwed together by Billy at BK Race Engines, and he knows his way around screwing together a Ford engine, that's for sure. So
he seems to be able to adapt to all sorts of engines.
Yeah, must say.
All right, so 8:06 for the Roadster, 7:08 the dial in for the Dragster. Harder-Law away nicely. Carranza
reaction time.
He's got a little bit of work to do at the top end. I think Harder-Law's in front, and he takes it. Goes 8:07 with a 3 on an 8:06. Margin across the finish line, 600ths of a second. Congratulations to the Harder-Law team. They are the NDRC Nitro champions for modified Eliminator. Congratulations to Daniel Carranza for taking home the runner-up spot as well.
Yeah, great race there. It wasn't much on, but geez, Lee with that 0.10 reaction time really really put a stamp on it from the get-go, and has the opportunity to still win a trophy this afternoon as well.
Yes.
John Rigatos here and Leo Georges. Rigatos with the 0.79 reaction time. He's going to lead the whole way down the track, an 8.307 at 164 mile per hour to an 8.92 with a 9 for Leo Georges, 152 mile per hour. Really nice time for that combination. Okay, next up, looks like we've got Joe Sorbello, the Skyline, supercharged LS power, and then we've got Craig Corbett with the Commodore, who had a wild burnout last time out.
He sure did. This thing sounds cranky even at idle.
Yep. Still a bit of wheel work going on there, but not quite as wild as the last time out. Joe Sorbello with a nice healthy burnout as well.
Pro charged cars don't seem to idle like the traditional route style car, do they?
No, well, I mean, the Pro Charger is sort of more similar. I call it a belt-driven turbo.
Yes.
You know, so it's not. It doesn't have as much of a mechanical load, I guess you would say, to get that pulse happening. He's definitely a lot more subtle on idle, but still gets the job done. As you see, Joe lift the wheels there on the way out, an 0.80 reaction time. But Craig Corbett's going to lead the way to the line, 7.92 with a 4 at 172 miles per hour, 8.94 with a 5 at 154 miles per hour for Sorbello in the aeroflow lane. Both pretty clean passes.
Yeah,
for those.
Good pass. Good to see Joe running into the sub 9 second zone.
Yep.
Saw him giving that a nudge recently last week here at Sydney Dragway, the Aeroflow Race for Real events that we hold. Pete Hamilton and Simon Bradbury out for their final qualifying race. Hamilton in the VH Commodore wagon, Bradbury in the utility for Queanbeyan Engine Services.
And from memory, Hamilton's wagon was, I think, naturally aspirated, but must have.
There's the nitrous.
Nitrous
just
as
saw
well,
the
yeah.
purge there.
There it is. Yep.
Just we can't. There's no sticker on the back window.
Yeah, I couldn't see the sticker. I was like, it's got me questioning. But I remember the mile per hour ran last time. I'm like, it's definitely not naturally aspirated. There it goes, carrying the wheels out. 019 to a 006 for Bradbury in the rocket lane. Really nice run, but Bradbury's just falling off a little bit mile per hour wise. 8:32 with an 8 at 159 mile per hour for Hamilton in the wagon, to an 8:93 with a 2 at 150 mile per hour. Okay. Move across to Eddie Harwach in the Enviro race, the 2J powered RX-7, and Anthony Curry in the 2J powered RX-2. So a bit of sacrilege here for as the rotary powered vehicles happening.
Yeah. I really love the shape of the car.
Yeah.
Whoa! Oh dear.
Holy moly.
Wow. I bet you his eyes were much wider than mine.
Yes, we might need a spatula to get him out of the seat in that car, to be honest. He's going to be stuck right in there.
I was just about to comment how pretty that car looks in the afternoon sun here at Sydney Dragway, and kind of glad that I didn't now, because commentator's curse would tell me that there would be an issue.
It's, look, any way you look at it, this RX-2 is a handful for Anthony Curry, whether it's in the burnout, whether it's in the launch, whether it's the deep end of the track, it's moving around. And it must be some bad juju of putting a piston engine in a rotary powered car, because Eddie's car is a handful as well. You know, and that thing's making all sorts of shapes as they go down the track. It's so entertaining. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Okay, so Harwich again is aiming towards the.
And it's walking itself all around,
shimmying its way down the racetrack.
Curry, uncharacteristically, has actually made a really clean pass down there. So well done to the crew for getting that straightened out. Howard goes through for a 684 with 797 miles per hour. Curry an 840 with a 1 at 163 miles per hour. So really good progress from both crews there.
Yeah.
So congratulations, guys.
It was. We can see there the burnout marks on the track for the Curry car.
Yeah.
Just about touching that the blue paint. That's with the rear wheel.
Yeah. Normally we say they leave 11s down the road, but that's sort of more of an S.
It's an S. It's definitely an S. We've seen some, we can still see some good S's already.
Well, yeah, Corbett's sort of backup, reverse burnout back down there is still nice and easy to see. All right, moving on to our next pairing, Brett O'Connor in the Chevy Camaro. How much nitrous? Yes, is the question. And the answer, Gregory Fowler Family Transport in that Chevy Beretta down there, not shy on cubes either, 632 cubic inches. Ex-Pro stock car.
Yeah, what have we got? Nearly 1,300 cubic inches sitting on the start line right now.
Yep. Yeah, they're going to pry combustion engines from our cold dead hands, I think, Bushy.
From where, sorry?
From our cold dead hands. Yes. We're going to be hanging on to these things as long as we can around Sydney Dragway, that's for sure.
I saw a post the other day on social media. It was like, I fixed a Tesla and it drives into a gas station. It's got like a Schumann LS or something like that. Only in the US, of course.
There, I fixed it. Oh. 021 reaction time for Fowler and a minus 021 for Brett O'Connor. He's still going to send it out the back door, a 707 with a 5 at 197 miles per hour for O'Connor, 756 with a 2 at 181 for Greg Fowler in the Rocket Lane.
O'Connor's car looked a little bit fumey at the top end of the racetrack there, Pat.
Did a little bit of white smoke. We're a nitrous car, we're sort of used to seeing a bit of black smoke because they throw a lot of fuel when the nitrous is coming through. But it could just be, a catch can or a breather that's a little bit full or something like that. He's hoping. Track crew don't look too concerned about it. They're just double checking to make sure that there's nothing untoward down there.
Yeah, they're just scuffing the feet at the moment. They haven't done the dragway yoga yet, where they drag their hand across the racetrack.
Dragway yoga.
I don't take part in that.
No, you're not a fan.
I'd fall over and then you'd all laugh at me.
Well, they'll laugh with you, Bushy, because I'm sure you'd laugh at yourself too.
Yeah, I probably would.
That's turning a frown upside down, mate. Come on.
I probably would.
You see George Matter doing another killer burnout down there in that beautiful Tirana. I just wanted to say that Brett O'Connor's Camaro with the mile per hour and ET would be a great matchup with Eddie Howard's RX-7.
Yes.
Almost identical mile per hour,
yes,
and not far off ET-wise. I'd really like to see that race go down.
Maybe we might get a chance for that a little bit later on in eliminations.
Yep.
I mean, in Matter's defence for his big burnout, he has got big tyres on the back.
Sure.
They're massive.
Frankly, I don't think he really needs a defence to do a big burnout.
No,
he can just
just in case you're wanting one.
I'll allow it.
632 cubes. Big block Chev on board in this car. Just noticed it's still got all the window winders and everything on the doors, so.
Wow.
Trim.
Might be an original G-Pack.
Yeah.
I think it is, right?
It's stock.
Yeah, stock. You're right, it does have some tyre under the back of it, doesn't it, Bushy? It probably goes a long way to explain why it just wants to hoik the front end in the air and carry the front wheels to the 330.
All right, so their last run, the crew were pretty ecstatic. Let's see what they can do this time around. Moving around a little bit on the hit, but 122 to the 60. Shoots out right on the finish line. 791 with a 9. 172 mile an hour through the finish line.
Nice clean pass from George Matter there, so really good.
That it was, Pat. We're going to have our final round of top sportsmen from the MDRC Nitro Champs that was held here a little bit earlier in the year. This is Paul Clark in the Ford Mustang in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Thomas Leake over there in the Rocket lane. Leake in that gorgeous Pontiac Grand Am. 540 cube, big block Chev, running for Pegs Auto Trim.
I'm not sure which one I can choose that looks better. I mean,
yes, they both have their characteristics, don't they? You've got the Mustang with all the chrome and the chrome bumpers and the chrome taillight rings and that gorgeous red paint. Yeah. Then in the other lane, you've got the candy purple or magenta Grand Am. Is obviously a lot newer car, a little bit slipperier through the air. It's got the painted bumpers. It's a bit lower stance, lower roof line as well, but both very cool cars in their own right. Clark away first with a 164 reaction time. It looks like Leake has an advantage here. He's gone 0.47 on the tree. We should see the win light in the Grand Am's lane. We do. He gets there first though with an by 0.543 of a second. 791, 160 mile an hour for Leake to take the win. And Clark, he went 8.06 with a 7 on an 8.08 dial in, trying to make up that difference on the start line. Over a tenth of a second though.
Such a cruel mistress.
Yes.
dial in.
Very much so. So congratulations to Thomas Leake for taking home the winner's trophy.
Some great sportsmanship down there from the two crews as well. As we can see, the Clark crew, congratulations. I can't even get it out. Congratulating. Thanks, Bushy. The Leake crew on their win. So always good to see some good sportsmanship. And Deanne as a party out here against Shree Buggy in Extreme Bike. As a party out, no 0.79 reaction time. Shree unfortunately just a little sleepy on the line there. Deanne's going to go down through for a 9.38 with a 930 mile per hour, so definitely off the throttle on that one. 9.25 with a 957 for Shree. Okay, Mike Lawson and Brent Gilliver back up to the line. Extreme bike again. Lawson had a bit of a wild ride out of the hole last time to the stripe in the Rocket Lane, but he's over in the Aeroflow lane now. Gilliver with the Suzuki GSX-R. It's got nitrous on board. We just saw him purge that on the left side of the bike. Going to get both of them up into stage. Currently Lawson, number 5 qualifier with a 10.997, and Brent Gilliver with a non-representative 17.23. So a bit of a slow start out of the line from Mike Lawson. Left a red light. Unfortunately, Gilliver's going to get on down and get more of a representative time here. An 8.39 with an 8 at 163 miles per hour is going to bump him a long way up in the qualifying stakes. Yeah, Gilliver moving into number 2 qualifier there, behind Brendan Miglianico, who is coming up to the line in the Aeroflow lane right now. Chris Hocking in the Rocket lane. Surprise, surprise, both Hayabusas.
Yes.
Who would have thought? Bit of wheel spin from Miglianico, which is a bit odd from them. Hocking with the better reaction time, but Miglianico's still going to go through for an 8.94 with a 7 at 185 mile per hour. Man, that bike makes some power. Yeah. 10.28 with a 6 for Hocking, 126 miles per hour.
Yeah, I don't know if the wheel was spinning, but the tyre was definitely protesting about wanting to stick to the racetrack.
All right, Ryan Frank's back out here. Obviously had a bit of a spill earlier on, so good to see that.
That's good.
Maybe wasn't terminal, or they might have had a spare power plant back at the trailer, so good to see them back up here. And Joe Curry, of course, on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer in the Rocket Lane. Oh, slight red, no 1.9 red for Ryan Franks, but still gets out like a rocket. Joe Curry running into a bit of maybe a misfire sort of situation there. And the other 0.15 reaction time from Curry, though, so he was dead set on the tree. Franks will go through for a 7.48 with a 4 at 195 miles per hour. Can I just mention that again? 195 miles per hour. That's 300 kilometres an hour, north of 300 kilometres an hour. On 2 wheels with no parachute and very small brakes. And a bit of leather between you and the road.
Yeah, no,
just
I'm okay up here, thanks.
Just to reinforce how brave / bananas these riders are. Okay, Cheryl Beddoes, something not quite happy on the Destroyer there in the burnout. See if they decide to proceed with a pass.
Didn't seem happy, did it?
No, it just didn't. It's like maybe it didn't come off a limiter or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but it looks like Cheryl's elected just to make a pass anyway.
Well, she already has a 9.26 on the table.
Yep.
So I found out what happened why we saw Cheryl and Joe run in performance bike first. There was only 3 bikes entered. Well, sorry, there was 4, but one of the riders had an issue, so they need 4 qualifiers to make the class.
Yep.
So what they've decided is to run the performance bikes in with the extreme bikes, and then that at least gives them the opportunity to race.
Makes sense now. As a friend I used to work with would say, "I see," said the blind man.
Yes. Say that all the time. Okay, well, no issues for Cheryl on the launch or down the run. 9.39 with a 7, 1.39 mile an hour through the finish line.
Still a really competitive pass considering no burnout as well. That's
good no prep bike.
Yeah, good. I was going to say good testament to the frame and the setup.
Although that start line in the full sun right now, the moment.
Yep, getting all that old rubber and track prep nice and tacky.
I think that will be the last. That would have been their first round of Chicago Shootout, from what I can tell off the schedule.
Yep.
And we're about to get underway with the Go Logistics Super Street. I think will be the first category off or out of the blocks.
Yep, that's what we've got lined up.
And that's what we can see in the staging lanes. They're about to move forward. We've got Martin Stevenson and Alan Stevenson moving forward in the Tirana.
Yep. Brian Addising, by the looks of things. I think Super Street's going to be a really good class today. It's getting tighter and tighter.
It is. Well, I think it was the last round or the round before where I think the top 5 qualifiers were an O light, like a double O light. There was one of the competitors came up to our meeting director and said, I should be #1 qualifier. And I think he had like a 001 or a 003, but because of timing, because when there's the same reaction time, it's whoever does it first, right?
That's right.
So his light, absolutely killer.
Yep.
In any other circumstance, except for that race meeting, there was 4 people in front of him.
Yeah, that's right. It was killer. He just didn't do it first. But I mean, yeah, we've just got some great competitors out here. We've got the Stutchburys, we've got the Stevensons. We've got the Simons. There's a lot of family affairs going on Super Street as well, which is great.
It's that sort of category where there's more than, it's how do I say it? It's manageable for family members, father sons to have their own cars rather than pool money in one, or that sort of thing. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, you've effectively in Super Street, to be competitive and repetitive, I guess you would say, you've got basically a street car that you just take all the stuff you don't need out.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily have to have 1,000 horsepower. It doesn't necessarily have to have.
Say what?
I mean, it could if you wanted to, but it doesn't. But it doesn't have to. I mean, you don't have to. It's not like super sedan where you're up against a 600 cubic inch in one car or the next. Super Street, you can have basically what if it was a performance car out of the factory.
Yes.
You can have that same thing with, say, no interior, some different suspension, some drag specific wheels and tyres.
It's fairly basic level tuning
Correct.
Involved.
And you're off.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a full-blown, dedicated, specifically built race car.
Yes. And I think, obviously the mechanicals of the car aren't so involved in that you're not using delay boxes or anything like that, so that sort of keeps the cost down. They're not actually, the delay box is not allowed in Super Street.
Yep.
So you can have a trans brake, which means that'll lock the transmission in first and reverse and allow you to get stall on the converter. But a delay box is where you leave off a button and basically the delay box delays the release of the trans brake to a set time that you give it. Yep. So and you can tune that delay box in depending on how well you react. If you react poorly because you're reacting off the first light, the delay box, you can adjust it to either say, well, okay, I'm really bad at lights, so what I see and what I leave the button at, I need to make up 0.05 of a second.
That would be a deep burn, having to tell yourself I'm really bad at a light.
Oh, no.
I know because I tell myself all the time.
Just got to accept it. Right? So, and that comes down to being consistent and doing the same thing each time. If you go out, if you adjust the delay box and then you go and have a cracker of a light, then you're going to go red, aren't you?
Yep.
So, but in Super Street, you're not allowed that. So I don't know what a delay box runs and all the associated wiring, but there's definitely a cost to it.
There's a cost to it, and there's time in setting it up as well. I mean, you can't dial that in unless you're out here making laps. So
Correct.
On top of competing, you're also testing and tuning and doing all that sort of thing, which, like we said earlier, you can't, you can never underestimate the amount of experience that you can get behind the wheel because it makes your operation a bit smoother and more consistent. But, Super Street's a lot easier to arrive and race.
Yes.
Than perhaps some of the, let's say, the faster classes or the more evolved classes. Okay, so here we are moving into eliminations for Super Street at the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships round 4. We have Brian Adesing in the Aeroflow lane, the VY Commodore. He's got a dial-in of 1240. And Martin Stevenson, the drag van, the HQ panel van, Power Plus Race Fuels on board, has a dial-in of 1024. So again, as we pointed out, this race is more against the clock and the individual drivers. So rather than heads up, doesn't necessarily matter who's going to cross the line first. It's who can cross the line as close to their dial-in as they've got. We've got Adesing out there. First, he's going to cross the line. Ooh, Stevenson beats him. A 10.27 with a 4 at 125 mile per hour on a 10.24 dial-in. Adesing just breaking out, unfortunately. Only 1/100th of a difference at the finish line. Great pass there. So next up, Craig Warren in the LJ Toronto, Sydney Scrap Steel, 10.14 dial-in. Alan Stevenson is on an 11.30 in the Rocket Lane. Seasoned competitors here, so this should be a tight one. Let's watch out for the reaction time. Nice bit of a staging battle here. Alan Stevenson is off and Craig Warren is chasing him. 0.54 reaction time for Warren. This is going to, looks like it's leaning in the favour of Warren. Yep, 10.27 with a 3 on a 10.14. Stevenson running an 11.67 with a 5, so just a little bit off on the dial-in there. The Rocket Lane, Warren will move on. Over 3/10 margin of victory there. Okay, so a couple of later model Holdens this time out. Looks like we've got Brett Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane, in the VY, the red VY, and Conoranios in the blue VE in the Rocket Lane. We've got a 10.25 dial-in for Brett Stutchbury, that turbo LS powered combination. Really running some nice mile per hour today. Conoranios 12.70 in the modified VE. He's going to get off first with that higher ET dialed in. Stutchbury an 0.39 reaction time. This is always key to cutting a great dial-in. Yeah, 10.52 with a 9, so a little bit down on the dial-in, but was well off the throttle early as he knew he was going to roll through. Geez, Conoranios 12.74 with an 8 on a 12.70 dial-in, so it was all down to the reaction time there. Almost, yeah, 3/10 the difference in the reaction time there, going the way of Stutchbury, so really important to be Johnny on the light. Chris Samet here in the VT, Buddha, he's got that car back out again. Gets away cleanly, he's off for an 11.84 dial-in, 0.65 reaction time, very nice. Corey Stutchbury there in the VX Commodore, 10.70 is his dial-in, he's going to chase down Chris Samet. Let's see what they can come up with. Oh, Stutchbury just on a little breakout there, 10.60 on a 10.70 dial-in. Chris Samet, 11.87 with a 3 on 11.84 dial-in. That's how you know you've done a few laps down Sydney Dragway, when you're only 300ths off your dial-in. Okay, Henry Spickak, Aeroflow Lane, the Commodore Utes, a 12.04 dial-in to Adam Bowers, a 10.07. So really pushing the dial-in a bit lower for Bowers there, which puts a little bit of pressure on themselves actually. But good to see everyone pushing the limits here in Super Street. Love seeing this tight racing. Spickak will lead the way off down the track with his 12.04 dial-in. Bowers is going to chase him. Really close reaction time, a 1.34 to a 1.24. This will be close. We've only got 100ths in reaction time, short track. 12.06 for Spickak, but a 10.075 for Bowers. That's a really nice job for Bowers there. 10.075, only 0.05 off the dial-in. And Spickak was right on there as well. It was 12.06, so really close for both competitors. Barry Willis in the Mustang, 10.80 dial-in. Bruce Ritchie at 10.78. This is going to be really close. Almost the same green light. 1.50 reaction time for Willis in the left lane. This is going to be neck and neck. the whole way down. Who's going to lift? Who's going to stay into it? Got a 10.82 with a 4 for Bruce Ritchie in the Big Bel Air on a 78 dial-in, 11.03. So just a little bit off, maybe. Willis got a little bit nervous with the dial-in and backed off a little bit too much, but that's the game you play when we've got dial-ins. David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina, the Aeroflow lane, he's got a 10.51 dial-in. Sammy Joe Johnson, 11.60. So you'll see Sammy Joe leave about a second or so before the Cortina. She's off at 0.94 reaction time to an 0.96 reaction time. This will be another close race. So as you watch down, Matasevic is going to have the advantage speed-wise, so it's going to be really close. Oof, 10.55 with a 4 on a 10.51 dial-in, but 11.70 on 11.60 dial-in for Sammy Joe. So really, really close racing yet again. Both drivers relatively doing their job. Dave Morton here in the VF Club Sport. Once again, great to see this late model HSV out here going rounds. 10.66 is dial-in. And then Richard Matasevic, 10.70. So another really close tree drop. You'll see both cars leave almost the same time. 0.65 reaction time for Matasevic, surely going to put the nail in the coffin there. 3.85 reaction time for Morton. We have seen that, so a 10.77 with an 8 for Matasevic. 10.67 with a 2 right on the dial-in for Morton there. Just a shame the reaction time was a little bit off on the tree, so nothing to be too upset about there for Morton, but just has to get on the reaction time a little bit better. Mitchell Gregory, the big Chevy Impala with the big block in it, 11.24 dial-in. We got Stu Howe in the HQ Ute, 11.50. Close again on reaction time. We've got 200s in the reaction time difference, so we're going to have two cars neck and neck all the way down the track here. Really close. Yep, looks like Gregory's going to take the win. 11.38 with a 1 on the 11.24 dial-in. 11.66 with a 2 on 11.50 for Stu Howe there. So again, really close on the dial-ins and the on-track performance. Rodney Balgowan in the Aeroflow lane, red VE Commodore 6-litre LS on board. He's got a 12.30 dial-in, so he's going to leave ahead of Mark Hopkins in the little LX Tirana, that Holden 312 cube inch engine. He's got a 10.84 dial-in, so we'll see Balgowan leave, and then the light drops for Hopkins. It's going to go. This is actually going to be a close one. 1:51 reaction time gives the advantage to Balgowan over a 1:63 on Hopkins. Let's see how close they can get to the big end. Hopkins just pips him. Looks like Balgowan might have just backed off a little bit towards the end there. Okay, so we have Braden Stewartson, Audi RS3, 1180 dial-in to Zig Adam Zielkowski in the VE Commodore in the Rocket Lane, 1199. So off an 0.32 reaction time for the Zig. He's going to lead the way from the Audi. Looks like he's just dragging the brakes a little bit there in the VE Commodore. And he does so and gets the win. A breakout, unfortunately, by 4 thousandths for Braden Stewartson. He's going to be hurting on that one. A 12.02 on 11.99 dial-in for the Zig. Peter Giddens, once again in the Cortina for Street Neat Peyton Panel, has the 11.30 dial-in. And then we've got Robert Matisic in the big block powered Camaro, 10.62 dial-in in the Rocket Lane. Wow, 006 reaction time for Robert Matisic. That he's going to have an advantage, quite the advantage, when it gets to the big end of the track. Whoa, hasn't quite got there though. Looks like he rolled out of the gas. Pete Giddens, great win. 11.39 with a 1 to a 10.99.3 for Matisic there on a 10.60 dial-in. So really well done to Pete. That means it's not always over when the reaction time is quite different there. So a couple of races really knowing their cars there. All right, now we've got Dennis Matisic in the sister Camaro, 434 Chev, on board this blue Camaro in the Aeroflow lane. He's got a 10.00 dial-in to Peter Villaris in the Tirana, 10.84. Villaris leaves an 0.94. Red light on the tree for Matisic, which is going to hand the win to Villaris in the Rocket lane. Regardless, Villaris is going to cross the line at a 10.86 on a 10.84 dial-in, and Matisic was a 10.040 on a 10.0 dial-in. So really close race, but unfortunately Matisic just left the cherry on the tree and gave the win to Villaris there. Mark Elbon here on a solo pass in the HQU with Power Plus on board. 12.39 was his dial-in. Decent reaction time, 1:51. So of course, got the win as it was a by run. 12.47 with a 6 is his ET after that pass. And that looks like it will finish up Super Street there. Again, some great racing as Bushy and I were talking about. And then we're going to step across and get back into our junior races. Now, I'm not sure if those of you watching at home or those of you here at the track, if you're relatively new to drag racing, you might not be quite as familiar with junior dragsters. They might seem like a little mini version of Top Fuel Dragster, and that's basically what it is. But just because they're small doesn't mean that they're not highly detailed and a really finely tuned bit of machinery. So early on when the Junior Dragster program started, they were actually powered by Briggs & Stratton lawnmower engines, which is sort of a bit funny to think of these days. But if you take a look at any of the cars down there in the Junior Drag field, you're going to notice a lot of billet involved. So custom, specifically designed billet engines for these dragsters, single cylinder. They run on methanol fuel, and you're also going to see most of these cars down here have had quite a significant investment made to them by their teams, their crew, the kids' parents, their family, and their sponsors. The wheels are there's plenty of billet wheels down there. There's plenty of bling on display. There's carbon bodies. It's definitely not just something thrown together in the backyard. There's quite a bit of work and quite a bit of investment that goes on, which again really speaks to what we were saying earlier today about supporting the people that support us and the races. So if you hear us call out, for example, Brianna Boskovic is here, sponsored by Bosco Motorsport. Of course, that's a family relation. Liverpool Glass. If you need some glass in your home or your business, give them a call. Call Liverpool. Diecast Mania. They've got all their diecast models in stock. So if it's something that you're keen on, if you need a birthday present for someone in your family, why not give them a go? Because those guys are putting up money and time and investment to support our racing. So let's support their businesses back, because we're all here because we love it, but everyone goes to work because they want to earn a living and and provide for their families and themselves. So let's give everyone a bit of support for getting behind these, as I mentioned earlier, the future stars of drag racing. Let's get here. We've got the dragsters just in front of the burnout box. We're going to get our first pair up here. Alex Rafalo, Sydney Waterscapes, supported a junior dragster. And then Brianna Boskovic, Bosco Motorsports, AJD. So you'll see dial-ins are there up on the boards on on the timing boards at the end of the track. You might not be able to see the ones down here near the start line if you're in the stands. Rafalo's got an 8:19 dial-in, 8:19. Boscovich has an 8:03. So they're both going to be running to that time. Now it's important to remember that the A Junior Dragster has a cutoff of 8:0. Boscovich is in full stage. Rafalo is in full stage as well. Lights will drop. Rafalo an 0.96 reaction time to a 2:40 for Boscovich. Rafalo is going to... Oh, Rafalo a breakout. An 8:17 with a 7. Brianna Boscovich on track there. An 8:05 with a 1 at 82 mile per hour. Great mile per hour for Bosco there. Next pairing up, more A Junior Dragsters. Daniela Axiak, Precision Racing backed Dragster. John Ryan Freight Management on board with her as well. An 8:05 dial-in. Zane Condello, Fine Line Motorsports, 2528 Automotive and Accessories. He's got an 8:34. So Zane definitely one of those newer A Junior Dragsters. And Daniela Axiak has been right at the pointy end of this field for quite a while now, so great machinery. Condello in pre-stage. Daniela just rocking forward. She's in full stage now. Just waiting for Zane to bump in. There we go. Triple drop. An 0.40 reaction time for Zane. She's really on the light there. 1.10, not too far off for Daniela. Breakout for Daniela. But right on the money for Zane Condello. 8:34 with a 1 on an 8:34 dial-in. Very, very impressive for Zane there. Next pair up, we've got Jacob Longo, RMJ Mechanical Repairs. It's an 8:22 dial-in. Then Alex Rottenbury, an 8:06. It's got Hunter Race Engines, MLJ Constructions, and Scruffy as a supporter. I'm not sure who Scruffy is. I hope it's the dog. Maybe. Don't know. Waiting for the previous pair to exit the track. Okay, so Rottenbury currently number 2 qualifiers, run an 8:06.3. So really looking to dial right on that with the 8:06 dial-in. Longo has run an 8:22 previously, of course, with the dial-in being 8:22. .125 reaction time to 1:09 will be a close run here. Rotary perhaps with the extra mile per hour, and breaks out 8:05.4 on 8:06. Longo takes the win with an 8:30 with 3 at 78 mile per hour. Okay, Bailey Tandek up here in the A Junior Dragster. A Civil, Els Race Glides on board their program. And Benjamin Attard, ITF Hire, Pro Tool Towing, and Low Fabrications, giving some support. Attard with a 133 reaction time, 128 for Tandek. Attard does take the win at 873 to a 797. All right, George Tsoukalis here in the C Junior Dragster. He's got a 12:29 dial-in with Piper Bennett in the A Junior Dragster in the Rocket Lane at an 8:04 dial-in. So you're going to see George Tsoukalis leave, and Piper Bennett's going to have to wait 50% of her run before she leaves the line. So this is going to seem like quite a long time that Piper is sitting on the line. Don't worry, she hasn't forgotten that she's racing. There's just such a difference in the dial-in that she has to wait for George to get out, because you've got separate categories of dragster here. So significant difference in age and power between the two vehicles. So you've got both into full stage. You'll see George leave now. Unfortunately, he's just pipped a red light on the tree, which is going to hand the win to Piper automatically. She's still left reasonably well, 187 reaction time. She's going to chase George down there, go on through an 825, and it was a breakout for Piper, but luckily, double breakout actually, but luckily for Piper, George just had that 113 red light on the tree, so a little bit of luck, a little bit of bad luck in that pairing. Nonetheless, I'll move on. We've got Daniel Carabullet, the Lightstream Electrical B Junior Dragster. He's got Australian Motoring Group Reconditioning Services, VUK Tools, Dr. Meth Race Fuels on board. Riley Ito in this new combination here in the Aeroflow lane. We've got an 860 dial-in for Riley. Daniel with an 879. Both B Junior Dragsters. So see what they can deliver. Okay, good reaction time from Riley Ito at 074 in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like he's going to lead the way down there. Let's see what it ends up being. Ito gets the win with an 882. Carabullet breaking out with a 877 with a 9. So unfortunate for Carabullet there. Right, so we've got Charlotte Lofting, Speedfire Products sponsored A Junior Dragster, Chloe Ryko. Mum and Dad doing the sponsoring. Here, we've got an 840 dial-in versus an 810. Plenty of experience between these two young racers, so it will be on the reaction times. Both into full stage here. See Lifting leave first with 0.38 reaction time, which is going to go a long way. We've got Ryko with a 122. Oh, Lifting with a breakout, 8.38 with a 6 on 8.40. Ryko with an 8.111. Nice run there. Okay, Liam O'Neill in the Aeroflow lane, a C Junior Dragster for Princey Motorsports. He's got a 12.9 12.10 dial in. Georgia Lifting in the Rocket Lane, a 9.05 with the B Junior Dragster. Liam O'Neill, of course, sponsored by Princey Motorsports and Race Wide Open podcast, Rusty Media Solutions. Good to see Rusty getting behind some of our juniors here, of course, as we know. So it's a junior racer himself. .096 reaction time for Liam O'Neill. 046 for lifting in the Rocket Lane. He's doing the chasing at the moment. It's going to be a close one. 9004 breakout for lifting. Looks like Liam O'Neill gets the win with a 12.115 on a 12.10 dial-in. So good racing there. We've got Savannah Lucci here. He's got a solo pass. So we have a 12.08 dial-in on her C Junior Dragster. Great livery on that Dragster body. Dad Dom down there is going to bring her into stage. So Lucci Civil is the #1 sponsor, the family business. Given the nod by her dad. .215 reaction time. It is a solo pass, so of course it's inconsequential in time. But let's see what she crosses the line with anyway. 12.08 dial in, crosses the line for 12.041. So we know it's a little bit fast, but data to take back to the pits nonetheless. Okay, Cade Fowler in the A Junior Dragster, Fowler Transport. 8.31 dial in. Tegan Smith, Lucas Oil, APM Auto. An 8.06. Plenty of passes under the belts of both of these racers, so we know that they're going to be on their game. Yet again, at the pointy field of this A Junior Dragster category, it's all about reaction time. Juniors don't have the luxury of having an overboost button or a scramble button or a nitrous system to help them at the back end of the track. So it's all off the line. Cade Fowler, unfortunately, 064 red on the tree. Tegan Smith, a 004 red on the tree, but as it's less, she'll still take the win. Double breakout as well. So certainly a few breakouts here in the junior category today. Everyone's really feeling the pressure by the sounds of things.
Well, I think the weather has definitely changed in the last half an hour, Pat. We've firstly got only clouds in the distance now, where we've had cloud cover nearly all day up until the last probably half an hour, and it's actually quite warm out there in the sun, I've been told. So
it's a great point that you make, Bushy, because these little naturally aspirated engines really suffer, or they take great effect from the elevation change and humidity and all that sort of thing.
Yes,
that the weather can play with, and when you've only got a small amount of horsepower, relatively speaking, the percentage change is quite significant. Jake McNamara here in the Aeroflow lane, 796 dial in. Savannah Condello on 830. Close reaction times 208 to a 250. Let's see, 790 breakout to an 820 breakout. Looks like McNamara gets through with the lesser of the breakout on those two passes, and the reaction time benefit too.
He got there to the finish line first by 92 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. So, but one there courtesy for being less under the dial-in than Savannah.
All right, now if we're talking about pressure on, we've got Emma Lifting here. First pass of the day, 0.15 reaction time.
Yeah.
Second pass of the day, 0.10 reaction time. Okay, so getting a bit of information from Albie Davidson via the YouTube live stream. So good to see that a racer down in the lanes is able to give us some info. He's on a new booster, Gen 2 combination. Had a blocked fuel filter earlier. Okay, so that would explain some of the issues in running. The new bike's called Digger 2. All right, Emma Lifting, I gave him the commentator's curse 2.75 reaction time, but we're not really worried about that because it's a solo pass. She's going to get on down there for a 14.7 at 25 mile per hour, so I believe licensing today. And that will move us into, once we've got Emma down through the gate further down there, obviously she's just going to make her way safely down towards the exit gates. And once she makes that right turn off the track, we will get into junior drag bike. See Josh Burtonshaw down there in the rocket lane. We've given him a hard time about the size of his burnouts today, but we'll leave that alone and just let him get on with the job, which he's been doing as usual. He's back to it. He's back to it, Josh Burtonshaw with the trademark mega burnout down there. So I think maybe he was just saving it for elimination, right? We're back into a 960 dial in for Josh. It's going to be a solo pass. So he gets on with a 1.21 reaction time. He's going to make his way on down there and row through the gears. And that little Kawasaki 300. Devil Designs, VP Racing Fuels, and DJ Haulage on board. It was through for a 9.52, so a slight breakout there, but nonetheless it was a solo pass, so it will be a win light for Josh.
Yeah, so that's a fair bit quicker than his qualifying times too, looking at the ETs there, by nearly 0.3 of a second.
It's all in the burnout, mate.
Yeah. Tried to tell you. Tried.
All right, Lincoln Delios here on the little CBR 125. Got LA Cycles, Preston Civil, Apollo Batteries, Bonwick and Antonasia Racing supporting Lincoln's campaign. He's got a 12.25 dial in. We've got Anastasia Lucky here on the Yamaha R15 with an 11.62. Delios with the reaction time by almost a tenth. And he does take the win, a 12.31 with a 7. To Lucky with an 11.63 with a 4. Looks like the reaction time came in clutch there. 0.04 of a second margin of victory at the finish line.
Yeah, sure. Looks like that was the telling story. If he'd been a bit slower on the light there, I think Lincoln might have been in trouble for those win points, but congratulations. And that looks like the conclusion of the first round of eliminations for Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. So we can hear our next competitors warming up down below us. Of course, we'll just need to remove that safety equipment at the top end of the racetrack, and Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly for the next category out.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Our next category out will be street bike, and our first pairing will be Matthew Hunt, dialed in with a 10-0 on the Suzuki Hayabusa in the airflow lane. He's taking on Robert Gilb on the Kawasaki on the Wii-Moto sponsored machine, dialed in with a 1065. So it's 3.5 tenths of a second head start going. No, beg your pardon. 6.5 tenths head start going to Gilb in the rocket lane. Nice burnouts from both competitors. Both races into stage, so we'll see the rocket lane bike lead first. 194 to a 187, a slight advantage in reaction times going to Matthew Hunt in the airflow lane. Come down to who's closest to the dial in, and it looks like Robert Gilb is going to take the win here. Got there first across the finish line by 0.05 of a second, and he's going to be moving on to the next round. 1080 with a 9 on his 1065 to take the win.
Good, and Greg Horadam back out. Minions Racing looks like they've may have solved whatever that little issue was in the last round of qualifying. He's got Brian Vernon Drag Racing team on the Triumph Trident in the rocket lane. Got a 1050 dial in for Horadam to a 1213, which is pretty close to qualifying time for Vernon. 048 reaction time. You said it before, Bushy. Brian's lost none of it in his time away. He's going to run on through. Oh, a 12-12 on a 12-13 dial-in, handing the win to Horadam, who's right on there. A 10.51 with a 3 on his 10.50 dial-in. Brian might not have lost anything, but he certainly gained something in speed. So.
Next pairing out, we have Mark Hodges and Mick Withers doing battle. Hodges in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 10 flat. He's taking on Withers in the rocket lane, who's dialed in with 11.80. So exact 1.8 seconds head start going to the rocket lane. We can see Mick away first, and he has won the race. Hodges has left a red light on the tree. The experienced campaigner that he is decides to test the dial in, goes at 11.71 with a 2, so breaks out. But because Hodges had already red lit, the race is already
show's over.
Yep.
So another interesting one here. Adrian Watson on the R6 with a 1070 dial in, and Andrew Riches on the effectively street bike Indian Scout, 1133 cc's cruiser style bike up against the sort of track corner carving R6, traditionally known.
Two very different styles.
Very different styles, yeah. Rich is out with a 308 reaction time, a 208 reaction time, so there's a 10th in hand for Watson here, even if they're both right on their dial in. Let's have a look and see what happens. Whoa, looks like Riches gets the win. 13.185 on a 13.18 dial in. 10.92 with an 8 to the R6 in the Aeroflow lane. So, talking about knowing your motorcycle, that's about as close as you'll get. Jesse Barnes back out here in the early Hayabusa. He's got a 10.05 dialed in. Sean Close on the Yamaha at 11.50. So 1.5 seconds basically. You'll see the difference in the green light here.
Jesse Crouch couldn't get any closer to that fuel tank. His
Right
chin
down
nearly
there.
touching it. 072 on the tree for the Aeroflow Lane racer, 147 on the tree for the Rocket Lane. Barnes should see the win appear here. Yes, he does. 10.46 with a 114 mile an hour on his 10.05. So I think had the opportunity to roll out of the throttle a little bit there and take the win at some 20 mile an hour. So definitely,
yeah, definitely off the gas there. When you're talking a 1300cc four-cylinder bike, that's
mind you, wasn't a big margin across the finish line, only 600. So
yeah, well, there was not a huge difference in the reaction time as well, right? There was a significant back off, so yeah, might have dodged a bullet there, Jesse. I think that one. Joe Borg here in the Aeroflow Lane is on that Kawasaki 1079 with his dial in. Daniel Burtonshaw with the 1007. Red light on the tree for Joe Borg. He's going to hand the win to Burtonshaw. Not sure if he's
has
aware,
not been Borg's day, has it?
No, it hasn't been Joe Borg's day, unfortunately. So 10.53 for Burtonshaw in the big end. So I think you would have seen the flashing lights on his board at the big end there, and just wound off the throttle a little bit. Towards the end, only 101 mile per hour. Right, so another nice, clean and consistent round for street bike. And that's going to bring us into modified. We've got Lee Harder-Law, fresh off the back of that NDRC delayed finals run. He's taken the win, so he's got to be feeling confident off that one. We've got Christopher Brown in the Rocket Lane 23 Ford. Harder-Law with an 806 dial in to a 900 for Brown in the Rocket Lane. So Brown will leave almost a full second ahead of Harder-Law, but it's not the first rodeo for either of these races, so they'll be going through their start line procedure as if there was no one in the other lane.
Okay, Brown in first. Harder-Law now with 20 seconds. He's now in 0.45 to an 0.64. Brown, and he also has the whole shot. Looks like he's still out in front.
Oh, a breakout.
He was. He got there first by over a tenth, Pat, but went too quick. 8.92 with a 0, handing the win back to Harder-Law, who takes the round win and moves into round number 2. I was going to say, it looked like he was still out in front from up here. And,
yeah.
Yep.
Certainly was, but it's almost heartbreaking, really, isn't it?
Yes.
You go, there's nothing worse than going faster than you thought you were going to go, but losing because of it.
Sometimes the sport can be so bittersweet.
Oh yeah. All right, Mark Tanswell down in the front engine Dragster with a Holden 205. Looks like Tanswell might be backing out, so may have seen an issue with his vehicle, perhaps. Might have a gauge or something like that on the.
There's something I can see something chuffing out of the back.
Yeah.
The back carburetor, I think.
Ah, yeah. Looks like got some reversion happening or something there. That's a shame for Tanswell, but George is going to take the line and accept the tree. He's dialed in on a 788. He will receive the win light regardless. 0.31 reaction time, so George not passing up the opportunity to get in another good lick. 787 with a 5 on the 788 dial-in, so never know. The way things work out in the long run, that might have been a blessing in disguise for George.
Yes. I think definitely with a lot more runs on the board in recent times. Tanswell's been around for a while, but has been a little time since his last race, so where Booker Eshlev definitely was here for the last round of the championship. Dan Reinmunster now taking on Martin Borg. Reinmunster in the altered, running for Woodport Garage, dialed in with a 1020. nitrous assisted 6-cylinder in this car. Just had a few issues in qualifying, so let's hope that he's got that sorted and can make a race out of this. He will be chased by over 3 seconds to Martin Borg. Now, in modified eliminated, 3 seconds is huge.
That's a lifetime.
Yes. Yeah. And the Zemmit Borg Racing Big Block Dragster dialed in with a 716.
Certainly it's Borg and Romano.
Yes.
By the looks of things today is, if we're talking, low ETs and
yes.
and high mile per hour there. So, but yeah, it could all go the wrong way as well, as we know that there's a big difference in the dial-in. So, a lot of fuel for the Holden 204. Great reaction time from Martin Borg there in 0.22. Looks like he's going to get there first. 7:37 with a 167 miles per hour. Basically gets the win based off the dial-in. Strong, fast burnout from Romano.
It was fast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It moves forward at such a rate of knots.
It had some wheel speed on board, that's for sure.
Is it because he wants the throttle like that? Like, do you think that it's sort of
it could be like
gripping, slipping?
It does have a big set of tyres on the back of it as well, though. Like, I know it's a dragster with a big block and all that sort of thing, but if you look at this tyre compared to Martin's Borg's tyre from the last pass, basically very similar combinations, and I would say that Rocco looks like he's got the larger tyre combination on there. So it could just be the nature of it, but yeah, I think you've definitely got a point with the playing with the throttles, getting the wheel speed up and down. As it comes down, you're getting more drive to shoot the car forward. So,
and I mean, don't forget the other player in this big block dragster field is Dan Carranza.
Well, yeah, of course.
He's running 7.0s, similar speeds.
0.20 reaction time for Rocco Romano. It's almost like Romano and Borg are tied together here. 7.67 at 1:42, so big back off. Takes the win from an 8.56, 1.56 for Hawley in the supercharged 202 Dragster. And you make a good point about Batdan as well, Bushy, because he's going to want a bit of revenge from missing out on that matchup with Heart of Law earlier today. So he's going to be out to take home one trophy today at least.
Yes, because the effort to get here, I think taking a trophy home certainly makes it.
Absolutely, can't be in vain.
No. Chelsea Smith in the rear engine dragster in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 7.57 for slow traffic control, liquid clothing, and Lucas Oils and APM. She's taking on Bob Sinclair in the Craig's Automatics JZ Head. Aaron at APM BHS Excavations front engine dragster is dialed in with an 8.40. So
not too shabby at all, is it?
No, it's not too shabby. Not too shabby. 2 full lights. The handicap going to the front engine car and left with a reasonably big red light. 0.29. Took my breath a little bit. He wasn't far away from that concrete wall. Say what?
I'm not really sure what happened with the timing screens there. It just flipped the times around, which is correct.
Okay. All right, we'll have to find out what's going to happen there.
Okay, we've got that dial-in board sorted out, so we have Paul Linnett here running on solo. Spicy burnout. This thing really this makes some good power, this 434.
It sure does, Pat. It's one of these cars that it runs really strong when it runs, but I've also seen the odd issue out of it as well. Like you'll do a burnout, and as it comes out of the burnout, every now and then it'll get that shimmer in the front end. Where like that must be so unnerving. That must be so unnerving. Just the, like I believe it's the caster angle on the front end, so the layback of the spindles, so when you if you let go of the wheel, they straighten up. That's the whole idea of it. But sometimes they get like a harmonic. They must get the harmonics or something in them. And I mean, as I said, that must be. It's like a shutter.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't like it.
It goes right through the whole car when you're standing outside looking at it from up here.
Well, Gary Phillips.
Yes.
In his altered. Yes. Up at Willowbank, had a heap of that. Wow, big dive towards the centre line for Paul Linnett there. Another wiggle at the big end of the track as well. Throwing all sorts of shapes, but 768 with a 4 at 171 mile per hour.
The chutes come out very late there for Paul, but he's going to be able to get it around the bottom end.
Looks like it's pulling up pretty well though.
Yeah. I didn't think they were going to come out there, that's all.
No. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the footage from Gary Phillips altered that he sort of re-debuted at Willowbank. But same thing. I mean, he had a couple of brushes with the wall, but that thing was coming out of the line, lifting the wheels, and as it was coming down, it would get that death wobble in the front end. And I just went, I was watching on the lounge at home because I wasn't lucky enough to be there this year, but I just went, oh my God.
I didn't pick that watching up there actually. I saw most of the runs that he did, and it was carrying the front end like to half track.
Yep.
Literally to half track. The wheels did not touch the ground till half track.
Insane.
And the scary thing is, he probably can't even see where he's going. Do you want to know that? No. Yeah, so definitely just something else to throw into the mix is when the front end does touch the ground, that you move around a little bit. He did crush a set of headers. Originally had the full set of headers down like a funny car set. They got exchanged after they were squashed.
Put the Dragster ones on, I believe.
He put the little zoomies on. I think it looked better with the little zoomies on myself, but
sometimes you got to put it out there and show out, and give it a go.
But definitely.
Maybe those long headers, sorry to interrupt, maybe those long headers are like, the old touch parking aerials that you have on classic cars. It's like, I'm too close to the wall.
Well, actually, I think there was 4 or 5 sets of, I think they were all the right-hand side too. They would have been the right-hand side. They went home not in the condition that they were put in the trailer. I think Russell Mills was another one, and Justin Walsh, I think he damaged his set as well from memory.
Got a race in our hands here.
Yeah, definitely. 0.31 on the tree for Davies in that front engine drag, so I think it's going to take the win. 8.39 with a 9 at 152. Got much closer to the dial in. Heisman's 0.43 on the tree, but ran through for an 8.22 on an 8.10. Just gave away a little bit too much in the dial in there, Pat.
10th and change compared to 100ths for Davies there. Can never be underestimated, CJ.
No.
When it comes to elimination rounds. I have noticed he has had a mixed qualifying the last few rounds.
Yes.
Maybe not as consistent as you would assume for CJ in qualifying, but when it comes down to the business end, race faces on and he goes to work and does his job. Okay, so Daniel Carranza down here in the rocket lane. So I've just got to get the dial in swapped across. It's currently in the aeroflow lane. There we are. Swapped over into the rocket lane. We've got a 710 dial in. It's going to be a solo pass, of course, for Bat Dan. Bushy, do you know the story behind the Bat Dan nickname for Daniel Carranza?
No, I don't, Pat. He
did he run that in juniors?
He did.
Yeah.
It was Bat Dan in juniors, so it's a name that he's continued through. Obviously, a big Batman fan.
Yeah.
I know that he's been over to the US and driven a car. It might have been this car or certainly something similar. 004 red on the tree. But I'll tell you what, straight as an arrow down that racetrack, 709 with a 5, 188 miles an hour through the top end. Yeah.
The 004 on the reaction time minus is basically what got him under his, just about what got him under his dial in, right?
So that is certainly a very well sorted car.
Courtney Allen back out in the T bucket. So had a bit more of a representative run last pass out. As we've mentioned before, made the trip up from Victoria and we believe licensing today. So a really well presented car.
Yeah, it looks great. Lots of polished aluminium on there. Yeah, really nice graphics on the side. Fantastic to see once it's all sorted and the confidence of Courtney gets up there and she can start racing amongst other competitors in the class.
Certainly. Okay, Courtney's in a full stage here. Just go through a start line procedure. 121 60 foot is not a bad 60 time for the modified T bucket. It's through for an 852 with a 4 at 154 mile per hour. Pretty clean pass there. So good to see that all going to plan.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, Pat.
Car was straight as an arrow too on that pass. So really, really good. Well done to the crew for prepping up a great car, and congratulations to Courtney Allen. It looks like we don't give out licenses here, but I can't see anything wrong with with putting the tick in the box for Courtney on that one.
Pat signs everything with an X.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And a question mark, just to make you think twice.
Touche, I haven't heard that. I like it.
X, maybe.
All right, looks like we've got top sportsman. Our next category to face the starter, and I can see two very cool cars down below us. We've got Chris Corbin and Leo Georges.
Yeah, geez, I mean, I often tell people modified is usually the most hotly contested class, I think, at the track championships. It's usually the tightest that's down there, but I tell you what, top sportsman has been the most exciting this weekend.
Yes, definitely. There's been a lot of heart and mouth launches from the first run earlier this morning, but some of these cars definitely putting on a show for our crowd, of course, and two of those are next pair to run. So we've seen Corbin get very crossed up in a burnout earlier this morning, and then gone through and did some pretty good runs in this car. It's not one that we've seen that regularly here at Sydney Dragway, but certainly laying down some passes here today. He's dialed in with a 788. So he will be chasing down the escort van of Leo Georges, who's dialed in with an 885. So near enough to a second head start for the Commodore. And we shouldn't be too far away from getting these cars fired into life, but
All right, so just before we get started with Top Sportsman here, as those of you here at the track would have seen, the ambulance has just had to make its way back down the return road out to the pits to attend to someone down there. So until that ambulance is back in position at the end of the track, we can't continue racing. So we'll just make a quick break out to some ads. Hopefully everything is all okay down the back and we can resume racing shortly. If you do like to grab a coffee or something to eat, there are food trucks up on the eastern side of the track behind the grandstands there. So go and check out those food trucks that are helping us here at Sydney Dragway today. We'll be right back with Speed Adict Clothing, Round 4, New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back under racing conditions. Thank you very much for your patience. As Pat said, we had an issue in the pits and the ambulance was required there, so hence we had to put a halt to racing while that got attended to. And we're back underway with the first round of racing for Top Sportsman. We've got Craig Corbett in the Aeroflow lane in the Bosco's Race Engines Holden Commodore 406 supercharged injected Chevy. Dialed in with a 788. Dialed in with an 885 in the Rocket lane. We have Leo Georges in the Mark 1 Escort panel van for Rocky Lamontina and Sons. So the Escort to lead first. 037 on the tree. The Escort is out and gone. Corbett will have to chase him down. He's got a bit of work to do at the top end of the racetrack and does not get there. 892 with a 141 mile an hour. Got there first by 300ths of a second. Corbett went a little bit too fast, just trying to make up that difference on the reaction time.
787 on a 788. That's a cruel one, but yeah, what a race.
Certainly good to be consistent in any car, let alone a supercharged injected car. A little bit more tricky. There's a few more components there that have to all work in.
Certainly been a handful all day, that's for sure. So, but seemed to be a bit tamed down on this on that pass, to be fair. All right, John Rigatos out there. Johnny's Automotive, Falcon Ute. It's got the 433 Cube, Ford engine on board, Phoenix Race Engines power, up against Thomas Leake in the Pontiac Grand Am.
Try to remember, Pat, what company did this Ute advertise? I remember when it came out, it was like the poster car for something. I'm trying to think what it was for.
That's a great question.
We're similar vintage.
Yeah.
It's a street machine thing or something like that, like a Summernats car or something along those lines. But I tell you what, it's turning into a pretty good race car across the finish line, right over at the centre line. But Thomas Leake will take the win. 796 with a 4 on a 786. Got there first by 400ths of a second.
A lot of reaction time in that. There was 700ths in the reaction time. So,
oh wow! Put your hands together for the burnout from Anthony Curry. Wow, he's been taking lessons from Rocco Romano. I think he's doing
Rocco
exactly
Romano,
the same
Anthony
thing.
Batur, John Force, even a bit of inspiration there, perhaps. Well done, Anthony. Definitely had that squared up as well. It wasn't all over the place.
Yes, it sounds so clean too.
Yeah. That 2JZ power plant on board.
Dialed in with an 8 flat is Anthony in the RX2. Taking on Joe Gadolari here in the Commodore. Dialed in with an 830. Now, Joe hasn't done a burnout here. So...
Did have an issue earlier in the day as well.
He did. I'm just wondering if he's...
I'll just be accepting the tree.
Playing the game here and just getting round points maybe for... there might be a small enough number in the field that if he fronts for the first round, he'll get a certain number of points to the championship. And if that's the case, that's big brain stuff right there.
That's right. Yep. That's what's happening. Whoa, man. Curry's still going to take the win on that pass, even though it had to get aborted because the car wanted to basically swap ends on him just past the 60. Gadolari basically just accepting the tree and moving forward. So, yeah, and the other point that you bring up, Bushy, Joe could just accept the tree, get a green light, and potentially, if the other lane red lit, he would have got a win without having to make a pass, right?
He'll get route points as well. So, I think maybe that's the story there. I'm surmising that's my thought to it.
Nonetheless, you've got to play the game the way it needs to be played.
Well, I mean, I think it probably doesn't seem to make any difference right now, but if that's what he's done, if he gets to the last round of the championship and he's 10 points behind...
That might be the difference.
That's the difference, you know?
Certainly.
Our next pairing out will be Pete Hamilton and Paul Clark. Hamilton's in the VH Commodore, of course, that wheel standing...
The green vacationer.
Yep.
remember a couple of rounds ago he came out and I was used to seeing this thing just point towards the sky, and then all of a sudden it stopped doing that and it just came off the line really cleanly. But it's come back around to throwing the wheels in the air a little bit more.
Do you think, like, because I know a lot of guys use weight in the car to do that, and I'm guessing that you probably don't need a huge amount of weight to level the car back out. You know what I mean? It's only to bring, because you've got the leverage on the rear end, right? It's not just dead weight lifting up. It's actually a fulcrum around the rear end. So the longer wheelbase the car from the rotation point, this is my crane talk here, from the rotation point to the leverage point, that weight or force is amplified, right? So
That's
you probably
right.
only needed 10.
The longer the car, the less weight you need, effectively. Yes.
Yeah. So 10 kilos up the front of the car, if that's what he's done.
That's right. It could just be, it could be the playing around with that.
Or he might have just changed the ignition curve on it. I don't know.
Could have changed something on it. I mean, I feel like Pete's car's running faster than it did before. So there might be a combination of things, a bit of a chassis adjustment and tune-up sort of deal. I can't quite remember that it was running as deep into the 8s when I first started seeing it. I thought it was in the low 9 sort of second time.
I can't remember, to be honest, but I tell you, it hasn't got a big tyre on it.
No.
Paul Clark with the wheels up, definitely landed on the 002 on the tree for Hamilton. Where am I looking? And Hamilton's going to take the win. 8:33 with a 5, 1:59 through the finish line.
Wow.
8:33 with a 5 on an 8:33 with a 002. That's a 7,000th of a second package right there for Pete Hamilton.
Whatever it is that they've been doing, it's working.
Wow. My mind was initially taken, my attention was taken from Paul Clark breaking the 60-foot with the rear wheel, and the front end a good 2 or 3 feet off the ground. Next up, we're going to see George Matter in the LH Tirana for A Civil, VP Race Fuels, Ours Race Glides, and Mr. Digger. Dialed in with a 783. He's taking on Eddie Harwich in the Enviro Waste RX-7. Of course, another one of these Mazda products with the 2J power plant. Now, I don't think we've seen Eddie over in that lane today.
No, he's been in aeroflow lane all day. So it's going to be a little bit different for the guys. They're going to have to still get him squared up or offset squared at the start line.
Where do they aim now? They're at the light tower or something.
Yeah, I guess. It's a tough one. They're obviously figuring out something with that chassis, with what it's doing. But either way, it's still working because he's got a 649 dial-in, which is no slouch. And all of the mile per hour too, 197 I think the last pass was.
Definitely up there with the speed. Of course, this car pretty aero in comparison to the Tirana that's in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, slight difference there.
Here the turbo spool for Harwich. Big wheel stand for Matter out of the Tirana.
Oh my goodness.
Harwich's car sliding around in the back.
Breaks out. Wow. 647 on a 649. Matter goes through a 787 with a 9 on a 783 dial-in. Big congrats to the team down there. They've obviously kicked some goals and come back from having a bit of an issue about a month or so ago. So, yeah, really good to see those guys making steps forward. Move on to Greg Fowler here in the Chevy Beretta. He's got a solo pass, 755 dial-in. But Fowler's no stranger to competition, and they will take every chance they get to make another lick and get some more data on that well-oiled machine.
Exactly right. Tough races they are at that. It's a good strong run for the Harwich there, though.
That was, yeah.
Not a bad light. He chased him down. He got there first, but just too quick.
And the thing just moves so much, that car. He's going to wear out the steering wheel bearings, I think.
Yeah, the shaft bearings under the dashboard.
All Right, as we see Greg being moved into position to accept the tree. We'll see him bring pre-stage light on and full stage shortly after. .015 reaction time, so Greg, as always, is chasing that light. He's going to run on through for a 7:58 with a 6 on the 7:55 dial-in at 182 miles per hour. So basically just what we're expecting from Greg in that Beretta.
I can tell you that's Joe Sorbello doing a burnout before I even see it.
Yeah, the whistle of the supercharger. Another solo pass here for Joe. He's got 894 dialing, which he's been running right about there all day. So no sandbagging happening there.
None. Of course, there's several different ways you can go racing with dial your own. You can dial in soft and give time away to your competitor, and hope that you can back off at the other end, or you can go after the dial in and just run it out the back door. 046 on the tree for Sorbello. Nice reaction time for him. 892 with a 4. Fractionally too quick there, but on a solo, it does not matter.
Okay, Simon Bradbury through again in the Holden Commodore. 406 cube Holden engine. Healthy shot of nitrous on board. Nice reaction time from Bradbury there in 023. It's going to make the most of this solo pass. It's going to cross through for an 851 with a 4. So pretty strong full pass there. Luckily enough, it's a solo, so it doesn't matter that he broke out. But we've got a big smile on the crew member down there, so yeah, I think pretty happy with that time.
That car left so cleanly. 125 to the 60
Very
with
nice.
an 023 light. You made the comment before, Pat, that the time from the 60 foot, if it's a good one, is just amplified down the racetrack. The further that you go under power, obviously, to make up, I guess, a 1/10 of a second down the racetrack that you've lost at the 60 foot is nearly impossible.
It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. Unless you've got some sort of, overboost function or, something like that available to you. But then if you're in a dial your own category and you're relying on that, extra horsepower to get you over the end of the back end, you run a real risk of just going under the dial in anyway, right? So it's, it's why short track is so important.
I mean, no different to circuit racing when you're building a lap, is it? You've got to do well in sector 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. Yep, you can't just pray for, a lot of horsepower on the straight to save you. But, you've got to spend double the amount of time on the brakes to get the car through a corner. There's a lot of different aspects there. It can't just all be about power. It certainly helps, though. It's a fun bit.
It definitely does.
Oh, red light on the tree from Ryan Franks and the wheel up. Mike Lawson's got a half-decent launch this time, which is great for him. He's had a few struggles today. He's going to go on through an 896 with a 3 at 158 miles per hour. Being heads up with Extreme Bike. No dial-ins. This is the first one to the line, but unfortunately Franks left the red light, so that's where heads up and dial-in basically work out the same. If you leave a red light on the tree, you're giving the win to your competitor. Next pairing will be Cherie Buggy and Brant Gilliver in Extreme Bike. She's been running pretty well so far today. A little slower than her competitor, unfortunately, but consistent. So see if she can't bring that consistency here. Bit of a lift as well. Brian Gilliver gets the reaction time at 0.50. It's going to cross an 8.38 with a 2 at 164 mile per hour. Buggy a 9.06.5, 158 miles per hour. And Deanne Azzopardi Racing Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. We've got Brennan Miglianico, Rams Head Surfaces Hayabusa in the Rocket lane.
Nico up on the two-step.
Clean launch,
popping away.
Nico.
Nice clean launch, as you say, Pat. 133 with a 9 for Miglianico to the 60. 762 with a 0. 191 miles an hour through the finish line. Got there by a second, 1.4 seconds. And a 9.18 with a 131 mile an hour for Azzopardi there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, something obviously Deanne not happy about something. He had turned the tyre a little bit early on, some traction issues, so obviously just buttoned off. No need to run it out the back door on that one. But wow, some mile per hour on Miglianico's bike there for sure.
I guess that's the beauty with the turbocharger, isn't it? The harder you can spin it, the more RPM that you end up with at the other end, which then spins the turbo harder, so it's compounding until you lose efficiency on the turbo.
Certainly. Looks like Cheryl Beddoes still having a bit of an issue in the burnout stage of her race there, so maybe a weird electronics issue going on with the Destroyer there, just not letting the RPM come up high enough for it to get started. It's like it's stuck on a launch two-step or something.
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure, but well, last time out she did manage to get the bike away from the line fairly cleanly, even without the burnout. She's accepting the tree here, so we'll see what she can do against Joe Curry. Yeah, certainly something not quite right on the Destroyer Beddoes there, but Curry also just buttoning off. I was just about to say, if he doesn't get on with it, Cheryl's going to drive right around him on that aborted run, but nonetheless, Curry will take the win.
All right, so it looks like we're moving into Super Sedan now. Our next category out, Pat. And
yes,
we've
indeed.
got Joe Cabora in the Falcon Ute taking on Nathan Watt in the Rocket lane. .902 the dial in for the utility, 926 the dial in for the Commodore. So half a light head start pretty much going to the Commodore in the Rocket lane. Nice was up launch from the Falcon. 004 on the tree for Watt and Cabora. Wheels came down and that's about as far as it went. Watt will take the win here, 947 with a 3 at only 111 mile an hour. And looks like Cabora had some issues there.
Yep. It looks like Watt must still have rear vision mirrors on his Commodore as well, because he had the shootout early on that pass, so he must have seen Cabora slowing down.
You're right, because Cabora should have been coming up from behind.
Really quickly, yeah. So good awareness from Watt there to save the horses, as it were. This time out, we've got Nigel Hartis in the VL Calais RB30 power on board in the Aeroflow lane. Joe Zammit in the VL Holden 383 cube power can have any car as long as it's a VL. In this pairing, we've got an 860 dial in for Hartis and a 1004 for Joe Zammit. 0.20 reaction time for Zammit there means he's going to head on down for the win. A 10.077 on a 10.04 dial in. Not far behind though was Hardest with a 860 dial in, 867. So really, really nice effort from both races there. And Hardest just slipping on the reaction time, which put him a little bit behind. A couple more favourites coming up, Bushy.
Yeah, I didn't realise we were having a mini jamboree here today. Yeah. We've got Alf Axiak from Luddenham in the LCR Shop Fitters RX2, dialed in with a 922. This was screaming 13B rotary powered RX2, taking on Cameron Pease's Toyota Corolla with the 1J on board. This thing dialed in with an 859.
A very unassuming little Corolla, isn't it?
Oh, Alf went after the light, 113 red. Pease has seen that and said, you know what, I'm just going to let it build boost and then let it go.
Yep.
922 with a 7 for Axiak across the finish line. 867 with a 6 at 153 for Pease. So he went pretty well close to the dial-in as well.
Good,
no complaints there, but
just took his time on the light. So yeah, some real races IQ on display here this weekend at the Sydney Track Championships. Brought to you by Speed Adict Clothing. Great to have such a good supporter of the track and the sport on board. As we continue on with Super Sedan, we've got Sean Sorbello in the Aeroflow lane in the Commodore and Lou Palumbo in the HX Tunner in the Rocket lane. 1020 dial in for Sorbello to a 917 Lou Palumbo. So you're going to see Sorbello leave a second or so before. And off he goes there. 0.31 reaction time for Palumbo. He's definitely going to be putting it on Sorbello on this one. It's going to be hard to overcome. That is the result. 919 with a 6 on a 917 dial in to a 1040 with a 3 at 134 mile per hour. 1020 for Sorbello. 4.5 almost tenths.
I tell you what, though, he didn't get out of the throttle that much.
No, not really.
Guess all he had to do was make sure that he stayed in front.
Yeah,
happy days.
That's true.
All right, Mick Little in the Tirana running for Rolances out of Forbes in the M&T Little Plumbing back Tirana, dialed in with a 929. He's taking on Daniel Malaquin in the Perfection Automotive VT Commodore. Dialed in with a 950, so only half a light between these two as well.
Little
0.31 on the tree this time for Little. 135 on the tree for Malaquin. There's a fair bit of work to do. I don't think he's going to get around the Tirana. 956 with a 4, 130 mile an hour for Little to take the win by 500ths.
It's like Mick Little just saw Malaquin's dial in and went, I'm going to take that as a challenge.
Yes.
Just to rub salt in the wound. All right, Andrew Little, we've got the Bushrat Camaro out here, 964 dial in. Robert Velastro in the VL Commodore 868. Holden Power on board there. So Velastro in full stage, just waiting on Little. He's in stage now. He's going to leave first. He goes no 2.4 reaction time, which is A big advantage for Little there. He's out horsepowered, but 103 reaction for the other side. Yeah, and he does take the win. A 964 with a 7 on a 64 dial-in and an 868 dial-in. Velastro going through for an 880.
And next pairing will be Dave Gruber and the LOT Consulting. Holden Tirana dialed in with a 930. Rex Webster in the Austin 840 from Medowie dialed in with a 955. .020 on the tree for Gruber to an 089 for Webster. Not much in this one at all. Locked together at 1,000, and it will be Dave Gruber by 500. Across the finish line to get the win. 936 with a 136 miles an hour, and Webster there a 959 with a 4 and a 955. Just not tight enough in the
Reaction
combined package.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reaction time and a little bit of ET there was the story on that pass. All right, everyone's favourite mighty boy, Nathan Cowie, back out here with the 400 cube small block. A nice spicy burnout. Now, I did have Jim Gennaro on the screen here. Looks like...
Well, I can see the car down there in the fire-up box, but Jimmy's getting out, so no, it's it's a no-show.
It's a no-go, unfortunately. Yeah, it didn't sound quite right or go quite right last time, so wheels up, launch for Cowie. He's, of course, going to take the win regardless, as it's a solo pass, but he's going to head on down there. A 918 dial-in. He goes through for a 916, so a little bit of a breakout there, but as I always say, some data is good data. Okay, so I think I can see Andrew Hunter down here in the I'm going to say it's an XE Falcon. Hunter Race Engines, of course, supporting this program. And it looks like it will be a solo pass as well. It gets the bye run in this one, unless for some odd reason he's lining up against Daniel McDessie in the Valiant, which I don't think so. Just got to wait for the timing boards to update and race control. It's actually a really well presented Falcon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hunter's car. It's super straight. Nice paint job. From what I can see of inside the car, it looks really tidy as well.
Quite like that sort of metallic blue, that sort of electric blue sort of colour.
I think it could be maybe Blueprint, the BA Falcon colour, but might be a little bit lighter than that possibly.
Slight, maybe a custom mix based on that, perhaps.
It was definitely the rage when it came out.
Yes. And that's, I don't think it's a standard colour for that model Falcon that we're looking at.
No, I think XE Falcons seem to, from my recollection of when they were rolling around on the street more often, were brown, maroon, gold, white. Yep.
I don't think they did black. Well, they might have done it.
Might have been black, yeah. XE ESPs and whatnot could come in black, if I remember. 950 dial in, 087 reaction time for Adam Hunter there. He's going to cross the line at a 9.55 with a 5, so pretty on the ball with the dial in there for Adam Hunter. He'll take the win, obviously. All right, next up, Chris Creech in the Holden Commodore Ute. There's a 6-litre on board. I believe supercharged, this one? I think, from memory.
I was going to say nitrous, but...
Yeah. I haven't seen a purge. Clean launch, 022 reaction time. Really well done from Chris there. 152, 60 foot. He's been consistent in that range. Goes through for a 992 with a 2 on a 966 dial in.
And I think that rounds out the round of Super Sedan, Pat.
Certainly. Right, so Blown Outlaws will be our next category through. You can see Brittany Olive down here in the Oihara Dragster, and of course Danny McDessie in Valiant. Down there, the guys basically testing out this revised combination that's been off the track for a little while. We've got 655 dial in for Brittany Olive in the aeroflow lane and a 750 for McDessie. I think realistically the guys are just looking to get the car down the track. Nice stout burnout from Danny there. The car just wanting to drift a little bit to the right in the lane. Looks like the fire... no, it looks like it's running still. Great. Good to see Danny keeping the fire alive in the Valiant. Let's get him backed up. Of course, no concerns for Brittany there. She's going through, ticking the boxes in her start line procedure. Got Shane, Dad behind, just guiding the backup crew into position. McDessie crew have got Danny there or thereabouts. They've got a bit of an angle on the car and he's offset a little bit to the left. But they are going to straighten him up. Let's see, hopefully the guys can get a pass out here. Brittany Olive patiently waiting. She's going to take the staging beams. McDessie in full stage. Olive in stage. McDessie leads the line quite well. He's out past the 330. He's past the halfway mark. He's going to run it out the back door. Really nice. Olive goes through for a 661 with a 2. big breakout from McDessie, but that's no problem. The crew's just happy to see that car run all the way down 7:39 with a 3 at 156 mile per hour. So even a lift at the big end, a lot of potential by the looks of things in the McDessie Valiant Taxi.
Yeah, definitely. Pat, we know that car can run way quicker than the 750. I think they've just thrown a number out there to come out and get down the racetrack because they had some issues in both their runs earlier this morning. So.
Yeah, so I think first run after the burnout, the car shut off.
Yep.
And then second run on the hit off the line, it had a bit of a cough and shut down. But yeah, luckily the guys managed to get that car squared away and made a full pass. So really good to see that car running again. So another one that's going to be an interesting run if the planets align. We've got Rob Margin in the Zeus R35, 620 dial in. And Craig Burns, SCF Race Cars, Villain Mustang, also with a 620 dial in. As we mentioned earlier today, Croydon Racing Developments behind the build on the R35 for Margin. And Craig Burns and SCF Race Cars, obviously a major part in the chassis build and setup of that car too. So two monster burnouts from these competitors here. Two very different ways of going about making a similar amount of horsepower. A 6-cylinder turbocharged application in the R35 and supercharged Brian Anderson Engineering 521 big block in the Mustang.
I dare say that the Margin car would be substantially lighter than the Burns Mustang.
It's a good chance. There's certainly less metal involved in the engine combination.
And definitely the car would be a lot more aero at the top end where we're talking big speeds. That big supercharger and injector hat, although it looks pretty awesome sitting way above the roofline in this car, not so good for aerodynamics at high speed.
I mean, you can deal with it, can't you?
Yeah, well, of course the other issue is he's got to be able to see past it as well.
Yeah.
Another minor problem.
Yeah, that's right. Wall over there still, yep, line over there still, good. We must be in the middle. As long as those two things are on the correct side, everything's okay. Keep your foot into it. All right, so as mentioned, both 620 dial in for these cars. No expense spared here on the combination.
On either side of the racetrack.
On either side of the racetrack, that's right. Margin patiently waiting in full stage. Burns out, an 017 reaction time. Margin unfortunately just not quite being there, but wow, it's moving around.
Yeah, wow, Pat.
Wow, 0.977 60 foot from the R35 again. So yet again, the fastest 60 that we have seen here. A 670 was the ET at 146 mile per hour. So Craig Burns certainly off the throttle early there. Margin with a 693 with a 6 at 146 mile per hour, obviously off the throttle around the half track mark after the car wanted to change lanes on him. So lots and lots of potential in both those cars. We've already seen the potential realised in Burnsy's car. You know, that's running Pro Mod at 585 and top door slammer past that number. But yeah, Croydon and Rob Margin getting their heads around that R35 combination, which is good to see. Next pairing here in Boosted Outlaws, Ray Fairfield in the EL Falcon, and then Jeremy Boscovich in the XY Falcon. Again, see, all of the hats survived on this pass.
Yes,
Bushy.
they've tightened them up. honesty, I didn't realise that Fairfield actually gone to the small block Ford V8 power.
Yeah, it was a 6-cylinder for for a long
I
time,
assumed
right?
this morning that it was a
Yep.
6-cylinder. Although he did run pretty good with the 6, but a 707 in qualifying, 200 mile an hour out of the small block Ford.
Certainly working the change to the 8-cylinder.
Of course, he didn't have the Barra motor. He had the
It was the AU,
the
single overhead
4
cam,
litre
4
single
litre,
overhead cam thing.
Yeah, I think it was just while it was able to make the power, I think in racing conditions it was just really taking its toll. I can only assume that from what I've seen. You know, we had there was another blue car, Michael. I can't remember his surname. The blue EB Falcon. That was. That was a 6-cylinder as well.
Was one of his early cars, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
The 6-cylinder, I believe, ran effectively the same issue. They just got to a point where it was just starting to hurt things.
Yeah.
Crank. You know, a 4-litre crank is quite a long bit of steel to throw around at big RPM. Anyway, Boskovic out, 121 reaction time. He's going to head on down, 792. He's got the win on a 753 dial-in. Obviously, Fairfield just not quite on the reaction time, but look at the mile per hour for Fairfield's car, 199 mile per hour.
Yeah, not too bad. It was very close to his qualifying time, but
Yeah.
a good clean pass there for Jeremy Boskovic in the rocket lane there, Pat.
Yep.
All right, looks like we're moving into Supergas now.
Yep.
And
Luke Romeo and Joe Catanzariti.
Have our first pairing rolling up to the water now.
Stout burnouts as we used to from Supergas.
Just waiting on Catanzariti to move forward up into the staging beams. In there now. Of course, this category you can't deep stage. That's an instant disqualification. 018 to an 019. There's a thousandth of a second advantage to Luke Romeo in the aeroflow lane. Both cars on their way to the finish line. It will be Joe Catanzariti to take the win. That moves him into the next round.
Yep.
I was thinking it might have been Chicago Shootout for a second there. Yep. And he'll move into the next round.
That was a close race, but it was just
close.
under 300ths of a second margin of victory there.
A good run, as we would expect from Supergas, of course. Next up, we have Roy Romeo in the Ford Roadster, taking on Anthony Panetta in the Holden Calibra. Both races into pre-stage now. Of course, one flash, all 6 ambers at once. First to the other end wins, slower than a 990. There's the big throttle stop. 007 or an 017. Panetta with the better reaction time. Sounded like someone was on and off the throttle there. Looks like Roy Romeo will take the win. 9.92 with a 154 mile an hour. 0.05 of a second across the finish line.
Yeah, Nicholas Polito and Vince Panetta, our next pairing. Polito, a very familiar name. The ex-Pro Stock car, now Supergas. With Mario Polito, of course, well known for Pro Stock competition. Just getting both cars in towards pre-stage. Once again, this is a Supergas category where they're all working off a 990 index, so you will see the cars launch hard and then they'll just drop down a little bit in the RPM and then pick back up. That's the way that they've dialed it in to get that time. An 0.23 reaction time to an 0.45, so both races on the money there. Wow. 9.09 with a 9 takes the win thanks to the reaction time benefit. It's about 1.5 hundredths at the line, and 9.903 from Polito in the airflow lane, but that reaction time difference is what's got Vince Panetta through to the next round.
Yeah, that was a good race, actually. Really, really good. And I'm wrapped with how good these racers are seeing that pro tree. Like, we're talking 04s, 01s.
Yep.
And you got to remember too that there's some delay, I guess, in how the car reacts to the driver as well.
Yeah, certainly the box itself, the button even.
Yep.
You know, we've seen people over the years, swap buttons out just to get better reaction time with how quick the action is and whatnot. You wouldn't assume that a little electrical button, when you press it, there's a delay in letting go of it, but there is. So some people swear by one, others swear by another. I like this style of button, I like that style of button, etc. But whatever works for you in the end.
Looks like we're into Street Fighter now, and we've got Will McNamara in the Rocket Lane taking on Ben Roberts. Roberts in the Falcon has a slightly better reaction time, but Will currently still out in front. Will he continue in competition? He got there first by 1/100th of a second, but breaks out. Goes 17.63 with a 1 on a 17.72, I think it was. Handing the win to Roberts in the Falcon.
900ths in the margin of victory, so that's a shame.
Not a lot at all.
Right, Glenn Featherstone in the VZ Commodore in the airflow lane. We've got Pietro Tallarico in the Holden Ute, NV Customs on board, providing that amazing looking wrap on his car. We've got a 1540 dial in for Featherstone in the airflow lane to a 1464 Tallarico. 0.64 reaction time from Featherstone, so he's on the light there. That's going to be a big advantage as they head on down the track. I'm not sure if Tallarico is going to make that up. And he doesn't. A 15.448 for Featherstone, so right on the dial-in, but not far behind Tallarico, 14.67 on a 64.
Next up, we'll see Sean Dartnell in the Hyundai i30, dialed in with a 16.65. We'll be chasing down Megan White in the Holden Trax, who's dialed in with a 17.74. Megan pretty new to the tracks on the racetrack, at least.
Certainly, behind the steering wheel.
Yeah. Went an 0 something light in the last round of qualifying, I think it was. Yep. Dartnell, who's normally very, very good, has had a little bit of a mixed bag so far. I think Brett's been giving some coaching on the start line. 0.86 on the tree. She has a fair advantage up her sleeve.
And the relative B block as well in the tracks is going to give the horsepower advantage, the 1.8 to a 1.4. Oh, and Dartnell breaks out, trying to chase it down as well.
Didn't get there across the finish line first, though. A 17.85 with a 2.77 mile an hour for Megan White to take the win. Got there by over a tenth.
Certainly. Danny Stadelmeyer out in the mighty AU Falcon. 1360 dial in, with Monique Zara in the Statesman, a 1560. So we'll see Monique leave a full 2 seconds before Danny in the airflow lane. Oh, Monique's just left it. Cherry on the tree. Oh, so has Danny though.
First or worst, Pat. First or worst.
First or worst.
So the only way that Danny could lose this race is if he crosses the centre line or touches the wall.
All right, so Danny Stadelmeyer will take the win with 1374 on that pass. Beyond Jack Matasevic here in the Falcon. It's a solo pass. He's got a 1433 dial in. Let's see if he takes advantage of that bye run just to get a bit of practice in. 0.54 reaction time, so definitely taking it seriously.
Gets along all right, this car, for a BA Falcon.
1431 with an 8, so a slight breakout there, but nonetheless, he will be moving on to the next round.
Well, I guess we're at that point in the afternoon now where it's still kind of warm, but the air temperature is starting to drop as the sun gets lower in the sky and the shadows start to lengthen, because the racing surface is now in full shade.
Certainly.
Our next pair out will be in Super Street, and we have Brett Stutchbury in the PCS Racing Power Plus Race Fuels Commodore, dialed in with a 10.19. Taking on Mark Elborn in the Power Plus Race Fuels Utility. He's dialed in with a 12.44.
.088 reaction time for Elborn. 0.89 reaction time for Stutchbury. This will be a good race. The turbocharged LS-powered Commodore hunting down the whole Newt there. It does take the win. A 10.19 with a 6 on a 10.19 dial-in, and a slight breakout from Elborn as well. 12.42 with a 4 on a 44 dial-in.
Yeah, so Elborn actually crossed the finish line first, but went too fast. Handing the win back to the aeroflow lane there.
Yep.
Next up we have Chris Zammit taking on Bruce Ritchie. Zammit in the black Commodore, dialed in with an 11.84. Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air, dialed in with a 10.78. The big Chevy will do the chasing.
Hopping the wheel up off the ground. 0.14 reaction time from Zammit there. And not far behind an 0.90, which is no mean feat in such a big car as well, by the way.
Does pretty well, the big Chevy. And Zammit takes the win there, 11.85 with a 3 on 11.84. Ritchie trying to make the reaction time up. Just went too quick. Mind you, his light wasn't bad.
No, not bad at all. We talk about knowing your car and compensating for that, the delay through the car itself. The bigger the car is, the more you've got to compensate.
Yes.
You've got to let go of that button a little bit earlier, because that big giant mass is not going to hop straight out of the hole.
I'm sad, Pat. We're going to be down one Cortina at least in Super Street. 0.94 on the tree for Matasevic.
Gibbs with got some work to do.
Yeah. And Matasevic will take it 10.60 with a 114 mile an hour. And Gibbs there, unfortunately, out of racing for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, uncharacteristically a bit off on the dial in there as well, by a couple of tenths. So
maybe having some issues. Next up we have Craig Warren in the Beals Mechanical Power Plus Race Fuels Sydney Scrap Steel backed Tirana, dialed in with a 10.14. He's taking on Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics Holden Tirana.
It should be a good race. Both of these guys know their cars really well. They know their dial in well.
that they do. VLRS had an issue in the first run today, but I think the subsequent runs have been pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, Warren's thrown it away with a red light, 016. He'll be disappointed when he sees the time card and notices that VLRS went 210 on the tree.
And a breakout for VLRS as well, just to rub some more salt into the wound for Craig Warren.
It wasn't a big breakout,
no,
9,000, but still under is under.
Yep. All right, Adam Bowers here, 10.05, who ran right on that dial-in last time out. Mitchell Gregory with the big Chevy Impala, 11.28. He's had his hands full in this car today, but has still managed to remain consistent when it comes to the ETs. 0.58 reaction time, another great reaction time there. Bowers got some work to do. He's got the 2.15 reaction time, so 1500s to make up. And it doesn't quite get there, so Mitchell Gregory, 11.37 with a 1 on a 28 dial-in. The reaction time really being the nail in the coffin there.
Yeah, margin of victory just under a 1/10 of a second. Next up, we'll see Richard Matasevic in the Modern Style Kitchens Falcon Utility dialed in with a 10.68. He's taking on Martin Stevenson in the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ panel van. Oh, Matasevic's thrown it away with a red light. 125 on the tree for Martin Stevenson.
Stevenson's noticed the wind light, I think. He's dragging the brakes out the back end there, so small breakout still, so not dragging the brakes enough, clearly.
No.
It's got a 10.19, but still will take the win thanks to that cherry on the tree from Matasevic. Okay, Zielkowski in the V Commodore Utes up against Mark Hopkins in the LX Tirana at a 10.84 dial in for Hopkins, 11.99 for Zig. Has been running pretty well today, Zig, in the VE Commodore. Nice reaction times, good 60 foot for the combination, so interesting to see how he shapes up against Hopkins here, who is always super consistent. Oh, I've put the curse on Hopkins, the commentator, with the 0.12 reaction time. Zig goes through for a 12.01 on 11.99 dial-in, so right where he needed to be, but didn't even need to be that close with the red light from Hopkins. That's certainly a surprise.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a number of surprises this round so far.
But we can't take anything away from Zig there in the Commodore, because he was right on his dial-in. It was a decent reaction time. Right, and that will end Super Street. We're going to jump across into Modified. Romano just wheeling the heck out of that dragster on the way down the track.
That car's at 45 degrees at the end of the burnout to the racetrack. We could see the...
Yeah, we can see the sponsorship stickers on the side of it.
The front 3/4 of it. We could probably see the rest if the tyres weren't so big.
Yeah, that's right. As always, George Bukarushliev, nice and straight down the track. His consistent little LS-powered front-engine dragster. So we've got a 786 dial-in for Bukarushliev, 728 for Romano, who has been Johnny on the spot, but George is no slouch in that aeroflow lane, so let's see if we can have a bit of an upset, perhaps.
Yeah, well, both pretty experienced racers in these cars.
Reaction time versus an 0.37. Bukarushliev has the advantage here. Romano is doing the chasing. Double breakout, but a big, wow. Yeah, big win for Krushliev there. I missed the margin of victory, but talking about upsets, and we got one.
Yeah, well, Romano there crosses finish line first, but went too fast, so under the dial-in by the most, handing the win back to Krushliev.
I think it might have been 300s that Romano was under, maybe only 1 or 2 for Krushliev, so certainly not much in it there.
Well, this will be a tough race. We have Craig Davies in the Motorsport Connections Shane's race engines backed front engine dragster. Dialed in with an 838, taking on Lee Hartle-Law in the Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical backed Ford Roadster, who's dialed in with an 805. 838 for Davies and 805 for Hartle-Law. Both races very experienced in these cars.
.004 reaction time for Davies. Leads off an 016 reaction time from Hartle-Law. Oh, breaks out, CJ.
Yeah,
Wow,
wow.
got there first, but a full 10th margin of victory to Hartle-Law. It's just been surprise after surprise in this all day, really, isn't it, Bushy?
Yeah, very much so, Pat. I think the weather conditions out there might just be having some impact on how the cars are running in terms of their dial-in and consistency.
Certainly the vast majority of these vehicles in Modify, I think almost all of them are running a carburetor setup.
Yes.
So fuel delivery, so there's no automatic compensation like you would get on an EFI system. You know, okay, oh, there's a bit more air density. Okay, that means I can take a little bit of fuel out, or I can put a little bit of fuel in, or whatever, to still meet the same O2, you know, the AFRs and whatnot that the ECU would be looking at. That's not the case on a carby.
No.
You've got to be Johnny on the spot with your weather station and the screwdriver, basically,
Yes.
to
ripping jets out in
That's right.
under the tunnel.
What carby can I buy that I can swap a jet out in under 10 seconds? That's that's what I need.
A very expensive one.
Exactly. So maybe an APD from Racemax Direct. George might be able to help you out with one of those.
Oh, smoking
Whoa.
the tyres is Paul Lynette in the altered there. 039 on the tree.
Martin Borg, straight down Broadway. You called it earlier, Bushy. Lynette's one of those cars where it's super impressive, but when it has an issue, it has an issue. So it's a bit of a shame for their crew. Looks like it might still have some fire in the pipes, possibly. Or maybe not.
It's interesting. I wouldn't have thought it would have been a problem with it stopping. It was just that it spun the wheels on the hit.
Yeah. Maybe if it does it sound like an engine firing up down there?
That's what it sounds like.
Doesn't sound super happy about it though. Well, good thing is it looks like Paul will make it off the track under his own power, and we won't have too much of a hold up here, which is always great for all competitors involved.
And looks like our next pairing out will be Chelsea Smith and Daniel Abatdan Carranza. Carranza in the Worthy Dragster, big box Chev 615 cubed power plant. Dialed in with a 709. Smith in the Lucas Oil-backed rear-engine dragster.
Sort of battle of the low-profile dragsters, this one, isn't it? Romano and Borg with the big wings and the big blocks.
Yes.
These are big blocks too as well, but a little bit more low-profile dragster, I guess you could say.
757 the dial in for Chelsea Smith in the Aeroflow lane. So she will be chased by Carranza by near enough to half a second. Doesn't sound like much, but we'll soon see what that visually looks like.
couple of healthy burnouts from the big block dragsters down there.
Just waiting on Carranza to move into full stage. For 0.35 on the tree for Smith. And I think it sounded like Carranza spun the tyre pretty bad, or did he get out of the throttle after the red light?
Yeah, not sure on that one, but either way, it's given the win to Chelsea Smith, which is probably a bit of a shake-up there. So well done to Chelsea and the crew. Good reaction time too, 0.35, which is, I think, one of her best reaction times today.
I would say that's a safe light if you could do that consistently.
Yeah.
It's tough enough to win your races, but it's not close enough to a red light.
It's not
you're not
right
going
on
an O
the
light every time, you know.
That's putting a toe close to the line, but not on it.
Correct.
Sort of thing. Yeah.
As the lights get switched on here at Sydney Dragway, we move into Doc Sportsman, their second round of racing. We kick off the round with Leo Georges in that Ford Escort in the airflow lane, taking on Thomas Leake in the Rocket lane.
I can't get over how much tyre is under the back of this panel van. It's like it's lucky it started life as a panel van, so it's got enough room in the back to put those tyres in.
You just have a continuous tub across the back.
Yeah, yeah. No more storage space. I mean, it's going to make it hard to deliver carrots.
Yes.
But, you know.
Well, you've got all that space in front of the wheel tub.
Yeah. So much.
One box at a time.
But each delivery is only going to take a real short amount of time, right? So it's a pretty fast car.
Correct.
Should be able to turn around and get it done.
Just wouldn't be much fun in traffic. 882 the dial in for Georges, 786 the dial in for League. Georges moving around a little bit on the hit. The car moved over to the left-hand side of the racetrack. He's out in front of the moment. There's a thousandths in the reaction times. And Leo Georges takes the win. Leak goes too fast, 785 with a 9 on a 786. So 1,000th of a second too fast. Wow, this sport is so cruel.
What were you just saying about safe and too close to the line, Bushy? It's a little too close. All right, George Matter back out again in the LH Tirana. A Civil on board, and Joe Sorbello in the Skyline. We've got a 783 dial in for Matter in the Aeroflow lane and an 890 dial in for Sorbello. So he's just slowly chipping away at that dial in, getting a little lower each time. Matter has been on a bit of a streak today, so can't wait to see what they have for this round. And Sorbello is always the wily old fox here at Sydney Dragway. Okay. Both cars just moving into stage. Waiting on Matter. He's there. Lights will drop. Oh, red light from Sorbello. 006. It's going to hand the win to Matter, but let's see what it is that he does turn in. I think it's probably buttoned off there.
I think it's spun the tyre on the hit, Pat.
Yeah.
And George is getting out of the throttle and rolling it through out of jail for free there. I thought Joe Gadolari got beat last round.
I thought he did too.
Who did he race?
Because,
no, it's Elimination, Ben. Because he rolled up, he didn't.
Yeah, he rolled up, and we were saying maybe if the other team,
yeah,
you know, if the other racer red lit, it could have been a win that he got through.
I'm confused.
Was it Curry?
Yes, it was.
That he raced, yeah.
It was.
Because he got a bit wild, but still obviously
Yeah, it
got down the. Yeah.
It didn't cross the centre line or touch the wall, unless he did something else something that we didn't see that he shouldn't have done.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was no red light. There was.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, either way, it's like you said. There's racer IQ on display down there, and it's meant that Gadolari's here again at the line.
Yes.
So
490 the light for Hamilton.
Pete Hamilton crosses for an 8:37 with a 5 on an 8:33 dial-in. Gadolari's obviously just going to transit down to the big end of the track. Next pairing we've got through here, Greg Fowler, the Beretta. Okay, Simon Bradbury in the Holden News. A really clean solo pass last time out. Certainly a bit of intimidation there with the big burnout from Greg Fowler.
That's what you can do with 632 cubes under your right foot, and probably, I'm guessing there'd be 1,000 plus horsepower there probably.
Pretty safe to say, yeah. If it wasn't making north of 1,000 with 632 cubic inches, you'd be having a chat to the bloke building the engine, I reckon. I mean, different story if it's, 1960s or 70s factory.
Yes.
Big block sort of things.
Iron heads.
Yeah, struggle to make 200 horsepower or something on really bodgy fuel. But we're a long way from that point. Okay, we've got red lights on the tree at the moment.
You can see our meeting director down there is doing a little bit of pointing, so I'm not sure.
I think the Fowler car has had a bit of a problem. There's a bit of looking around the front end of that car. Some looking and pointing. Very surprising to have any kind of technical issue with that vehicle. From that crew, I should say. Yeah, you can see the trail that it's left further down. See, just past the 60 foot.
No.
That's a real shame.
I need better eyes, Pat.
All right, good news. We've got that little oil spill cleaned up from the rocket lane. And you can hear Simon Bradbury's 406 Cube Chevy engine fired back up again. Nice little burnout. Obviously just done a full-blown burnout, so just want to clean the tyres off again, a little bit of heat back in the surface. I was going to bring it up now. Obviously a solo pass after the Fowlers having some sort of mechanical issue, which is very uncharacteristic of their program. So I'm sure they'll have that sorted and back out again for the next round. Bradbury with the 850 dial in. 004 reaction time, but certainly some traction issues off the line. Right on the tree, Simon Bradbury there, but nonetheless, he'll just cruise on down to the big end of the track, cross the line, and move on to the next round. Got Extreme Bike coming back around for the next round of eliminations. Ryan Franks, GSF Engineering, Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. Cheryl Beddoes on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer. See if they haven't managed to figure out what the little gremlin is that's making it difficult for Cheryl to make a burnout and bring the RPM off the line. I'm not exactly sure what's happening there, but certainly been a bit of a thorn in their side today. Especially considering Cheryl started off with really good reaction times and 60 foots earlier today, qualifying.
Yeah, those electrical gremlins are probably the worst.
It's just...
She at least got a proper burnout in there, Pat.
Yep. Absolutely. It's a bit more willing to give some RPM on the brake. Ryan Franks with a two-step check there.
Yeah.
So you keep an eye out for the flames out the pipe on the back of Frank's car, bike, if you can't see it. Stage for both riders. Beddoes in full stage. Franks with the two-step active in full stage. Close on the reaction time. Ryan Franks with a big squirm out of the 60 foot. He's going to lead the way down. Wow. 763 with an 8 at 193 miles per hour. Really Beddoes with no answer to that at 952 at 139 mile per hour.
Yes, wow, you can see that thing of Frank's once it straightened up and went, you can see it just hunker down and just build speed.
Once it's in second and third gear, there's no stopping it.
Yep. In fairness to Beddoes, she doesn't normally run in Extreme Bike.
No. No, and there's still some gremlins, I think, in that bike, because 139 mile per hour, was it? That doesn't seem quite right for a Destroyer.
Probably wanting a little bit quicker than that, I'd imagine.
Yep. Right, Deanne Azzopardi here in the Aeroflow lane. Azzopardi Racing, Azzopardi Earth Moving on board their program. Brent Gilliver, Big Home Motorcycles. Whoa, what a wheel hop from the GSXR there. Gilliver, great reaction time, 050, an 884 with a 1 at 156 mile per hour to a 925 at 150 for Deanne. Can't say I've seen a bike wheel hop like that before. That's really interesting.
I suppose that's an old school chassis bike.
Yeah.
It's not like you know, I'll say the newer breed of mod bike and the extreme bike, where they actually have suspension and that sort of thing. Where that car, bike of Gilliver would be probably a solid rear.
Yep. big old wheelie bar out the back, so a bit of that playing into it. Joe Curry here in the other Harley Davidson Destroyer. Tree buggy in the rocket lane. Solid burnout from buggy there.
Yeah. Didn't sound like it was particularly long, but it's definitely smoky.
.035 reaction time to an 0.95. Oh, it looks like we've had a bit of a gear shift issue. Buggy's going to ride around Joe Curry. 9.008 at 158. Really clean pass from Tree Buggy there. And yeah, bit of an odd thing for Curry.
I was going to say that's a shame for Curry because off his qualifying time, that would have been a good race based on those two ETs.
Yep.
The qualifying ET and what Buggy's just ran.
Yeah, nice improvement from Buggy there. Looks like big burnouts for the win.
Yes. Well, it's not the first time that Curry's had an issue today, so yeah, both those bikes of his, or in his team, having a few concerns.
Yes. All right, Mike Lawson here on the Hayabusa, a solo run. Very conservative burnout, I think we'll call it, on that one for Mike.
These extended, like long extended swing arm bikes, even though they do a lot of RPM and they do smoke the tyre, they're not particularly smoky based on the for the amount of throttle being applied, if that makes any sense. They sit in the water on the front brake, but plenty of wheel speed happening, but not much smoke.
No, but I don't want to really comment on anyone's program or anything like that, but we've seen Mike struggle with traction off the line repeatedly today.
Yes.
With that, and I feel like there's just not enough temperature in that rear tyre. Judging by the RPM that we can hear that's on board, the lack of smoke, and the fact that he doesn't really roll the bike out of the water.
Yes.
I think that's got a lot to do with those issues he's been having there. But I don't want to tell a racer how to do their job in any way, shape or form. But I know for myself, when I was going through the burnout process with my car, I was always pretty conservative with the burnout, and I had a good friend of mine come along who had a lot more experience than me, and he goes, dude, just I won't tell you exactly what he said, but just do a larger burnout.
I could put two and two together there, Pat.
Yeah. And massive difference. There's a difference between getting the correct temperature in the tyre and activating the compound, and just cleaning the tyre off.
Yes.
And sometimes you need to do both.
Yes.
Sometimes one or the other.
And that's where sometimes obviously having an outside pair of eyes is saying, well,
exactly.
hey, you need to. That needs to change what you're doing there because it's not happening.
And we see it all the time on the street meets as well. People will come out maybe for their first time and they'll just do a burnout in the water box.
Yes.
And then they won't move forward. They'll let the burnout stop. Oh, big red light for Adam Hunter. So unfortunate there on his dial-in. Lou Palumbo is going to take the win. A 9.11 with a 2 on a 9.08 dial-in. Street meets, we'll see people do a burnout in the water box and then they'll stop the burnout still sitting in the water and then they'll move forward and it'll just carry the water with it on the tyres and then, your
burnout's wasted effectively.
Wasted the burnout, you waste your pass because you turn the tyre because they're wet and then you go back to the pits and you blame the track for not being prepped. And then we talk about you at track championships on the commentary. All right, Andrew Little, Bushrat, he's out with 0.29, reaction time 9.63. Cameron Peace in a little Corolla. Looks like it's moved around a bit and backed off.
He's got the win.
He's still got the win.
Andrew Little, he will be kicking himself in that car when he sees that.
200s breakout. Oh, wow. Peace was just gifted a win there. That's how it goes sometimes, though.
Yeah.
All right, Nathan Cowie in the little mighty boy, 916 dial-in. We got Joe Zammett in the VL Commodore. He's just brought his dial-in down a little bit from a 1004, I think, last time to a 1000. Does run very consistently, so into full stage here. Oh, it's just moved forward a little bit. That's going to hurt his start line procedure there, and it has. Very odd sort of situation there. Cowie breaks out and gives Joe the win.
What is happening here
my
in
goodness.
Super Sedan?
I don't know if I should keep talking, if I should stop talking. I'm not sure if I'm affecting what's happening here. The commentator's
You're not
curse.
affecting what's happening, Pat.
No.
If anybody asks, your name's Matt Kavanagh.
Love you, Matt. All right, Michael Little out in the LJ Tirana is a 930. Chris Creech in the Commodore Ute, 966. There's good potential for a close race on this one. 039 for Creech. That's going to give him a slight advantage. 044 reaction time to Michael Little. They're going to be balancing out when to lift, when to stay in it. Little gets the win at 938 with an 8 to a 976 with a 3. So margin of victory, 100th for Little there. What a great race. Both races should be really happy with that. And I'm sure Creech will be really happy with his reaction time. So David Gruber here, Super Sedan, LJ Tirana, LIT Consulting. Sponsorship on board. We've got a 931 dial-in. Nathan Watt in the Grants Performance VL Commodore, 923 dial-in. So this is going to be a really close light between the two. It'll be all down to reaction time. Those drivers up on the wheel. Triple O for Gruber. That's going to be hard to beat, even with an 045. That car is moving around. He's had to back off it. He's going to rue the movement later down the track. That meant he had to back off with a triple O reaction time. Wow, that's the first one of the day.
Yeah, yeah. Normally we see several in a day's racing here at Sydney Dragway, but yeah, no, that's very uncharacteristic for that car to want to move around as well. So
absolutely, and what a couple of tenths off on the dial-in too. So it was all there for Gruber, but the chassis just not agreeing on this pass.
Well, I mean, obviously, sometimes you've got to do what feels right and what feels safe.
Absolutely.
When you're in the driver's seat, you know that. It doesn't take much to be on the wrong side of where you want to be, and you know things can turn south pretty quick.
Absolutely. Might miss out on a win this time, but he'll be lining up in the staging lanes again in no time. So definitely made the right move. Right, I think that may bring us into juniors, which it does. Just have to stand up from a chair to see out the window because they like to hide down near the wall there.
While we set up the finish line apparatus, we might just throw up to our big screen for some words from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway. Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Not slow. Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
All right, the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters about to go into their next round of eliminations, their second round of eliminations, and we see Benjamin Adard in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 872, running for low fabrications, ITF higher, Pro Tilt towing. 872 the dial in for Benjamin. He's taking on Zane Condello in the Rocket lane, who's racing for Fine Line Motorsports. 2528 Automotive and Accessories. Great to see another sponsor on board for both Zane and his sister. 836 the dial in for Zane, so he will be chasing down Adard by a little bit under one light on the Christmas tree. He's recently fitted some extra lighting to the car on the back wing and some LEDs underneath. Looks like Adard's been shut down in the water down there. Must be a little bit disappointed there for the young racer. Out of Greystanes, only on the other side of the pond, effectively, to our west. East. Beg your pardon. So it looks like Zane lucky enough to get the solo here into round number 3. We'll take the opportunity to test the dial in. And the reaction time, 050 on the tree. 175 to the 60. And an 835 with a 7.
Zane's making a really good argument for taking home a trophy tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I will say that the young man's been on a bit of a tear. Didn't have the Winter Nationals that he wanted, but definitely built a championship, and as I said, took home the Eastern Conference championship for the NDRC this year. And he's looking forward to the race at the Bend, where they bring the Eastern and Western conferences together to determine a true national champion. Our next pairing out will be Jacob Longo in the Aeroflow lane, running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. Out of 5, dialed in with an 822. He's taking on Liam O'Neill, who's running for Princey Motorsports, Race Wide Open Podcast, and of course Rusty Media Solutions. Liam dialed in with a 1219.
Liam cutting a really good light last time out as well, and making a bit of an upset on previous elimination, so see if he can't continue with that trend. Giving him the commentator's curse there. Liam's got 002 on the light. Jacob Longo, a leisurely 2:57 reaction time. Still going to get the win. Liam with a 12:19 dial in and a 12:19 with an O ET. The 002 red light.
This sport is so cool.
How cool.
It's so
man.
cool.
Like, you did everything right, you know, and just, But what great performance out of a C junior dragster.
Yes.
You know, obviously still nice and new to the sport.
Yep.
Well, not necessarily new to the sport because he's obviously spent a lot of his lifetime here at Sydney Dragway. But,
Yeah.
but as far as being in a car for a short amount of time, wow. All right, let's get on to the next pair. We've got Riley Ito here at B Junior Dragster. He's got an 850 dial-in. We have Piper Bennett misbehaving in the Rocket Lane, 802. So really pushing towards that that cutoff.
She qualified fourth, slightly slower than 807. Another red light. This time Riley bringing a 002 red on this side of the tree now on the aeroflow lane side. That's two 002s red in both consecutive runs. Bennett through with a 810. Next up, we'll see Tegan Smith and Savannah Lucci doing battle. Tegan dialed in with an 805 in the A Junior Dragster for Lucas Oil's APM Auto Stop, Slow, Traffic Control and Liquid Clothing. Savannah Lucci dialed in with a 1212 for Lucci Civil. Naughty Boys of BP Race Fuels.
So Tegan, number 3 qualifier. She's regularly at the pointy end of the field when it comes to junior dragsters here at Sydney Dragway and around the country, I should say. Savannah Lucci, obviously in the C Junior Dragster, still early in her career of racing, but showing a lot of promise and making some good steps forward. Support from her dad, Dom, there. Of course, the family business, Lucci Civil. Giving Savannah the curse again. No 6-2 red light on that pass. 093 for Tegan Smith in the aeroflow lane. She will take the win. Bit of a breakout for both drivers there.
There's lots of red flashing up on this screen, Pat. What's
Yes.
going on?
I'm just going to stop talking.
Of course, the computer system up here gives us indications when there's been, I'll say, infractions, i.e. like a red light or you go under your dial-in, that sort of thing. So we've got Jake McNamara in the aeroflow lane running for Fine Line Motorsports. The Bank of Mum at Princey Motorsports, Nan and Pop. Dialed in with a 792. He can dial in at 790 in eliminations. They can actually go as quick as a 790. He's taking on Chloe Reiko in the Rocket Lane, who's dialed in with an 813. So not too much in this one.
I'm glad you clarified that with the 790 dial-in in eliminations, because I wasn't aware, and I kept questioning myself because I've been saying earlier today I've got an 80 that they run down to in the A Junior Dragster.
Yeah, in qualifying's 80, and then they give you a 10th on all categories in eliminations.
Makes sense. I started questioning myself. I was like, I'm sure it was 80. Huh.
It's all good. Although you go 789 twice.
Yeah. See you later.
Yep. I'll tell you
on
what,
the reaction time.
There's 2,000s in the reaction time. Reiko with a small advantage and goes too fast
Breakout
by 8,000ths of a second and hands the win back to McNamara, who we'll see in round number 3 of eliminations. Close race though.
That's racing, mate. All right, Brandon Boscovich out with the solo pass. The lone Bosco in juniors today.
Roskovich running for Liverpool Glass and Diecast Mania. And of course, Bosco Motorsports in there as well, running the McGee Power Plant 805, the dial in. She can run whatever she likes here pretty much. Let's just see what she can do.
Definitely any track time is always valuable track time, so you don't want to throw away the opportunity to make a good pass. But playing it safe. 2:11 reaction time. An 8:05 dial in. Let's see where it ends up. An 8:15 with a 4. 82 miles per hour. So again, good mile per hour. We've got the cooler weather coming in. Tonight we've dropped a couple of degrees in air temperature out here. And it looks like we've got Emma Leifting coming back through again for another licensing pass, we believe. Emma's actually had really good reaction times today so far, which is great to see with a young racer getting used to the combination. C Junior Dragster, of course. Okay, Emma Leifting coming into pre-stage. So that's lights on. It's going to edge the car forward slightly.
I tell you what, Pat, it's very quiet.
It's very quiet.
Could barely hear it on the track mics.
3:35 in the reaction time for Emma Leifting. She's going to make her way on down. She's made, was that 4 clean passes today,
yep.
I think, which we believe should be for licensing, which is part of the process. Once Emma makes it on down to that exit gate a little bit further, we will move into junior drag bike.
We can see those 2 races waiting in the water box, of course, ready for the next run. That is Lincoln Delios in the airflow lane, running for LA Cycles and Preston Civil. Dialed in with a 12:25. He's taking on Joshua Burtonshaw over there in the rocket lane, running for Devil's Designs, VP Race Fuels and D&J Haulage.
All right, bets on big or small burnout from Burtonshaw?
Big.
Big one?
Yep. I think that's a safer bet.
that's where the smart money would be.
Yeah. I don't even have to watch. I can just listen.
Yep. We can hear it. Yep.
Yeah.
I like it how his dad doesn't even watch the whole burnout now. He's like, he's just going to do whatever I don't tell him to do. So he's accepted the fate of his wallet, I think, when it comes to the tyres.
What do you mean? He races, so does his son. The acceptance of the wallet gone is well and truly.
But that's not. But that's not his own tyre, so it still hurts more when he's got to pay for it.
Yes, when they're their children most of the time. Most of the time.
All right, 2:44 reaction time for Delios is on the 12:25 dial in. You've got a 1:79 reaction time for Burtonshaw with a 9:55. Let's see how they cross the line. 12:21 with an 8, a breakout for Delios, and a 9:55 with a 9 for Burtonshaw. So right on the dial in, even though the breakout automatically hands him the win. And Anastasia Lucky coming through here. R15 will round out the junior drag bike. She's got an 11:58 dial in, so let's see how close she can get to that. 695 reaction time. That's okay. We're a solo pass, so we're not counting on that one. Runs through for an 1167 with an 8. So a little bit off the dial in, but that's okay. Still, this fledgling class of junior drag bike is making some good strides forward, but certainly would welcome anyone considering getting into the category.
Yeah, that's right, Pat. I mean, as I said before, definitely a building category here in Sydney. There is normally another racer, but they also take part in a bit of circuit racing as well. And that's there's a date clash there this weekend for them.
Yes.
I know all this because I work with his father. Lucky enough to work with his dad. And
inside information.
Yeah, a little bit of inside information. So he's actually got a opportunity to race with a national team.
Oh, cool.
In their development squad.
Yep.
So yeah, certainly a pretty big opportunity to take that on, and you know, something completely different. I mean, you know, in terms of going around corners as opposed to a straight line, but you know, that's an opportunity that doesn't get offered to everybody. So yeah,
not at all. You've got to grab it with two hands when it comes along. No doubt about it. And, you know, surprisingly, there is crossover as well, mostly to do with reaction time.
Yes.
And awareness, racecraft.
Yep.
Things like that. So tactics are all really important when it comes to all types of racing. So, yes, as much as it seems like there's not a lot of crossover, once you find the groove, I guess, in each one, you can find some advantages.
Yeah, so I think that one of the advantages over between, if we're talking about the two different categories, is the junior drag bikes. As I said, there was the winner or runner-up from Willowbank was on his mum's daily.
Yeah, that's right.
So it fitted the category rules.
No problem. Yep.
And the junior drag bike, that style of motorcycle is not that expensive in talking, you know, race vehicles or
no,
vehicles
not at all. I
go
mean,
out in
you can get into a relatively late model, you know, small CC bike for, you know, $2,000 or $3,000 quite easily.
Yep.
And just because we say that street bikes can get in, it doesn't have to be registered either.
No.
So if you find something that maybe has been unregistered for a long time, that's going to make it cheaper again. Something that might have been potentially a repairable,
some sort of
repairable write-off. Statutory write-off, which, you know, I mean, obviously if there's frame damage and whatnot, that's not going to be ideal. But really, if you're just starting into it, it's going to be okay.
Yes.
If it's repaired, or it could just be the fact that it's a low value bike, and replacing forks and brakes and tyres and things like that, you know, for a minor accident, not viable. So you get yourself a great deal. I think my wife said she was watching on the live stream earlier today, and our daughter was watching very intently on junior dragsters.
Oh, okay.
Now, I felt a squeal from my hip pocket when she told me that, because it's not necessarily a cheap entry into junior dragsters these days.
It depends what you want, Pat. I think it's like anything.
Well, we all want to go fast, don't
Of course we do. Stupid question, but you can have just as much fun in a car that's not the latest and greatest, and be just as competitive. That's the beauty of drag racing amongst all of our sportsman categories. Is it is handicapped as long as you can run between time X and times Y, which in all categories is, let's face it, is not that difficult to do. The slowest time in each bracket is pretty much achievable. I mean, junior drags is a little bit different in that there's three categories in the one. But you say like super sedan or super street, to meet the slowest end of that category in today's world, is, you know, if we said those times 40 years ago, you might go, well, that's a bit tough. But certainly not in today's world.
No, not at all. But that also brings me back to the affordability of junior drag bike.
Yes.
You know, if my daughter wanted to get into drag racing at, you know, I think what is it, 12? I think is the entry for
bikes. Yes.
Bike. You could start with a $3,000. $3,000, 125 or 150 or whatever 300cc, a ute,
Yes.
And a couple of spares, and you're ready to race.
Yes.
You know, safety equipment, of course. You know,
Yes.
that goes without saying. But yeah, it's a pretty cheap entry. I mean, you could arguably be in the sport for $5,000.
Yeah.
Now that's still a lot of money to a lot of people.
Yes.
But in the grand scheme of motorsport, nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of motorsport. But
Yep.
you know, I mean, if you like, I can send you the same links that I send
Yeah.
RG for junior dragsters, because, you know, I'm trying to get him to get his kids into that as well.
I've still got a few years to save up. So
Oh, okay.
George
So-
is only about 2.5. So,
Oh, wow, laughing.
so we've got a while.
Laughing.
But
mate, they'll be running
yeah,
sixes by then.
yeah, that's right. And we're going to pray to the horsepower gods that they're still running methanol fuel and combustion engines, right? Not stupid EV things. That'll be it. I'll hang up my commentary if I've got to commentate on electric junior dragsters. That's the line I draw in the sand.
Oh, damn. My whole team's disappearing.
But tell me you're going to stay here if they convert us over to electric. Come on, Bushy. Ben throwing out some controversial statements over there.
Pretend I didn't hear that.
right, and we're back to racing here at Sydney Dragway. Speed Addict Clothing Track Championships, round 4. We've got Mod Bike continuing on with eliminations. Gareth Wilcox in the Aeroflow lane. ZX14 Kawasaki. He's got a 1050 dial in. Michael Borg in the Rocket lane on the ZX12, slightly older Kawasaki model. 964 dial in. Maybe able to see a little blue bottle strapped to the side of Gareth Wilcox Kawasaki down there. Rest assured it is not running the nitrous in this class. We're running all motor to that dial in of a 1050. 1-0 reaction time for Wilcox to a 2.86 from Borg. That gives Wilcox the advantage in the DYO category. And he gets the win, a 10.53 with a 6 on his 1050 dial in. Ball goes through for a 9.77 on a 9.64. Next, combo up, Michael Riches, Albie Davidson. Got a bit of a grudge match here, I believe. We've got a bit of a message from Albie earlier on. We've got a 10-0 dial for both. Albie's had a bit of a bobble off the line there. 007 reaction time for Riches on the bike. Very impressive. He's going to run on through for a 10.16 with a 6. Davidson a 12.0. So Riches walking away with the win on that one. 007 reaction time is very impressive for a motorcycle. Next combination here, Christopher Costello on the V-Rod and Bobby Joe Simmons on the Hayabusa in the Rocket lane. We've got an 11.0 dial for Costello and a 9.45 for Simmons. Both riders in full stage. Costello leaves just a little early, leaves a cherry on the tree, which is going to hand the win to Simmons, who also left a little early, but considerably less. Both riders off their dial in there, but not to worry, as the red light determined the winner there. Next up, we've got Sean Ricketts. Heavy Duty Magazine on board the ZX12R down there. He has a 936 dial in. And Cheryl Beddoes running on the V-Rod for Joe Courier Motorcycle Transport, 1151 her dial in. So double duty today for Cheryl. She's been running the Destroyer in Extreme Bike and also the Rhodes Street Style V-Rod in Mod Bike. She's off, an 0.98 reaction time, a 1.860 foot, 0.31 for Ricketts in the Aeroflow lane. Hunting down that V-Rod, he's going to go through for a 9.55 with a 1 on the 9.36 dial in. Beddoes a 12.07 with a 1 on the 11.51 dial. So reaction time and ET coming into play there.
Yeah, Ricketts made a bolt to the centre line as well, just quietly on that run.
It did have a bit of a wander, didn't it? Yeah.
Greg Horadome and Daniel Burtonshaw doing battle on the start line now. Burtonshaw dialed in with a 10.07 in the Rocket lane, running for Devil Designs and D&J Haulage. Horadome running for Minions Racing, dialed in with a 10.50. Burtonshaw, I think...
It's got some chasing to do with that reaction time difference.
Does. predicted. Horadome will take the win 10-8-0 with a 3 on a 10.50.
Yeah, it was all in that reaction time, really. Still 2/10. Unfortunately, almost 4/10 difference in the reaction time, which is uncharacteristic for Daniel Burton-Shaw.
Yeah, he's usually pretty good on the lights, and yeah, unfortunately, maybe just something just taking his attention away at the wrong moment.
Yep.
11.66 the dial in for Mick Withers in the airflow lane, taking on Robert Gilb in the rocket lane. He's dialed in with a 10.65, so near enough a second head start going to Withers. Heavy Duty Magazine sponsored bike away first with a 2.12 reaction time. The better of the two. So Gilb with a little bit of chasing to do. Looks like Withers is out in front at the moment, and he was out in front. Gets there too fast, goes 11.54 with a 4 and an 11.66. Handing the win back to Gilb in the rocket lane there.
Absolutely, and Jesse Barnes once again in the airflow lane. He's got a 10.05 dial in. We got Andrew Riches in the rocket lane, a 13.16. Andrew's been right on his dial in today. Jesse not far off as well, but should make for an interesting matchup between these two.
Jesse with a little bit more experience racing these bikes. 0.96 on the tree for Andrew to 1.36 for Jesse.
It's going to be hard work for Jesse to chase this down.
Oh, wow.
Rich has given it away on the breakout, and it's been a double breakout, but Jesse Barnes, 0.02 of a second, the margin of victory. I'm just trying to work out where my brain's not working enough, but basically he broke out less.
Sometimes it's easier not to complicate it.
Yeah. We'll just get on. All right, back into Blown Outlaw with another great matchup that we've been used to in Blown Outlaw. We've got Robert Margin in the R35 6-cylinder turbo-powered combination here against Brittany Olive in the Uyahara Dragster with a 451 blown Hemi. Blown Outlaws is a great class. We don't care how you do it, just go fast.
Yep.
And make a good amount of noise while you're doing it. That's pretty much, I think that's the rules, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Some sort of forced induction, fast, loud, good.
As long as it's got 4 wheels, doesn't even have to have opening doors.
Yep. I like it.
Is that the blow-off valve on Marshall's car that we can hear here in the... Yeah.
I dare say that the car's probably not running a traditional blow-off valve, so it could be a bit of compressor surge.
Yeah, okay.
Possibly, but I haven't looked under the bonnet closely, so I don't know the situation on that one. Could be your onboard air compressor or CO2 something, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm just thinking very basic, Pat. Turbocharger, blow-off valve, wastegate.
Must be.
Wasn't thinking about the other things, but thank you very much for your input. But you're right; it could probably be any of those things.
Maybe they do have a blow-off valve on there just to throw back to the Skyline streetcar roots. Like just representing homies. Yeah, that's right. Get a bit of a dose pipe on the front of the ProMod Turbo that's out there. Nice reaction time, 0.72 for Brittany Olive. Margin fighting the car the whole way down. I think he actually missed those blocks, but he did move one at the halfway mark. 6.56 with a 9 on a 55 dial-in for Brittany Olive. What a run. 0.72 reaction time. We love it. 6.58 with a 1 for Margin, but he certainly went the long way around and only 159 miles per hour, so it gives you an indication of how far out of it he was on that pass with the car making a beeline for the centre. I think certainly some more steps made with the Croydon Racing Developments and Margin Zeus R35. There still more potential to be found, but yeah, just got to dial in that that reaction time, getting the turbo spooled up on that combination and getting it out of the hole a bit quicker, and it'll be one to beat for sure. And also, to be fair, I think Rob may not necessarily be looking at a full-time championship run in Blown Outlaw. You know, he's more maybe looking for events like a Grudge Kings or Jamboree and whatnot, which is fair enough. But Blown Outlaws is where the car fits into track championships, and it's a great way to get multiple passes on the weekend.
I think you're exactly right there, Pat. You know, it's an opportunity to come out on a prep track that's not a private hire type arrangement. The runs are probably sufficiently spaced that the crew can do their maintenance easy enough.
Yep.
And still fit into the schedule.
And arguably cheaper to come to a track championships round than it is on private hire day.
Yeah, I would say so, unless he's putting the private hire on and
yeah,
you know, bringing 20 or 30 cars. And
yeah.
Then
which then the people at a private hire day don't like it when there's 20 or 30 cars because I've got no track time.
You know it.
Yep. But nonetheless, and look, similar situation for Danny McDessie.
Yes.
Has obviously been a very strong supporter of Grudge Kings.
Yes.
Over the years, Po Tung, with his event that he puts on, and other similar events. So, but I think it'd be great to see McDessie back out here competing regularly, especially once they get that car dialed in, because it has traditionally been such a straight and consistent car in the past, you know. So no reason why it can't be. It can't be a championship round.
And let's face it, man can drive.
Yeah, he certainly can drive. There's no part time about him on that one.
201 on the tree for Boskovic, and shuts the car off.
Shut off early. It was a solo pass, so no need to run it out the back door. That's frustrating to get that car fired up and then have to shut it down again. Gone out with the cleanup ute to follow up Boskovic down there. I hope it hasn't made a bit of a mess down the end of the track, but unfortunately it may have.
Well, it looks to be clear on the finish line cameras and the braking area, but
yeah. Just noticed that the cleanup ute dived out of that side gate really quickly. Maybe a false alarm.
Well, the Falcon went around the
Yeah.
was already around the top end, so
Yeah.
not 100% sure what the call is, but we're not to know. Looks like our junior dragster competitors waiting patiently in the staging lanes for their next round of racing, and I can see Modified starting to roll around as well.
Yep, we've definitely got everyone. Unfortunately, we have had some delays today, but everyone's doing their part to get through the rounds that are required. Teams are all turning their cars around as soon as possible. The track crews making every effort to make sure that we have a fast but safe, consistent racetrack for everyone to get down. Unfortunately, it looks like the crew is going to tow the taxi back. Might be an issue getting it refired for solo pass. Okay, so we've got our next round of junior dragsters back out. Jacob Longo in the A Junior Dragster, and Zane Condello in the Rocket Lane. Fine Line Motorsports on board, 2528 Automotive and Accessories. We're just commenting on the LED get up on Zane's car.
Yes, and you said that you hinted at the Knight Rider car. I've seen us, not on Zane's car at the moment because they're just a solid line, but I've seen them where they do
They go back and forth.
Back and forth like the old kid. Yeah.
None of anyone in the Junior Dragster
No,
races
not
would know
even,
what
not even remotely
Knight
close.
Rider is. I mean, I'm lucky enough to know what Knight Rider is.
It's all right, we can educate them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was a car that talked to you, so it sort of just predicted the future, really.
Killer Light from Condello went 0.18 on the tree. 8.35 is the ET he's looking for at the top end of the racetrack. And 8.51 with a 3. 70 mile an hour through the finish line. Got there by 0.03 of a second over Longo. We'll move into the next round.
I think Zane's car looked like it had a bit of a swerve to the left as well down the track there. I don't know if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I'm sure it moved from the right side of the track to the left. But
even with all those lights, we still could.
Yeah, maybe. All right, so Brianna Boscovich back out here in the Aeroflow lane. 8.15 dial-in with Piper Bennett in the Rocket lane. 8.10 dial-in. So she's actually brought her dial-in back a little bit from previous run, which I think was 8.04, if my memory serves correctly. It was an 8.0 something. It could be 5. But that's definitely a bit of tuning to the conditions, I dare say. Some very fierce competitors here, so it should be a good run. Bennett now in full stage. 0.16 on the reaction time for Bennett to a 3.73 for Boscovich, so it is going to be a difficult chase for Bosco, and a breakout from Bosco, so she really wanted to stay into the gas, but Bennett manages to get through there with a lift, judging by the mile per hour.
To go a 10.5 under for Bosco, she must have a scramble button in there.
Yeah. That's it. Well, they took a big swing at it and took some weight out.
Yeah, but to still dial in 8.15.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, with the ability to run an 8.0 and dial in 8.15.
True.
That's a big difference.
It is a big difference, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. And look, that reaction time is uncharacteristic for Brianna as well.
Yes,
so a whole bunch of something going on with that pass.
All right, our next pair out, we have Jake McNamara running for Arnox Enterprises, Fine Line Motorsports, the Bank of Mum, and Princey Motorsports, dialed in with a 7.99, taking on Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane, who's dialed in with an 8.01. So we're not going to see the difference in the dial-ins here on the Christmas tree. Smith running for Stop Slow Traffic Control, Liquid Clothing, Lucas Oils, and APM Auto.
Great reaction time from both races there.
Jake with a small advantage heading towards the finish line and takes the W, 8.006 on a 7.99. The margin across the finish line just under 0.05 of a second.
Really nice one there. I was wondering to myself, do you go 7.99 on the dial-in just as a mental freak out for someone else? Yeah, I'm going under 8 seconds, mate. You better strap in. It seemed to work. Jake's got the win there over Tegan, but certainly not far off for Tegan in that pass.
Well, I think this sport, Pat, you can definitely play mind games, in little ways that, it might just be going in quicker into stage, or just doing something a little bit different to what people expect you to do.
Yep.
And even that sometimes is, if I'm racing you, if I've raced you 30 times and 30 times you've gone the right lane,
yep,
and I've picked up on that, I can go, no, I'm quicker, I'm going in the right lane.
Yep.
That can be enough to either throw you or throw me. It works both ways, right?
Absolutely.
If you're thinking that deeply into what's going on,
yep,
you're trying to get into that person's head. It's like we see the staging duels. Like, how often do you see the staging duel and the person that's holding you out?
Yep.
It's, you sit there. One goes in and then the other one hangs back.
Yep.
And then the one that hangs back red lights.
Yep. That happens too.
Yep. That's the exact opposite to what they're expecting to happen.
I suffered. I suffered the mental anguish, I guess, at the first time I raced Kenda.
Yes.
I had the IRS rear end in the Commodore still, and I pulled in. It was in qualifying as well, but it was like my first competition event. I'd run it street meets a bunch of times, and that's no problem, but there's no competition there. So I pulled up to the line, and there was a wily old fox in a, I think it's like a, I don't know, like a Ford Roadster, black one, in the other lane. And I was so focused because I didn't have a trans brake. Sorry, I had a trans brake, but I didn't have a bump box in the car. So to get the car up on boost, I'd have to go into full stage first, get on the gas, and get it to come up. Because it was a little bit lazy. So I've done that. I've been so focused on getting in, I didn't even look to see where the guy was. And he took all of the 7.99 seconds out of 8 that he had to get into stage. By the time that had happened, I'd built about an extra 6 extra PSI on the trans brake, let it go, and the driver's side drive shaft just left the chat instantly. I watched this crafty old fox that had been around the traps a lot longer than I had run off down the strip, and I just sat there and went, lucky I brought a few extras.
I guess that's the way you've got to look at it. I mean, plenty of people play that game, especially with a turbocharged car.
Yeah.
But you know, not
and an inexperienced racer.
Yeah, but definitely the technology in turbo cars, certainly in recent times, that that building boost thing with bump boxes and all that sort of stuff seems to have been, I won't say mitigated, it's still there, but it's not as prevalent.
It's brought the margin all the way down. Yeah. So now I can just bring the pre-stage bulb on, get on the trans brake, bring the boost up, and then bump the car into full stage, and I'm ready to go when they are. So if someone wants to hang out in pre-stage, well, let's hang out.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you can remember now. So it's there's definitely a lot of mind game happening there in all sports, but certainly bracket races are some of the masters. All right, so we're back across to street bike. We've got Greg Horadam on the ZX14 and Andrew Riches, the Indian Scout. The Scout has been a surprise package today, but narrowly missed out with a breakout on the last run. Oh, 000 on the reaction time for Andrew Riches. That's going to be hard to beat. Horadam with a 6.24. If Riches can just wind off the throttle here, he's got the win. Still really close to the dial-in as well. 13.10 on a 13.0 with the 000 reaction time. 101 mile per hour. So he did back off. What a great pass.
Is that more of your training, Michael? He can't hear me.
No, you can't hear. That's a great pass. We're talking about racer IQ and playing mind games. Riches is a 180 IQ, I think. All right, Robert Gill down here on the ZZR 1100 Kawasaki. It's got a 1065 dial in, but it will be a solo pass, so that's a buy run for him. Still gone for it, but a 4.23 reaction time means everything's nice and safe on the start line. He's going to cruise on through at the big end for a 1067 on a 1065, so it's still right on the dial-in. And you could hear the RPM wind off as well at the big end, so he had it dialed in, which is great. All right, that was street bike, and we're back into modified. George Bugarushliev here in the front engine dragster, 784 dial-in. Lee Harder-Law on an 807. His Ford Roadster.
This will be a cracker of a race, whatever way you look at it.
Yep.
784 the dial-in for Bugarushliev. 807 for Harder-Law. Harder-Law's already got one trophy in the trailer.
BK Race Engines power for Lee Harder-Law. BK, of course, sharing basically the same premises as Racemax Direct, George Bugarushlev's business. So definitely familiar foes, I guess you would call them. It'd have to be a love-hate relationship with competitors in modified, wouldn't it? Like, you'd really enjoy the great competition, but it's still hate it when they beat you.
Well, I think in a way that's the way that the camaraderie works. You know,
Yeah.
some of my toughest losses have been by the smallest amount, the smallest of margins.
Yep.
004 on the tree for Heart of Law. Something happened with Bukareshvili there. I'm not sure what it was, but a 2:37 reaction time.
Yeah. Really odd on that one. It's almost like it wasn't in gear or didn't release the trans brake or something when...
That's a strange one. That car usually ultra consistent, ultra reliable.
Yep. Yeah, well, relatively simple car, right? Like most of the modified packages are. So, yeah, real odd one. That's going to hurt George a little bit because it didn't look like it was any fault of his own.
I must admit, one of my favourite modified cars up in Queensland was a turbo big block, running like 670s.
Yeah, nice.
198 mile an hour or something like that.
Wow.
Went a few rounds. It was good.
I like it.
Just something a little bit different, you know?
Yeah, of course. Why not? If you can make it consistent and do what you want it to do, then...
Well, that's the key, isn't it? But I think any package can be consistent if you're happy to make enough changes to get it to work.
Yeah. And I think we've just watched Chelsea Smith and Martin Borg get down the track here. We've got 7:69 for Smith and a 7:20 for Borg. 0.25 reaction time for Smith, and she gets the win. 7:71 with a 6. Really nice. And a 7:22 on Borg, so he was right on the tails. 1800ths.
Yeah, so just under 200ths of a second there, Pat. Tight across the finish line. How many pairs did we just see there? There's only 2.
2 pairs, yeah. George and Lee were the first.
Yeah, and then
modifier.
so that must have been the semis. I'm wondering if we've had. This was the schedule saying 3 of 5. That's a bit strange.
Yeah, okay. This was only 2, so it must have been.
Yeah, it must have been the semis.
Unless we've had some competitors pull out or something.
Potentially.
Yeah.
All right, we're moving into Top Sportsman now, and we've got George Matter in that LH Tirana with the big block Chevy. Going round, 785 the dial in for him, taking on Simon Bradbury in the Commodore Utility over there in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with an 850.
I see plenty of smoke hanging around the back of Bradbury's ute, so they haven't taken any chances with the burnout this time. We don't want any traction issues there because they're going to have their hands full with Matter doing his best to distract the other lane with the wheels in the air. It was one of his tactics.
Talking about that before.
Yeah. 0.19 reaction time for Bradbury. Looks like he is going to get out there and possibly stay there on Matter with a 140 reaction time. Oh,
both cars.
Double breakout.
Bradbury gets there first, Pat, and goes under the dial in by the least. 5,000ths of a second. Just gets there. 782 with a 5 on a 785 for Matter. Just that fraction.
5,000ths for Bradbury under. Yeah. It took my brain a minute to recognise what I was seeing on the on the screen. There was so much happening.
There's always this little bit of maths that we have to do. That's why we sort of hesitated a little bit to give you the answer, but nevertheless, we try our best. Pete Hamilton now taking on Leo Georges. Hamilton in the VH wagon. Dialed in with an 835 in the airflow lane. Leo Georges over there in the Rocket Lane. 881 the dial in for him in the orange Escort. Purges of the nitrous there for Hamilton in the night air. Up on the trans brake for both cars. Georges away with an 032. 059 for Hamilton. Anybody's race. Georges in front just at 1,000 and gets there. Oh, wow. I'll tell you what, Hamilton got there first, but went too quick. 832 with a 3 on an 835 to hand the win back to Leo Georges, who will move into the final. Again, that's a semi. That's only 4.
When the reaction time difference is so close on those dial-ins, it leaves such a little margin for error to do the chasing. because you just end up pushing so close to a breakout as Pete did there. And I gotta say, it's quite surprising. You know, you see the size of the tyres on the Escort, and you see the Commodore wagon on a radial, I believe. Yeah, I think it's like a 235 or a 255 radial or something.
Not a big tyre.
It's a small tyre, but then he's got a faster dial-in than the Escort. You go, what is happening here? Plenty of mile per hour out of that nitrous-assisted LS. So, yeah, really good competitor, and a shame that bowed out on that little breakout there. But nonetheless, we'll move across to Extreme Bike. We've got Dan as a party on the GSXR in the Aeroflow lane, and Joe Curry on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer. Heads up racing, so it's whoever gets to the front first. Joe with another issue after the launch on that Harley.
It's not his race day, that's for sure.
Just wonder if it's something to do with maybe ignition cut on the gear shift, because he manages to refire the bike and ride to the end of the track, so must be a very frustrating situation. 9:57 for as a party there in the Aeroflow lane. So Mike Lawson again here in Aeroflow lane on the Hayabusa, and Brent Gilliver on the Suzuki GSXR. Both with some work to do traction-wise for these bikes. Two different issues, but both related to drive out of the hole. So let's see if they can't figure something out here. Lawson's hard on the two-step. Red light, still turns a tyre hard. Gilliver gets out of the hole. Doesn't look like it wheel hops this time. He's going to go on through for an 863 with a 1 at 161 mile per hour. Lawson's still struggling with a lot of wheel spin off the line on that Hayabusa.
Another strong burnout for Cherie Buggy down there in the rocket lane.
Certainly worked for her last time. So
yes.
Let's stick with a winning combination.
Running for 666, a racing custom. And Ryan Franks for GSF Engineering on the Suzuki. From Mount Druitt, just down the road here.
Got a two-step from Frank's turbo bike there. Clean launch. 126, 60 foot for Franks. 748, 195 miles per hour. Another killer run. Nice pass from Cherie Buggy there, though. 892 with a 458 miles per hour.
It's pretty much a carbon copy of the earlier qualifying run for Ryan Franks there.
Yep. And again, nice improvement from qualifying for Cherie too. So I think definitely they've found something is working with that larger burnout. Getting her off the line, she's able to hit it a bit harder. All right, we've got Cheryl Beddoes at the line on the Destroyer. See if she can't make a representative pass. Definitely got up in the RPM on that pass, but it's shedding some smoke.
Yes.
Something just following the whole way down. So
a little bit worse across the finish line when she got off the throttle.
Yeah, 962 with a 138 miles per hour. Just
it's getting worse down there at the turnaround there, Pat.
Yeah, it's not a happy engine by the looks of things. And we may have to clean that up, so let's have a good look.
Not usually do we see a bike like that leave any fluid on the racetrack, but there was definitely smoke coming out of it on the way down the quarter mile.
Thanks to the way that the air flows around the rider, it almost looked like someone had tucked a smoke bomb in Cheryl's suit on the way down there. And rather than coming from the bike, it looked like it was coming from her.
All right, we'll wait for a word or reaction from our track crew. starting to do the City Dragway yoga.
Yeah, getting the yoga poses.
Yeah. By that I mean touching the surface with their hands rather than just running their foot across, because the hand obviously gives them a better feel for a very light spray of something.
Moisture or something, yeah.
And we have the quad heading this way, checking the hill, I dare say. Just while we sort that out, Pat and I might throw to a quick break, have a word from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway. You're at round number 4 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship. We'll be back with you very shortly.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicon hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow. Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
right, and as you can see, we've got Nathan Watt out there kicking off the next round of elimination. Well, basically, he's got the bye run, so the next pair of passing will determine the final for Super Sedan here at Sydney Dragway for Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championships, round number 4. We've unfortunately had a bit of a oil spill in the rocket lane, so we've had some time to clean that up, but the Sydney Dragway track crew have done an amazing job and given us a beautiful racing surface. So Nathan Watt is going to get down here, accept the tree, make a solo pass. Nice reaction time for the bye run, 038. Getting the whole process dialed right in, as we know he is into the final round.
Wow.
Look at that, a 926 with a 2 on a 926 dial-in. Whoever's going to face Nathan in the final should be right on their game, considering that.
And we've got two very, very tough competitors left to do battle over that last spot in the final round. Michael Little for M&T Little Plumbing in the Tirana. Dialed in with a 930. Taking on Lou Palumbo in the orange Holden Utility. Dialed in with a 910. So half a light. Head start going to the Tirana in the aeroflow lane. The one tonner will have to chase him on down.
Absolutely, and it's not shy on performance, the tonner, so that won't be an issue as long as he's not too far behind on the reaction time. Good purge of the nitrous from Palumbo in the rocket lane. Here's the staging battles. Palumbo's decided to go in first. Little follow him in. Both cut decent lights. Little has the advantage. And he does continue on through with the win at 943 with a 4 to a 930 with a 1 for Palumbo. So that'll see Little and Watt in the final.
No, that's not right, Pat, because he's Super Sedan as well.
Oh, Joe Zammit here as well. How could I forget? Joe Zammit with the 10-0 dial in, 047 reaction time. He's got a single run, 10.111. Obviously a solo pass, so it was a win either way. That will round out Super Sedan. All right, so as you can see, Josh Burtonshaw is back with a vengeance with that burnout.
Someone's taken the throttle stop off.
Yes, we're out with round 3 of the Chicago shootout for Anastasia Lucky in the B junior drag bike and Josh Burtonshaw in the A junior drag bike. We've got an 11.65 dial in for Anastasia and a 9.55 for Burtonshaw. He was right on that 9.55 last pass out. Decent reaction time for Anastasia.
Good one there for Burtonshaw.
Good one for Josh as well, yeah. 0.81. I think 150 is about the benchmark for Anastasia today. She had a couple of 200s. Oh, just a breakout for Anastasia as well. Otherwise, it was going to be really close.
Yeah, Burtonshaw still got their first 78 10,000ths of a second. That's probably about the tyre profile width, I reckon, across the finish line.
Really close. So Lincoln Delios out here on the 125 Honda. He's taking a leaf out of Josh Burtonshaw's book there. Solid burnout.
Good for the confidence, I reckon.
I think so. It just makes you feel better in general. Right, Delios. The light has dropped. 3:05 reaction time. Get on down. He's got a 12.25 dial in, so let's see how close he can get on this pass. 12.28 with a 4.
Yeah.
Not a bad run at all for Lincoln Delios on the B junior drag bike. And that will then bring us straight into junior dragster. You can see we've got Piper Bennett in the rocket lane down there, and Jake McNamara in the aeroflow lane. Certainly, Jake McNamara's qualifying time not representative of his performance in eliminations.
No, because don't forget he went 7.90 something in qualifying, right? So that run is
automatically deletes
is scrubbed from results.
That's correct. So just like last time, he's dialed in the 7.99. Piper Bennett 8.10. Both actually the same dial-ins as their previous run. So good data, similar track conditions, weather conditions, I guess. So if the racers could do everything that they did last time, this should be a good one. Piper has been very quick on the tree today, and Jake definitely no slouch, but I think Jake's probably been a bit tighter on the dial-in with his package. Oh, 0.14 for Piper.
McNamara with some work to do here, Pat.
He's got some work to do. Yeah, it hasn't quite made it there, so an 8.12 with a 5, 79 miles per hour for Piper Bennett to a 7.99 with a 3, but that reaction time just taking it away from McNamara there. So
was that only 45 10,000ths across the finish line?
I think it was. I did.
There was a 4 and a 5 there. I didn't see how many zeros there were in front of it.
Didn't see. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been much because McNamara was right on his dial in.
Only 3,000.
Only 3,000s, and Pipe had a couple of hundreds, but there was almost a 10th, or there was a 10th in the reaction time. So
yes.
Yeah, when you're talking about splitting hairs, junior dragster is a way to do it. Okay, Zane Condella out here for the solo pass in the A junior dragster. He's got an 8.38 on the dial in. Got all the Knight Rider LED underglow happening on that little Bloss 3.5 AJD. It's got the thumbs up. It's full stage. Let's see what Zane's got for us. This pass an 0.25 reaction time.
Runs 177 to the 60. Looking for an 8.38. Oh,
8.38 with a
wow.
1. Nice pass, Zane. Well done to the whole Fine Line Motorsports crew with 2528 Automotive and Accessories on board. That is great form from Condello there.
Total combined package 026. You're taking the 025 light and the thousandths over the dial-in.
Impressive.
26 thousandths away from a perfect pass there. So we'll have the junior final will be Zane Condello and Piper Bennett.
That's going to be a close one.
Yes.
Because Piper's been in that 0-1 reaction time
Yep.
quite often today. But Zane definitely, I think next to Jake McNamara is probably about as close as you can get on the dial-in.
The car's running right on for Zane here today. And, of course, both cars, Zane and Bennett's junior, is similar in ET as well.
Yes.
Probably about 2/10 in the dial-in.
Yeah,
So
8-10 for Piper.
Yep, that was the last dial-in anyway. So whether they make the decision to shift that a little bit, up to them, but certainly will be a good final. Nevertheless, our next racing bracket should be
Super Street, I believe. I can see moving forward, unless there's something else down below us in the tunnel. Yeah, just talking about that matchup between Condello and Bennett, you know, not to give away any tactics, but if I was Piper Bennett and a crew, I would stick exactly where I am, because the last couple of passes, she's been right on with the reaction time.
Yep.
She's been really close with the dial-in. So why sort of throw a spanner in the works and go, oh, let's bring it up. I mean, I guess you could bring the dial-in up and know that you've had a consistently better reaction time than Zane today.
Yeah.
And you could bet on that.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Zane's reaction time's been pretty good as well. But
I would complain about no 2.5.
No, me neither. So yeah, there is a little bit of a mind game, but I think in the final round, you go in and run your own race. You know, that's the only way to approach it, because if you start worrying about what your competitor's doing, you're going to psych yourself out in doing that. So you do you, boo. You know, as the saying goes.
Spot on, Bushy.
You've got. I don't know if I've said that in the right context.
I think you've said it right. I didn't think I'd hear you say it, but I'm glad you did.
But yeah, you got to do your own thing. Otherwise, you're gonna worry about something that you're not in control of.
Yeah, I've got to make sure I do this, so then they do that. Too much going on.
And then when the plan falls apart, you do as well.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Just do your own thing.
That's that'll be a good one to watch. All right, so we've got Super Street back out here. Chris Zammit versus Martin Stevenson. We've got 1184 for Buddha in the VT and 1014 for Stevenson in the panel van, the drag van. Oh, red light for Zammit. That's going to hurt a little bit. Stevenson is out with a 153 reaction time, 148, 60 foot. 646 to the 8th and 1019 with an 8 on the 1014 dial-in. So nice pass from Stevenson, as we would expect, and a real shame for Chris Zammit there, just leaving a cherry on the tree.
And next pairing out will be Brett Stutchbury in Shorty's Performance Engines backed Holden Commodore, dialed in with a 1017. Now, weather conditions have changed a fair bit probably since these races, the last race down the racetrack. This car running a turbocharger is probably making a bunch more horsepower than it was.
Love it.
Than it was before.
The one advantage is a 062 red light from Stutchbury there. Let's just have a look and see how close he got anyway. Well, still a breakout, but that was the reaction time sort of factoring into that, I guess. Either way, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But the point I was going to make is the advantage being that Brett's car is EFI controlled.
Yes.
So there's some compensation when it comes to, the boost level that it's supposed to target, the fueling and whatnot. So while it's going to have the potential to make more power with the colder air, it should still regulate itself to a certain point. It's just going to make it easier.
Might get to those parameters quicker.
Correct. Yeah. Or just less heat soak at the big end, and so a bit more consistent with mile per hour. Zig is out. Oh, breakout, but still gets it. Then 11.97 with a 2. Got to say, Zig knows his car. He's been really close on that dial-in all day.
It's a newcomer to City Dragway. I don't recall calling the name before.
I don't remember either, but the technique that he has is basically he must rest his foot on the brake pedal by about half track because the brake lights come on in that car around the half track mark, and I think he's just tickling up the brakes to try and pull it down a little bit. So interesting technique, and it's working for him so far because he moves on to the next round. Mitchell Gregory in the big Chevy Impala with 496.
Good to see some, I'll say, unfamiliar names this far into the racing here tonight.
Yep.
I know you were impressed earlier by this big Chevy Impala and how quick it went.
Yeah,
although,
not 100% sure. Not exactly how that's going to go off because he didn't.
I think under the IHO rules, you don't even have to stage. You just
just
present
have
the car to the starter, and effectively that's at the startup box.
That's it. Yeah.
It has to be in race-ready condition.
Of course.
You can't push it up there and go, I'm ready, and you've got the whole top end
in your flip-flops and your shorts. Thongs just ready for an extra.
There's a couple of conditions apply.
Yep. Definitely. All right, so back over into, I think, mod bike we should be up to. If I can see the data.
Yes, I think it is mod bike. I'd be surprised if it's not.
Yep.
We can see Michael Richards down there. He's in mod bike. So yes.
Gareth Wilcox, I think, in the rocket lane by the looks of things. I know we got Sean Ricketts in, still mod bike.
This should be their semi-final, I believe. Yes, we've got 4 motorcycles, a pair on the start line, a pair in the water.
Yeah.
9.35 the dial-in for Ricketts in the airflow lane. At 10.50 the dial-in for Wilcox over there in the rocket lane.
There's a bit of conjecture happening here on the line.
Of course, it's up to the rider or the driver to check the dial-in.
Yep.
If they go in and that dial-in says 1 second and they accept it,
yep,
that's what they get.
That's right.
They need to say, hey, that's not what I said. 0.73 on the tree for Ricketts. Has the advantage over Wilcox in the rocket lane. I think Ricketts is already in front at 1,000 and rolls out of the throttle. Gets there by a 1/10 of a second. 9.46 with a 6 on a 9.34 to take the win. He'll be in the
reaction time.
Yep.
That's where it's at. All right, here we go. Riches with the 10.05 dial in. Coming up in the aeroflow lane. Bobby Joe Simmons 9.50 in the rocket lane. Bobby Joe's all business. She's right up. That's right up. Pre-stage, just awaiting on Riches.
So 10.05 the dial in for Riches to a 9.50 for Simmons in the rocket lane. Simmons with the red light, 0.58 red. Riches went 0.54 green. It will be Riches versus Ricketts in the final.
Yes, indeed.
Hear that little 750 screaming in the airplane lane.
It makes itself known, doesn't it? And it's effective.
It's a shame for Simmons. Went right on the dial-in as well.
Yep. All right, we jump across to Street Fighter here. We see Danny Stadelmeyer, the great AU Falcon, against Ben Roberts in the FG Falcon, I believe. Down there, 1370 for the AU dial-in, 1450 for Roberts.
I think Danny the only AU racing today. Sometimes
Yes.
we get several of them.
And I dare say it's a pretty healthy AU as well. 1370 for a 6-cylinder, naturally aspirated.
Considering the Fairmont or the V8 version runs like 15.5.
Yeah.
It's pretty healthy. Manually shifted. Gets there first, takes the win, and looks like Ben Roberts went too fast trying to make up the difference on the start line.
Had Danny in the limiter at the big end of the track as well, so maybe that's his way to to make sure he cuts the dial in. Just bang it against the limiter at the big end. You'll be all right.
What did we say before? I got this?
Yeah. The car's got you full. All right, so we have Jack Matasevic in the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, 14.29 for a dial in. Very familiar. We've got just getting a bit of clarification.
Looks like Megan White down there in the rocket lane. Perhaps the dial-in has been adjusted and not correct.
Yep, there we go. It's gone to 1780.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Crew Chief Brett obviously thinking the cool air's going to make another horsepower or two.
Yep.
The mighty tracks.
Certainly. Well, reaction time has been pretty well on point
Yes.
for Megan tonight, so
yep.
I wouldn't be taking this.
It's both of us
wouldn't be
touching
taking
wood.
this too lightly if I was Jack.
No, Jack's pretty good at the lights as well. So there we go. Just even the commentator's curse up. I tried, Megan. I tried. I really did.
045 reaction time for Jack Matasevic, which is sort of where he's been all day. Megan White really going for that light. But unfortunately, and you know what, it's pretty tricky. You've got a street car there, should be holding that car against the foot brake, to installing it up against it, and it probably just crept through the brake, which can happen when you don't quite have enough sort of brake power.
Pressure as well.
Yeah.
Let's face it. We'll be honest. That car's not designed for drag racing.
Not really, no.
No, but
Here it is.
Exactly right. That's what this class is all about.
That's right. All right, Glenn Featherstone has been right up on his dial-in all day today of 1540. So he's got a solo pass here that will give him a bye into the next round. A leisurely 6:07 reaction time for Glenn out there.
There's a slight squeal of the tyres off the start line. Testing that dial in 1540, goes 15.98, 5 with a 98, sorry. 79 mile an hour through the finish line.
Safe as houses on that run.
Got a couple more rounds yet for Street Fighter. Although luckily they're a category that could probably do laps pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, not a great deal of turnaround required on those ones. Still got 4 wheels on it? Yep, good.
Tyre pressures, check.
Good to go. Fuel in the tank? That's probably the main one.
What do you do? Do you go and buy some octane booster?
Ooh.
Or do you
Well, I mean, it's bracket racing, right? So, I mean, you got your dial in, so just make sure you get your fuel from the same place every time. Consistency.
All right, looks like our next category out will be Super Sedan.
Okay.
And we shouldn't be too far away with that category.
No, I'd say they're in the tunnel. Okay, I can see. Yeah, there, Georges, making his way towards the tunnel there. And then then after that, it looks like modified will be the next pairing. No, I think we're Top Sportsman, I think, next. There you go, confirmation on the screen. We can see Leo Georges in the Escort panel van down there. Top Sportsman, dial-in of 880. And then Simon Bradbury with the nitrous-assisted Commodore Ute at 849. That is one healthy burnout from Bradbury in the Rocket Lane. Certainly as the temperature comes down and we lose a little bit of temperature in the track, of course. A healthy burnout is required to make sure that you've got that that compound nice and sticky, ready to send you on down the track. So it looks like Leo Georges in the Aeroflow lane is keen to get on with this race. First into full stage. Simon Bradbury has followed him. Georges away with an 068, 011, but a lot of wheel spin for Bradbury. Damn. Something they've been struggling with today. Unfortunately, it means that he's going to miss out on the next run. An 884 on an 880 dial-in for Georges with that nice 068 reaction time. So consistency being key for the Escort.
Fairly decent flash of flame out from under that car as well. Just I'd say when he probably got out of the throttle.
Yeah, I think it got a whole bunch of revs a lot faster than it's used to with the lack of traction there, and as a result, that's where we're at. Okay, moving across into modified, we've got Chelsea Smith in the Lucas Oil APM modified dragster. The 769 dial-in, Lee Hardle Law, her opponent in this round in the Rocket Lane, an 810 dial in there. BK Race Engines 440 Windsor under the body of that Roadster.
All right, this is our final round of elimination of modified eliminator here tonight, Pat.
Yep, excellent. So two deserving competitors.
Yes, very much so. We are getting to the pointy end of eliminations here tonight. A number of categories having a couple of rounds left to go, but hopefully their turnaround time is a little bit more manageable.
Yes.
So Hardeloy's already got one trophy sitting in the trailer. Can he make it 2 gold for today?
An 024 reaction time.
No,
whoa!
He's not going to. The car very loose on the hit of the throttle. Went 024, and the car just turned around to the left, which is uncharacteristic for that car. Normally is very well behaved.
Very uncharacteristic, but we must say congratulations to Chelsea Smith. She's taken that final win simply by being consistent and getting the car down the track. Certainly don't want to take anything away from Hardle Law and his crew. There's no way that they did anything wrong there. It's just the way that it rolls sometimes.
Next up will be our Super Sedan.
Right, back across into Super Sedan. We've got Nathan Watt here in the VL Commodore. 383 cubes of Chev power under the bonnet. Up against Michael Little in the LJ Tirana. 434 Chev in the Rocket Lane. Very close on the dial in again. 926 to a 930.
I didn't think Little was going to fire up for a minute there. The car sat there motionless, but Watt had already completed his burnout. So as you say, Pat, absolutely nothing in the dial-ins between these two cars. Only 400ths of a second. Little to lead first in the Rocket Lane. Will be chased by the VL Commodore of Nathan Watt.
Watt in full stage, just waiting for Little to bring it in. Here we go. Great reaction time from both races. 041 sees an 024 for Little. This is going to be neck and neck the whole way down the track. Breakout from Nathan Watt gives the win to Michael Little with a 933 with an 8 on the 930 dial-in. So fiercely contested, just a little bit too fast for Watt in the big end. But what a great pairing. Joe Zammit here on another solo run. 10-0 dial-in.
So it will be Michael Little taking on Joe Zammit in the final of tonight's racing.
008 reaction time from Zammit, so he's finally honing those skills with each pass. He's going to run on through a 10.017. It's the kind of form that you want to be in when you're going into the final, especially against a competitor like Michael Little. So big congratulations to the guys down there from Zammit Borg Racing. Okay, street bike. Back through. See Andrew Richards down there on the Indian Scout. So certainly been raising some eyebrows today with his performance on that effectively standard street bike. Really smart racing.
Yes. He's thrown in a 000 reaction time there as well.
And Robert Gill on the Kawasaki ZZR 1100 in the Rocket Lane. So we've got a 13.0 for Richards in the Aeroflow lane and a 10.60 for Gilb. So Richards, I would almost suggest, gets the advantage of being able to leave first, and we'll leave Gilb on the start line, awaiting the drop of the lights.
This is me being positive.
Yes.
He leaves first. Yep. The other guy's got to chase him. The other person's got to chase him down. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's already out in front.
Yep.
The race then becomes Gilb's to win or lose at the other end.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I call it the advantage of leaving first, right?
Yeah.
198, so a little bit more leisurely on the reaction time compared to last time, but not a great deal faster. 165 for Gilb. And it goes to Richards with a 13.155, a 10.98. A little bit conservative for Gilb on the ET there, so well done to Richards making it on.
Yeah, Gilb didn't seem to be running it right out to the... Didn't sound like he was running it right out to the shift point.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like he was worried about breaking out, but...
Anyway, have to settle for the runner-up spot. Now moving into the final of Modified Bike, of course brought to us by bikereview.com.au.
Sean Ricketts, Heavy Duty Magazine on board the ZX12R in the Aeroflow lane. Michael Richards, AMS water meters on the 750 Suzuki. Pretty stout burnout for Ricketts there.
Should be a cracker of a race. Both competitors pretty well experienced on these machines. I think Ricketts has taken points and maybe a bit of silverware every round so far this year. I haven't got the latest points in front of me, but it seems like I'm giving him a trophy every championship round.
It's a pretty safe call. Both in stage. 9:34 for Ricketts, 10:05 for Riches. 0.19 reaction time for Ricketts. This is going to be hard to beat.
I think he's already in front there, Pat. At 1,000, rolls out of the throttle. 9:39 with a 3 on a 9:34 to take the win. Riches goes a 10.17 with a 1 on a 10.05. Congratulations to Sean Ricketts there.
Very nicely run. That brings us across to Boosted Outlaws. Of course, Brittany Olive in the Dragster, blown Hemi power. And then Jeremy Boscovich in XY Falcon with blown Chevy Big Block power. Stout burnouts as we expect from both of these competitors and blown Outlaws in general.
About a second difference in the dial-ins. The Dragster, the quicker of the two here, running for A Civil Motorsport. 6:54 the dial-in for the car in the aeroflow lane. 7:53 the dial-in for the Diecast Mania Bosco Autos Falcon, also running for Visual Apparel. He's put on a very good show so far today, not put a foot wrong. Boscovich is going to try and take the trophy away from her though. 127 or 065.
065. Brittany's doing a lot of chasing. Looks ahead.
Oh, big step at 1,000 there for Boscovich, and
6:55 with an 8 takes the win for Brittany Olive.
And a 7.85 with a 9 at 1:57 for Boscovich.
Almost 4/10 margin of victory at the end there, so great pass. Brittany doing exactly what she needed to do, but Boscovich not being intimidated in the least. Right, so it looks like we're back around for Street Fighters, as we mentioned. Nice and easy turnaround for more effectively your everyday street cars. You've got Jack Matasevic in the Falcon, 14:32 dial in to Glenn Featherstone, 15:40. Big sideways burnout from Matasevic there. Very enthusiastic.
He's just giving our people in the viewing area a taste of rubber. And the smell in their clothes, you know?
Yeah, no burnouts on a Track Champs day, so might as well just fill in. Right, both cars into stage. Featherstone with an 034, 151 for Matasevic. Got a feeling Featherstone might be able to hold this out here. Comes down to it. Ooh, breakout from Matasevic, but still pretty well on the dial in there. 15:46 with a 7 for Featherstone. But yeah, a little bit too fast for Jack Matasevic doing the catching, playing catch up, I should say, with that reaction time.
And on the start line there, Denny Stadelmeyer getting all crossed up in the bed of the burnout. And a good look at the wall, and I think he had a fair amount of opposite lock in the Falcon. 1360 the dial in. 040 on the tree, this manually shifted car.
Wow. 1360 dial in. 13600 as a pass. That's about as close as you get. And again, as you said, Pushy, that's a manually shifted car as well. So for that sort of consistency.
Didn't hit the limit at that time, not that I heard.
I thought I heard just one little pop on a change.
Too.
So I think he tagged it as he was changing, which is slight variation. All right, so this is the one that we've been talking about today, Zig Zielkowski in the Enthroned Kennels and Bulldog VE Commodore. Not one that we're familiar with, but he's been right on the money all day. He has been running in the rocket lane today, though, so he's in the airflow lane this time. Not sure if that'll make a difference, but Peter Villaris from Go Logistics in the Holden Tirana has a 1082 dialed in, and he's going to do his best to upset. Oh, cherry on the tree for Zig. And Villaris having a real good close look at the fellow advertisers on the wall there. But keeps it off the wall, which is good. Zig running through for a 1200, but he did leave that cherry on the tree there, so Villaris with the win on 1102. Mitchell Gregory in the big Impala. Aeroflow lane, 1130, the dial in. Martin Stevenson in the drag van. Just brought the dial down to 1016 for this round. So more than a second advantage to Mitchell Gregory on the tree.
This for the second spot in the final. Villaris has already parked himself in one half.
Yep.
Will he be racing a Chevy Impala or a HQ van?
117, 143. This is anyone's race here.
At the moment, he'll be racing an Impala. See that shift light all the way from here for Martin.
Oh, just pipped at the tree by a tenth.
Yep, 10.16 with a 7 on a 10.16. Running closer to the dial in, won him that race there. So it'll be Martin Stevenson and Peter Villaris to do battle in the Super Street final here tonight.
No surprise, but valiant effort from the big Chevy Impala. Mitchell Gregory made his way right the way through to the semis.
Yeah, the final round should be a pretty tightly contested battle, I dare say.
I think so.
That sounds like a junior drag bike
Certainly
warming up
is.
down below us.
I can see Lincoln Delios and... Oh, can I see that? Josh.
Joshua Burtonshaw, I dare say.
Yep.
So we pointed out last time that Lincoln did a pretty good burnout. Is he going to try and match Josh here?
Let's see if we have like a bit of a burnout rivals sort of situation going on.
I will say I think Josh probably a little bit more horsepower.
Yep.
In the right hand.
Yes. 300cc versus a 125.
Anyway, I'm sure Lincoln will do what's necessary.
Exactly. He's been pretty spot on with his dial-in. So good reaction time last time out too, from memory.
12.20 the dial-in for Delios, of course, in the airflow lane this time. Running for Apollo Batteries, Bonwick and Antoniazzi Racing.
Antonazio?
Thank you very much, Pat. I'll just retire now. I'll just retire now.
It was my turn to correct, so it's all right.
Thank you. And LA Cycles and Preston Civils, of course. Also backing the young racer. In the rocket lane, we have the Devil Designs, BP Race Fuels, and DJ Haulage backed machine of Joshua Burtonshaw. Got them fired up early just to get them nice and warm.
Get some heat in the motor, as you would hear. World Cup finals for Orlando Speedway. That's a solid effort from both competitors there.
A solid effort, yes, definitely. Definitely. You can tell the completely different sounds of those two bikes as they're probably both pegged wide.
Yep, absolutely. But, let's see who it's benefited the most with that solid burnout.
Could you imagine what we'd get if all the junior drags could do smoky burnouts?
That would, well, deaf is what we'd probably get, to be honest, because they're not exactly quiet.
No.
All right,
away with a
Delios.
2-1-0 light. 0.45 on the tree for Burtonshaw.
It is a mountain to climb when it comes to these junior drag bikes, so surely Burtonshaw is with the win. 9.57 on the 55 dial in. 12.308 for the 12.20 for Delios. So great result once again. Josh Burtonshaw. All right.
It's always
Here
good
we
to
go.
to get a little bit of rivalry happening, not only with the seriousness of racing, but to try and G him up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's get into it. You know, I mean, you got to. Hard racing is good racing. You know, and the closer the run is, or you know, the shorter the margin is, the better. Because when you're the victor, you get this such sense of relief that you've just done it. You've just done what you needed to, and when you lose, it's enough just to drive you back for the next one. You know, like I am gonna get him next time. There's no, you know, that was so close.
Yes. 100%.
So
100%. We're moving into the Western Weekender Junior Dragster final now. We have Zane Condello in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.38, taking on Piper Bennett in the Rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.10. Near enough to 0.3 of a second head start going to the black car in the Aeroflow lane. I think that's the first time we've seen Condello over in this lane today, certainly in racing, yeah?
Certainly in eliminations, yes. Yep. 8.38 to an 8.10. So both races have kept their dial in the same as the previous run.
All right, both races into full stage. Condello to lead first. 0.65 to an 0.44.
Down to the wire again. Junior Dragster finals. Looks like Piper Bennett with the 8.14 with a 4 at 80 miles per hour to an 8.41. 0.091.
Yep, 91 ten-thousandths of a second across the finish line there, Pat. Absolutely nothing in it.
That's what we've come to know with junior dragster here. They might be small, they might not be the fastest things or make the most horsepower out there, but damn, it's close racing.
Yeah, those two cars locked together. You look at the increments down the racetrack, they're locked together all the way through. And I think Condello just running that fraction further away from the dial-in.
Yeah, a little bit
as
more
well.
there. 8.41, so 310. Oh, sorry. 300ths? No. Actually.
So it's 44 thousandths here.
4 thousandths, yeah.
And 34?
36.
Either way.
Either way, it's bloody close.
Yes.
Let's just put it that way.
It's getting too late tonight. I'm trying to do this with my hand.
We've been making this up as we go along all day,
No,
Bushy.
no. Certainly not. No, certainly not the case. I don't know about you, but we've both seen a lot of numbers today.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so Street Fighter finals out here. Stadelmeyer versus Featherstone. Just waiting for those safety measures to be brought back from the juniors. I believe this will be our last pairing of the night.
No, we've got Super Street too.
Oh, Super Street. I can't see them in the lane, so it must be in the tunnel. go. Last burnout of the night for the Street Fighters. A little bit more tame from Stadelmeier in the burnout on that one.
Well, we've talked before about burnouts with street tyres and radials and slicks. I think those tyres would probably be
pretty close to a slick by now.
Yes, soft enough and close enough to a slick. That wasn't what I was thinking, but yeah, I'll go there too.
Sure.
The rubber block is probably got a lot less flex in it now than it did 4 runs ago.
Yeah, well, whatever it was the last run, it was working. I see Stadelmeier's just edged that dial in down slightly. 040.
Oh, went 5 thousandths too soon.
Featherstone is going to take it. I can't imagine he's all of a sudden going to turn left or right at the big end of the track there. It's going to run on through for a 15.52 with an 8. Stadelmeier was pretty close to the dial in as well, 13.65. But just left that little pesky cherry on the tree, handing the win to Glenn Featherstone. All right, I can see some super sedans coming around in the lanes. So we've got Michael Little, of course, in the LJ. Joe Zammit in the VL.
So that's Super Sedan, and we can see Peter Villaris in the Tirana and Martin Stevenson.
Yep.
Not sure what's happened with our Super Gas competitors, though. They were still running as far as I was aware.
Yeah, they've had a big layoff. I wonder if they've maybe agreed to something else, because it's been a long time since Supergas has been through. We've run the categories at least twice.
Although in saying that, I'll just look and see if they were... Just looking if they were, to see if they were Chicago Shootout or Eliminations. No, they were Eliminations. There's one of 3 there, and that was it. 20-3. I'm just trying to think how many cars they had.
The Romeos, so 2.
Yep. To the 2
Polido.
Romeos. Catanzariti. Polito.
Yeah, that's 4.
And the 2 Panetta cars.
Yeah, the Calibra and then the...
so 6.
6, yeah. There could have also been perhaps a breakdown or something like that that meant that they didn't have a pair to run.
Not sure. Anyway, we've got 2 pairs left to run, Pat, for tonight, and then that is us done. Of course, don't forget, if you're a competitor and you've been lucky enough to make the final here tonight, we will be hosting the trophy presentations in the under the pergola at the cafeteria down in the pits, usually around 10 to 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack. Come along and thank your supporters, thank your crew.
Get some photos.
Get some photos, and yeah, join in congratulating the other winners and runners-up.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a clean-up, unfortunately, down here in the Rocket Lane, but the tractor is on its way inbound. Okay, we have noise down in the lanes. Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore. Super Sedan final. We've got a 10-0 dial in. Same for Zammit the last 3 rounds. Michael Little, 9:33. Again, staying consistent with that dial in on the little LJ Tirana. Little Tirana with big power from the 434 Cube Chev. As you can see, not afraid of a good burn out there, Michael Little.
Definitely not. These two raced each other many, many times before. I think there was a point a couple of championships ago where that was them every final, pretty much.
Final?
Yeah.
Ah, my arch nemesis. Right, Zammit is in pre-stage. Little has joined him. Zammit straight into full stage. Little just making him wait. Here we go. 060 for Zammit. This is going to be a tough one to chase down for Little in the Rocket Lane. Joe Zammit does get the win with a 10.02 with a 2 and a slight breakout for Little doing the chasing down there. So congratulations to Zammit Borg Racing and Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore. Good job, and we're going to jump straight into Super Street Final, which will be our last pass of the night. Peter Violaris, Go Logistics, Holden Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. He's got a 10.82 dial in. Martin Stevenson at 10.12 for the drag van in the Rocket Lane. Both great supporters of drag racing here in New South Wales. Go Logistics, a Sydney Dragway partner, and Power Plus Race Fuels, great supporter of fellow racers alike. Both in full stage.
3 counts down. 0.55 on the tree for Violaris and a 004 red for Stevenson. He chased that light there in the final and just brought on that red bulb on the bottom of the tree, handing the win to Violaris, who tests the dial in and goes a 10.76 with a 2, 124 mile an hour, but he was already the winner courtesy of the Martin Stevenson red light on the tree, who also went under the dial in with a 10.07 with a 3 on his 10.12.
That's yeah, that's a close one, mate.
Yes, not too much in it. It was only 400ths across the finish line. And believe, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last pair of cars down the racetrack tonight. So that concludes racing for round number 4 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. On behalf of all of the staff and officials, I'd like to thank you all for coming along and watching the racing at the racetrack, or joining us on the live stream via the YouTube channel. It's been great to follow your comments and the conversations that happen. Thank you to Ben, our production manager up here, and Pat Elliott, once again, fantastic job, mate. Been great working with you once again here today. And I would just like to remind once again all of our winners and runners-up. We'll be having our trophy presentations down at the pergola in next to the scrutineering shed in around about 10 to 15 minutes time. If we can get all of our winners and runners up down there, that would be fantastic. We'll get that underway. To all of our racers and fans that are travelling home, be safe on the roads. Keep your eyes on the track's website. And, of course, join us on Facebook if you haven't already. Look forward to seeing you here again at Sydney Dragway once again in the very near future. But for now, good night.